This young man is filled with determination, as he is the first to set foot on the 600th floor. In front of him is a horde of monsters, but before he can react, they are wiped out. The attackers are the group known as the 9 Stars. 9 individuals stand at the forefront, charging into the tower among millions. They use magic, absorbing divine power from the tower to achieve overwhelming strength, and it is they who have blocked Cha Jin-hyuk from entering the 600th floor, the one referred to as the Black Star. Without weapons or divine power, he is still recognized as the strongest. Cha Jin-hyuk leads a deadly army. He is the embodiment of doom. A summoner only needs strength, indifferent to peace or humanity. The 9 Stars declare they will execute Cha Jin-hyuk for betraying humanity. Even though he is the strongest at present, Jin-hyuk cannot face those 9 masters alone, and he is imposed with the punishment of betrayal. But that is just a story a mother tells before bed. Jin-hyuk is not a traitor. He was actually betrayed by 8 members of the 9 Stars, distorting the truth. 10 years pass quietly. A young man suddenly sits up at noon, shouting loudly in the room, "Damn 9 Stars, I will return." He is astonished. His secret skill has taken effect. It is the technique of soul transference. When close to death, his soul will transfer to a more suitable body. Jin-hyuk is reborn in a new form. The hatred for the 9 Stars still burns fiercely within him. On that day, when Jin-hyuk was betrayed, the Holy Knight Ken Perlman and the goddess Carmen spoke out about the events of the battle. The Holy Light Summoning Circle has eradicated all of his dark power. Jin-hyuk wants to know the real reason they turned against him. One person looks down at him, wearing a sarcastic smile. "I'm just pulling weeds." Choi Jeong-hun, Jin-hyuk's best friend and a warrior of the 9 Stars, had no idea they were advancing to the 600th floor. Perhaps they feared he would assist Jin-hyuk. Despite his anger, Jin-hyuk's eyes gradually began to close. This time, overwhelmed by the ambush, he had no choice but to fall. But it wasn't over. Jin-hyuk would return, stronger than before. Now, he sat there, burning with the will to crush his enemies. Just then, his phone rang. Jin-hyuk rarely used his phone, but it still looked pretty sleek. He opened it and realized it was already 2023. 10 years had flown by, but to him, it felt like just a blink, just like the skills that were both weak and difficult to use, leaving him frustrated. Speaking of skills, Jin-hyuk decided to test out his new body to see how it functioned. He casually swatted a hideous fly that flew by, treating it as a reflex test. He placed the fly's corpse in his hand, concentrated his thoughts, and said, "Awaken," in hopes of a miracle. All he got in response was Siri's voice echoing from a nearby phone, leaving him stunned. Jin-hyuk frantically repeated the phrase right next to the fly, "Awaken, awaken," as if trying to force it back to life. Eventually, he had to accept that his new body, while looking good, had absolutely no mana. This meant he would have to crawl from the first floor up, without any skills to rely on. That thought immediately reminded him of the 9 Stars, still leisurely out there. Yet, it had been 10 years, and Choi Jeong-hun had only sluggishly progressed to the 800th floor. To him, this was a fantastic opportunity to turn the tide. While they were busy enjoying themselves, he would silently catch up and settle all debts. If he wanted to get strong quickly, he had to enter the tower. The gym wouldn't help at all. Even though his new body was as weak as a rookie soldier, he still retained all the experience from his previous life. He believed that with just a short amount of time, he would regain his former level. At the entrance of the tower in Seoul, thousands of people were jostling to register, dreaming of reaching the top and changing their lives forever. The tower was the starting point of hope, where each person's story was rewritten. Jin-hyuk stood in that crowd. He returns with the title Black Star that once made the world tremble, and he is determined to restore his former reputation while settling unfinished grudges. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the entrance to the tower opens to welcome a new group of challengers. The first challenge in Jin-hyuk's reincarnation journey officially begins. The first place he chooses is the familiar tower floor from years ago. Including the 5 years from his previous life, it has been 15 years since he last faced the tutorial stage. The surface of this tower is indeed bothersome right from the entrance. Nothing has changed. The path looks simple, but hides all kinds of annoying traps. It took several days to get through. Besides the 10 main floors, this area is truly the most unreasonable. First, he needs to check how weak his current physical stats are. The reality is so bad that he doesn't dare to look closely at the information panel. But there are 2 strange entries, gluttony and mana physique, that make him pause. Unlike his previous life, could it be that the talents and physique of the soul change with the body? But no matter, his goal is still to clear this path to increase his speed. Jin-hyuk rushes ahead, scouting the way without slowing down. A magical trap suddenly activates in the middle of the hallway, but the arrows do not hit him because he memorized the trap locations from his previous life. However, that was just the opening act. More arrows continue to fly behind him. Jin-hyuk is forced to speed up his dodging, causing his forward vision to narrow, and he immediately gets hit by a few arrows that slow his progress. Jin-hyuk tells himself to hang in there. He is almost done, but another volley of arrows like shooting stars comes rushing in. At this rate, Who can dodge them? Jin Hyuk braces himself against the pain and continues to run. Finally, he returns to the starting point, and all his injuries disappear. First, he needs to check how far he can go, but he admits it really hurts. Now he can't just close his eyes and charge forward anymore. He has to play smart, or rather, take advantage of his abilities. Gluttony allows Jin Hyuk to absorb non-living matter and turn it into his own. For example, the blood he splatters all over the path. All stats increased from 1 to 2. It may sound small, but experience and endurance also went up accordingly. He didn't care much about the equipment stats, but he could still withstand a few mild adverse conditions. Jin Hyuk only needed about a week to get through the tutorial stage, but he still actively took hits to activate the hunger for power, boosting his stats. He continued like this until he reached the maximum experience and endurance thresholds, and it took him an entire month just to pass the first stage, because he still had to go out to eat. A few gods and demons began to notice his peculiar playstyle, but Jin Hyuk didn't care much for those sickly individuals who came up with this tower climbing game. The gods and demons only watched to find someone with a personality like theirs. No one was willing to reveal their titles or real names, even when Jin Hyuk cursed them daily. He was already familiar with their tricks to recruit disciples. Whether in his past life or this one, Jin Hyuk would never side with them. A message from the Lord of 10,000 Demons came in, asking about his health. Upon hearing that familiar name, Jin Hyuk scoffed. Regular demons were already bad, but this one was even worse. In his previous life, he clung to Jin Hyuk to pull him to his side. Thanks to him transferring his soul, Jin Hyuk got the chance to return, which was somewhat useful. But because he talked too much, other gods began to take notice, and he got scolded by Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk knew they were probing to see which side he leaned towards, but he couldn't reveal his plans. He had to move quietly. No matter which side he chose, Jin Hyuk would never join the worshippers. Now was the time to check the results after all his efforts. All stats had significantly increased. Gathering mana was still a bit difficult for Jin Hyuk, but his physique naturally contained mana, so he was still able to steadily increase his mana stats. Unexpectedly, a new trait opened up even though he already possessed hunger for power. It turned out that this body originally had that trait from the start, called the versatile one. The name sounded rustic, which dampened Jin Hyuk's spirits, but this trait helped him learn anything quickly. In battle, it would automatically adjust according to his proficiency level. The name may sound simple, but this is truly impressive. The title he can never reach is ultimately the all-powerful master, skilled in every aspect. Unexpectedly, that guy rushed out to strike up a conversation, wanting to see the goods. Anam activated his status, of course, still empty-handed. Now he steps into the next floor. As for that guy wanting to tag along, let him be. Based on knowledge and experience, the upcoming room is likely the place to choose a profession and train skills. Sure enough, this is where Jin Hyuk can choose a suitable weapon and profession. Then he smashed the floor, teleporting straight to the first floor. In his previous life, due to his mana constitution, Jin Hyuk immediately chose the mage profession. But this time, he wanted to see how versatile a talented person could be, so he started practicing. Jin Hyuk held an old bow, his spirit soaring. With one shot, he fired 3 arrows, hitting the target cleanly. He decided to increase the difficulty. He created a type of target that could counterattack, disregarding the warning that this was a reckless action. 5 targets appeared, charging at him. With ease, he shot down 3 of them. For the remaining 2, he drew his sword and took them down swiftly. That still wasn't enough. Jin Hyuk wanted to try every type of weapon, demanding tougher targets. Giant monsters were immediately summoned. Before they could scare anyone, he pierced one through the head. Next were the 2 behind. Suddenly, ranged attackers appeared as well. Jin Hyuk quickly dodged, hiding behind the head of a giant. Then he went to find more weapons. Although the system reported this was the strongest group currently, it was too easy for him. He unleashed his trump card, this massive wand. I'll shoot first before you all. Jin Hyuk wiped out the entire group with magic. Who would have thought a versatile person could be so powerful? It feels like I have been using weapons my whole life. Suddenly, the system announced that he had just achieved a milestone, gaining the title of Universal Master. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe this was considered a profession, but each person can only hold one profession. He couldn't give up his advantage, so he definitely had to choose. Jin Hyuk intended to make the Universal Master his secondary profession, but the system shut that down immediately. That was not going to happen. Secondary professions could only be unlocked after reaching level 100. Jin Hyuk cursed. Without a profession now, he would be stuck forever. He tried to use achievement points to unlock a secondary profession. The system displayed a question mark because this was something a newbie couldn't know. Achievement points were like a currency. Completing quests earned them, and players used them to adjust the system to their liking. Asking me again is pointless, Jin Hyuk said. He planned to spend 5,000 points to unlock it, but he was still 50 points short. Jin Hyuk sighed and decided to call the manifestation team. He requested them to report their identities and exchange directly with him. Because that action counted towards achievements, he would receive an additional 200 points. The team helped him gather enough points, but the demon's unpleasant attitude made him dislike it. It was truly exhausting. Finally, he unlocked the secondary profession of Universal Master. Now he broke through the floor and descended to the first level of the tower. Dung Koran. The three newcomers were struggling with a group of deformed goblins, looking extremely overwhelmed. Just then, a figure fell from above like a rescue. It was none other than Jin Hyuk. He targeted the first one and took it down in one swift move. Hello. It's been a while. Since climbing to level 600, he hadn't seen these guys again. Too bad for them. They ran into him today. Hurry up and obediently follow him. A young man behind almost became Jin Hyuk's target practice for 30 years. Although he was a mage, he fought in close combat. The other person didn't even bother to ask who he was. As long as they could cooperate, that was good enough. Avoid using that, Jin Hyuk said coldly. Today, all the kobold here belonged to him. The two young men turned pale with fear and immediately ran away. The remaining two kobolds charged in to retaliate. The first one was knocked down effortlessly by Jin Hyuk. He swept his wand and struck it as if hitting a target. The next one panicked and ran straight away, but Jin Hyuk didn't give it a chance to escape. He shot through it, finishing off the entire group of kobolds. At that moment, the system welcomed him to the first floor. The mission required defeating 10 kobolds, which was simple for him. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk remembered that if he defeated a species 1,000 times, he would receive the title of that species' assassin. In the past, he had farmed everywhere to gather various titles. Now, he prioritized absorbing the powers of the kobolds first. Jin Hyuk touched his chest, experiencing the memories of the kobold while simultaneously gaining its abilities. He even understood the original language of this species. Just by absorbing the kobold, his stats were already on par with someone who had reached the 10th floor. Moreover, he refined his profession to increase his stats every time he leveled up, which was incredibly effective. Suddenly, an important memory of the kobold appeared. It was hurriedly preparing a meal to bring to the kobold lord. Thus, Jin Hyuk set his second target. The lord signaled that a wave of monsters was about to come, just in time for him to gather the title of kobold assassin and experience in one go. But to face the wave of monsters, he needed an army. Now, he began to control the kobolds. He forced them to awaken and become a group of sturdy skeleton soldiers. Jin Hyuk. This process went smoothly, but his greed did not stop. With the first floor still hiding secret techniques, he had to seize them. Suddenly, 4 more kobolds approached. This was a good opportunity for Jin Hyuk to test his skeleton army. Before long, he was followed by a whole pack of kobolds. They approached an old, run-down 4-story house. Inside, it was completely empty, and Jin Hyuk sighed in relief that no one had set foot in there. He broke the floor to open a secret passageway. This was indeed the hidden place of the first floor's secret profession. He walked while gathering some quartz crystals on the stairs. The Necromancer profession was hiding somewhere around here. It was located in the coffin used for job changing. He forcefully lifted the coffin lid. A skeleton dressed in a cloak rose up. It was Vulcan. He spoke even though he had no vocal cords left. "Are you my descendant?" Jin Hyuk remained silent, merely curling his lips into a smile. Vulcan, the unruly hat. He thought Jin Hyuk would be astonished, so he tried to appear as ghostly as possible. However, after reading Vulcan's diary from his previous life, Jin Hyuk had become immune to such tricks. Nevertheless, he still hadn't read it in this life. Last time, while changing to a mage, he accidentally found it and returned to the first floor. When he became a necromancer, he had previously failed to summon Vulcan. "I like you now," Vulcan said, pleased that Jin Hyuk was more polite than the rude guy from 10 years ago. And that rude guy was none other than his previous life's brother. Jin Hyuk tried to hold back from smashing the skeleton in front of him. He wanted to change professions immediately, but Vulcan said he had to go to the 10th floor first. He even rambled on about higher-level necromancers, which Jin Hyuk ignored. Jin Hyuk presented his status board, proving he was a soul summoner, so he didn't need to climb to the 10th floor. "Excellent, truly a rare talent," Vulcan exclaimed excitedly. He thought Jin Hyuk had far surpassed the fool from 10 years ago. And of course, that fool was his previous life's brother. Talking so much made Vulcan forget about the job change, which annoyed Jin Hyuk. Vulcan immediately began the ritual on him. Before the tower appeared on Earth, he was once the strongest tower climber of that time. Even as the #1 soul summoner, Vulcan still wanted to grow stronger. Just having bones and skin was not enough for him. He wanted something superior. That was a soul. Vulcan was determined to summon the soul of the deceased. He created the unique summoning item of that era, and thus, he gave birth to a new profession called Necromancer. But time was unforgiving. He collapsed due to old age, and the profession of Necromancer faded away. In the end, he used his ultimate move, casting the summoning command on himself, hoping that his descendants would restore his honor, so that someone would continue climbing the tower as he once did. He became half human, half NPC. Then he passed the soul bowl to Jin Hyuk. Vulcan was glad that he finally had a profession to pursue. Using this bowl to capture and call souls, Jin Hyuk was already well aware of that, and the first target he aimed for was none other than Vulcan. Having failed in his previous life, this time he would not allow himself to lose again. Vulcan hoped he would climb the tower and bring him glory, but Jin Hyuk replied, "You can only eat if you work. If you want to enjoy without working, you will only get punched." Damn Zico, the one who broke his promise in the diary, made Vulcan furious. Delegating tasks to others never worked out. Jin Hyuk would teach him to live properly, starting by gathering his soul. Vulcan's soul began to drift out, but it wasn't easy to catch. He flew straight out of the room. He raised his hand to curse Jin Hyuk, laughing loudly. "Have you humiliated me yet? See you later." Before he could finish speaking, his head slammed into the wall. Vulcan fell right into the ceiling circle. Jin Hyuk had planned everything. The magic wall was just a simple trick. He had already set up a prison. Vulcan struggled, thinking that a few low-level spells couldn't hold him. "I never said it was just that." Jin Hyuk grinned. He had ordered a series of magic stones and activated them all. For him, breaking those things used to be a piece of cake, but that was before he got trapped. Now, Vulcan was starting to feel desperate. After being dead for hundreds of years, he still encountered someone more cunning than himself. Jin Hyuk revealed something he didn't know. In his previous life, he was the second Necromancer. Now he was the third. Vulcan howled, unable to believe that Jin Hyuk had come back to capture him once again. Jin Hyuk held out the soul cup, pulling him inside. Now there was no way out. Vulcan was literally just a skeleton. With him as a subordinate, Jin Hyuk could easily get whatever he wanted. The 9 stars would wait for him to deal with each of them at their doorstep. Jin Hyuk returned with his skeletal minions. Ban and several other gods were curious about his profession, but he kept it a secret. Sooner or later, they would see him in action. The skeletal kobolds looked at him longingly, but he no longer needed them. He returned their bones to the earth. As for their souls, they continued to serve him. Ngo Loi was now just being held captive. Suddenly, a bitter voice rang out, cursing his entire family. It was none other than the fire god, Vulcan. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened at his new form. He must have been quite the figure in his youth. Vulcan was still furious, wanting to charge in and fight, but his throat suddenly felt constricted. Since he relied on Jin Hyuk's mana to survive, as soon as Jin Hyuk stopped, he would disintegrate. With his stubbornness and pride, Vulcan didn't want to be a subordinate to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk stepped closer and whispered, "Do you have any other choices?" He had once turned his acquaintances into soul orbs to absorb them, so he had no right to blame Jin Hyuk. Not to mention, he still retained the skill of gluttony. If you don't behave, Vulcan will become your meal. And now, what do you want? Jin Hyuk pointed to the kobold castle. Take that place as your base. As night fell, Jin Hyuk took a stroll and encountered 2 kobold guards. He unleashed 2 cobalt souls and dealt with them in an instant. Carrying 30 soul soldiers, these guys were no match for him, and in this life, he would not let himself rest anymore. The kobold lord was mumbling in his chamber. Upon discovering the intruder, he ordered his soldiers to prepare offerings immediately. Jin Hyuk moved like a whirlwind through the hallway. He was very close to the lord's room, thanks to his keen sense. The spirit appeared again, cheering with a glowing staff, which annoyed him. He didn't need a hairy god cheering him on, because he would win anyway. At that moment, the lord was performing some kind of ritual and shouted out. It wasn't enough. Until they were satisfied, it wasn't enough glory for the demon lord. The next offering was brought forth. It was an okabi, which pleased the lord greatly. To him, an okabi was a better sacrifice than a human. Just then, Jin Hyuk appeared. He didn't care what they were sacrificing or summoning, because sooner or later, they would become his soldiers. The interruption made the kobold lord furious. On top of that, Jin Hyuk insulted him as a pathetic shellfish. "I am the mighty fish king of the goblins. Show some respect." "Human," the fish king roared. "Make me scared," Jin Hyuk sneered contemptuously. The Dokebi didn't understand what was happening, but saw this as an opportunity to escape. The Fish King immediately called for strength from the Demon Lord to counterattack. 2 claws shot straight toward the Dokebi. Just when the tension peaked, she stumbled and fell to the ground. This opened the way for Jin Hyuk to rush in and intervene. He delivered a blow that shattered the 2 claws into pieces. As easy as doing basic exercises, he intended to let her go, but then realized she was a Dokebi. A powerful creature living all the way up on the 100th floor had no reason to appear down here. Moreover, she wasn't fully matured yet. He decided to save her to ask about the situation on the 100th floor. Jin Hyuk told her to run away quickly. If she got targeted again, he wouldn't save her. The fish monster hadn't given up. Using 2 nearby kobolds as explosives, Jin Hyuk managed to get past before they detonated. He delivered an uppercut that sent the fish monster flying 8 meters away. That old body couldn't hold out much longer. And this was just the warm-up for Jin Hyuk. But the fish monster still wouldn't give up, screaming, "Demon King, take me." It turned out he was sacrificing himself. Blood surged out, wrapping tightly around Jin Hyuk. Then it coalesced into a blood beast. He never expected to summon such a powerful monster. The blood beast pressed Jin Hyuk's head down to the ground, much to the fish monster's delight. Haha. Are you scared yet? He proudly boasted that this was the strongest soul summoning technique he had. Jin Hyuk was merely annoyed. A toad couldn't compare to a swan. Let him show the true nature of soul summoning. A legion of kobold spirits was summoned. They entered the blood beast, causing it to explode from the inside out. The fish monster stared in disbelief as Jin Hyuk walked through the falling blood. His proud stride sent chills down everyone's spine. What he wanted to know was how the fish monster created the blood beast. The Demon King had definitely intervened in this matter. The Demon King spoke in the chat room. Jin Hyuk had noticed him since he was curious about his soul master powers. He summoned the blood beast when he saw Jin Hyuk fighting. While the fish monster was merely a toy to Jin Hyuk, Cat Lung still refused to accept his fate. He believed that the demon prince would take revenge for him. Jin Hyuk also hoped that the guy would come over so they could have a clear conversation. But for now, he had to deal with the Lord Cat Lung, who was being overwhelmed by his own clan's soul. That was the price for daring to challenge him. First it was Cat Lung, and next would be the demon prince. Jin Hyuk tightened his grip, and Cat Lung's body shattered under the pressure. At that moment, he looked even more like a villain than an actual villain. The next step was to collect Cat Lung's soul as a trophy. Seeing him trying to escape, Jin Hyuk quickly caught him. He still had a few tasks he wanted to assign to him. Jin Hyuk compressed him into a soul orb, allowing him to gather souls and create usable potions. To drink the potion, he had to open his mouth. He had high hopes, but this time it was bland. The increase was negligible. At that moment, the Dokebi girl finally appeared to thank him. She introduced herself as Haryu. Jin Hyuk had told her to run, but clearly, Haryu was not afraid. He threatened to kill or sell her. If that happens, I will deal with you, Haryu said, with a fierce tone. Jin Hyuk laughed, typical of a Dokebi. Once they promised to repay or take revenge, they would follow through. He was curious why someone from the 100th floor like her would come down to the bottom to hide. Haryu hesitated and said that the Dokebi village on the 100th floor had been attacked. Jin Hyuk was surprised because Dokebi were extremely powerful. Even those climbing the tower found it hard to touch them. He guessed that the culprits might belong to the four great races. The fierce strength of the giant race, the essence of magic from the dragon race, the demonic power of the demon race, and the purging wings of the divine race. They were the four great races that held power in the tower. Only they would dare to look down on the Dokebi like that, or someone was backing them. It was also possible that the 9 stars dared to do such things. Mentioning them made Jin Hyuk surge with hatred. After finishing his tasks, he decided to leave this place. He doesn't want to stay in a place that reeks of blood like this. Haryu asks to go with him. Even though she's young, having her on the team wouldn't be bad. If she follows, Jin Hyuk won't protect her. Haryu says she can take care of herself. But she just almost got killed by a kobold. Jin Hyuk brings that up, causing Haryu to blush. Forget it. He needs to change clothes because his current outfit is covered in blood. He happens to find equipment dropped by the sand giant. Perfect timing. He changes into new clothes, although they look a bit like a monk's robe. As they step out, Vulcan pops up from the ground, reporting that he has cleared the remaining kobolds in the castle. Haryu wonders where he is from. Vulcan doesn't understand why that girl can see the ghost. Haryu. Some Dokebi possess a strong ability to sense souls. Jin Hyuk is surprised that she knows how to show her uniqueness. He thinks about swallowing her to gain her power. The system reports a new quest. A wave of monsters is approaching. Jin Hyuk has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The other two are completely shocked, unable to believe he accepted the quest. He can't pass up such a delicious feast. If he doesn't do it, he won't be able to take down the Lord. Even though the gods and demons think he is reckless, the demon prince promises to reward him if he succeeds. Jin Hyuk is even more determined to see it through. Vulcan can't believe that he can survive this battle. Jin Hyuk knows that Vulcan just wants him to die to gain his freedom. But even if he fails, Vulcan will still be his servant. As soon as he accepts the quest, the entire safe zone on the first floor is wiped out. The other players are furious because they don't know who accepted the monster quest. They all immediately head to the second floor to avoid the storm. Of course, after finishing their business on the first floor, a lightning bolt explodes in the sky. An ominous sign has arrived. The kobolds from another dimension rush out, attacking wildly. The tower climbers could only tremble and hold each other tightly. Suddenly, another column of light exploded in the sky. Jin Hyuk led his 2 close disciples, accompanied by a cold warning. If you touch even one of them, I will wipe you all out. Everyone dismissed his threat, more worried that he would be crushed. But Jin Hyuk had an army ready to fight. Let's see how the flesh avatar competes against the soul avatar. Jin Hyuk stood back and observed, allowing his disciples to clear the battlefield. Haryu requested permission to engage in battle. Upon receiving approval, Haryu immediately opened her spatial pouch. She pulled out a sword that looked incredibly powerful. With the speed of light, she sliced the kobold in half effortlessly. Jin Hyuk realized that the sword was no ordinary weapon. and the girl handled it very well. It was possible that the enemy targeted the village of Kota solely because of Haryu. Suddenly, 3 tower climbers became furious because he took all the waves. All 3 were from the White Crane Guild. Jin Hyuk had no idea who those white birds were. Seung-tae boasted that the White Crane Guild was the child guild of the Holy Temple. Who did you just mention? The Pyo brothers. Don't bring up that painful memory. Seung-tae still didn't know he was about to die, bragging about climbing to the 10th floor with his brother. Today, seeing Jin Hyuk's strength, he wanted to follow him. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Jin Hyuk grabbed one of them tightly, not letting him escape. Just when he needed information about the Pearlman, the other 2 shouted, asking why they were obstructing each other while climbing the tower, bullying the weak with their strength. Why not? Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly. The situation was as clear as day. They couldn't fight anyone. Whether it was killing or looting, in this tower, only strength had a voice. Right now, he only needed information, so he would spare Seung-tae. Don't talk nonsense, don't make me lose my temper. The other 2 helped him up, asking Jin Hyuk if he really planned to take revenge. Damn, Seung-tae muttered. He understood just how strong Jin Hyuk was. He had to hide if he didn't want to lose his life. Then, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan joined forces to launch an attack wave. Despite their great strength, the number of monsters was still overwhelming. The monsters were both numerous and cunning. Jin Hyuk attacked head-on, while Vulcan provided support from behind since he was a soul master. Jin Hyuk's spirit soldiers, combined with Vulcan's sorrowful bone legion, the 2 of them worked together to eliminate the wave of monsters. The more they fought, the more soldiers they generated. Haryu was still fighting alone but couldn't withstand such a massive number. She was unexpectedly struck from behind when she lost focus. The pain reminded Haryu of the moment her village was burned to the ground. Therefore, this pain was nothing compared to that. Haryu's anger only intensified, but just a few minutes later, she was exhausted. At that moment, Jin Hyuk caused an explosion behind her, jolting her back to reality. Haryu was shocked. A person on the 1st floor was that strong. She decided to follow Jin Hyuk to learn and take revenge for her village. Lost in thought, she almost got hit again from behind. This time, Vulcan saved her just in time. Haryu struggled to stand, her hands trembling, still wanting to continue fighting. Vulcan was surprised, not understanding why she was so resilient. Haryu didn't understand why he was helping her. When running from the 100th floor, no one cared. Just surviving was a blessing. Did she think Vulcan had his own motives for saving her? I don't know, Vulcan replied. The warrior spirits always obey their master, and their master was Jin Hyuk. He had instructed Vulcan to keep Haryu alive and help her achieve her goals. Now, Vulcan had to continue his work if he didn't want to be scolded by Jin Hyuk. Haryu was grateful to Jin Hyuk, the only one willing to help her in this tower. Haryu must live to repay this debt. She wore a demon mask, her gaze icy cold. Her whole body surged with power, no pain visible. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were both stunned by that strength. She moved like a ghost, her figure ethereal. With just one strike, the entire pack of Cobalt fell. She acted coldly, as if savoring a bloodlust. Jin Hyuk saw everything, more certain that the troublemaker and the sword were both targeting Haryu. It would be best if he didn't reveal this to her. Only one more minute until the wave ends. The space portal shrank, and the final monster charged out. Jin Hyuk did not hesitate, throwing a dagger that pierced its body. The wave of monsters was completely halted. Vulcan admired Jin Hyuk's skill. Haryu stood unsteadily, utterly exhausted. Jin Hyuk supported her, warning her not to use skills when drained. In front of Jin Hyuk, Haryu always wore an unreadable expression, as if confused. Putting that aside, now is the time to claim the reward. Jin Hyuk had waited for this moment for a long time. The title of Goblin Slayer increases all stats by 5 stars. An additional 500 points will also be added to the stats. If he utilized those 2 skills to continue learning, the stats would increase without limit. The reward is divided among the top 3, and one of them is Jin Hyuk. Haryu and Vulcan are the other 2. Vulcan was still surprised that he also received a reward. After all, the reward still went to Jin Hyuk. He still maintained his role as a loyal servant. Haryu immediately gave her reward to Jin Hyuk, as a promise for the future. However, Jin Hyuk refused, as his old wounds made it hard for him to trust anyone. The second place prize is too valuable for him to accept without suspicion. Even with Haryu by his side, he remains vigilant. She must prove her loyalty. Haryu immediately presents the Dokebi mask as evidence. Vulcan is shocked that she would give that item to an outsider. The mask is the lifeblood of the Dokebi, only given when proposing marriage. Jin Hyuk doesn't understand. Could this be a marriage proposal? To thank you for saving me twice, Haryu says sincerely, wanting to prove her loyalty. Jin Hyuk feels this mask is worth more than any reward, suspecting hidden meanings behind it. Revenge, Haryu replies. She doesn't elaborate, only mentioning that her village was burned down with no survivors. Perhaps she is the last remaining Dokebi. Therefore, Haryu must avenge her clan and chooses to climb the tower with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk looks at Haryu, understanding that she is also determined to seek revenge like him. But if she betrays him, Haryu will pay with her own life. He accepts the reward, while the mask is useless to him, merely for display. Haryu is so happy that she calls him Appa, sending chills down Jin Hyuk's spine. Setting aside the title, it's time to open the 3 gifts. The first is a mana ring that helps reduce consumption by 10%. Next is a mana earring that further reduces it by 15%. Finally, there's a mana necklace that reduces it by 20%. Vulcan praises all the high-quality items, while Haryu doesn't understand much about them, but they are perfect for a soul mage like Jin Hyuk, who needs a lot of mana. After waiting a long time without hearing the Grim Reaper say anything, Jin Hyuk has to remind him of his promise. He tells Jin Hyuk to go play somewhere else. Fine. Jin Hyuk leads the group into a restaurant. The town is quiet since everyone has gone up to the 2nd floor to avoid the wave. After reminding him once more, the Grim Reaper finally chooses a gift for him. It's a skull ring that looks very dangerous. Jin Hyuk picks it up with interest, then freezes. Wait, what is this? He spoke midway and then fell silent, making Vulcan and Haryu even more curious. Jin Hyuk's face changed color. The ring contained magical power. Vulcan was shocked after hearing that. Magical power is the essence of evil spirits, a high-level form of mana. To obtain it, humans must become slaves to demons and accumulate it little by little over the years. After wearing the ring, the death demon extended a hand, wanting to make peace. Jin Hyuk accepted this time. At least the gift was too delicious. The atmosphere became cheerful. Only Ban was furious because he couldn't shake Jin Hyuk's hand. If you want to shake hands, then bring something out here, Jin Hyuk said. No one wants to touch his hand without a reason. Ban rummaged through the cabinet, the drawer, even under the bed, but was poorer than the death demon. In the end, he chose to create a quest. What the heck is that? Jin Hyuk was startled. A quest from a demon, too tempting. Vulcan was even happier than Jin Hyuk. It's unclear who is really climbing the tower now. Jin Hyuk agreed to the proposal, but Ban mumbled something. It wasn't what he wanted, but it was too late to change. The quest was to become famous throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. If he lost, he would become his follower, and if he won, he would get any formula. With a demon's formula, nothing is impossible. Jin Hyuk was very satisfied, even though the punishment sounded quite severe. He was naturally fond of adventure, so Jin Hyuk accepted the quest immediately. Since the agreement was a handshake, Ban was overjoyed to touch his idol's hand. Upon completing the 1st floor, Jin Hyuk would find Sung Tae to extract more information. Vulcan was assigned to handle this small task. He had attached a soul to follow him. Sung Tae was still on the 1st floor, but quite far away. That's interesting. Teach me that move. I'm off, Vulcan grumbled as he left. Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to chat with Haryu while waiting. He wanted to know the origin of the Dokebi mask. Walking down the hallway, Haryu began to explain. The mask allows the owner to use the powers of Dokebi. It is enchanting and supernatural. Haryu can use supernatural powers and clairvoyance to see into the future. Jin Hyuk felt a bit regretful. If she could utilize it well, it would have helped the battle a lot. Haryu stared at him unexpectedly, making him uncomfortable. Meanwhile, she found him extremely unusual. People have tried every way to use that power. They begged to see the future and then tried to avoid their fate. Jin Hyuk believed that avoiding it was pointless. If there was a problem, just smash it. Haryu believed her abilities complemented him, because clairvoyance was born for battle. Jin Hyuk suddenly hugged Haryu excitedly, causing her to blush. Perfect. It's great to be you. Oh no. You are the best. With Haryu, he has a chance to defeat those using 9-star weapons. That moment was captured, making Jin Hyuk furious as he chased him away. Because he was too happy, he acted thoughtlessly, and quickly apologized to Haryu. Nevertheless, he promised to use the mask well, and help her take revenge as well as avenge himself. Haryu felt grateful, and placed great hope in their future together. While the two were still standing close to each other, Vulcan was carrying out his mission. He held Sung Tae's mouth shut, preventing him from screaming, while the others fled completely. Do you know how hard it is to capture you? Your master moves as slowly as a turtle, Vulcan said angrily. Just then, Jin Hyuk arrived, and Vulcan immediately told on Sung Tae for trying to escape. Jin Hyuk drew his sword. He just wanted to return the favor to him, but Jin Hyuk would let him choose where to place the tip of the sword. Hand, foot, or head. Sung Tae turned pale with fear, spilling all the information about the White Heron Society before running away. Sooner or later, he would wipe out that society, so he let him go. But there were still many small societies, from the 10th to the 200th floor. Dealing with all of them would take an immense amount of time. However, if things go smoothly, they would build a reputation for dismantling the Pearlman Society, completing their mission. The 2nd floor buzzed with rumors about Jin Hyuk, the one who had stopped the monster wave. He had just appeared, and all eyes were on him. But the Dokebi mask made it hard for them to recognize him. A crowd rushed in, bombarding him with questions as if conducting a live interview. Since he couldn't publicly reveal his name, Cha Jin Hyuk, he had to choose a different nickname. Demon Mask, he said, and he and the two companions turned their backs, leaving the disappointment behind. Some people began to worry that he had a criminal past, Many fugitives had sneaked into this training tower to escape their sentences. Hiding one's face or changing identities was so common that it was hard for him to avoid drawing attention. But now, they had to go on an important mission. This time, the target was a goblin warrior. Since it was a minor task, Jin Hyuk assigned it to Vulcan to handle. He smirked. "Don't tell me you want me to capture them alive and bring them back. If possible, bring back Haryu's share too," Jin Hyuk whispered, wanting to test the magic power. Vulcan cursed a few times before leaving, reminding him not to exhaust all his magic power before he returned. Haryu wondered if it was okay to do that, but Jin Hyuk didn't stop her from going on the mission herself. Now was the time for him to test his magic power, to see just how strong it was. A cluster of black-purple flames appeared before him. That was his magic power. Haryu immediately noticed movement. A kobold stepped out from the bushes with a fierce gaze. He needed a target, so he shot his magic power toward it. But the kobold dodged. It seemed like he aimed wrong, but this was contact magic. It didn't need to create a strong impact to cause the target's body to disintegrate. The magic power was a type of energy that would overwhelm those who were not strong enough. Even a slight brush would have consequences for them. Next, he transmitted magic power into a soul soldier. A stronger soul soldier would appear. Jin Hyuk seemed to be experimenting, but the soul vanished immediately. It seems he couldn't handle it, so he had to reduce the mana density. After a tense moment, he managed to create a kobold soul weapon containing mana that looked incredibly stable. Aside from demons, few can use pure mana, so no one knows how easy it is to control. Just then, Vulcan returned, intrigued by the blend of mana and soul, suggesting to call them soul weapons. He examined the kobold soul weapon closely and laughed. "Perfect indeed. Worthy of being my student. From now on, whenever a new soul appears, Jin Hyuk must infuse mana into it, which will be difficult during battles." But he suddenly remembered he should take advantage of every opportunity. "Speaking of summoning, he is still much better than me," Jin Hyuk complimented, making Vulcan pleased. While he was still enjoying it, a surge of mana rushed in, catching him off guard. If he infused mana into Vulcan's soul, then all the soul weapons he summoned would also turn into soul weapons. Vulcan's soul was too powerful compared to the goblins, so he had to channel all his mana into it. Haryu worried for Vulcan, but Jin Hyuk was confident that he couldn't fall. Vulcan would overcome the pain and then crush Jin Hyuk into pieces. That insolent student. After a loud argument, Vulcan's soul weapon was finally completed. Jin Hyuk was proud, because this was the strongest soul weapon he had ever created. "You are mistaken, Father Jin Hyuk." Vulcan shouted loudly when he saw Jin Hyuk summon something beyond his strength. "The biggest mistake of a soul master is here." "Angry, right?" Jin Hyuk teased and put on the dokebi mask. He needed a worthy opponent when using this mask. Vulcan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He would take down Jin Hyuk to gain his freedom. He summoned a whole pack of soul weapons to fight him. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk harnessed the power of the mask. In his eyes, the demon souls moved slowly, like smoke. It turned out this was how Haryu saw the world. Instantly, he wiped out the soul weapons and charged straight at Vulcan. Although he was a bit weak now, people used to call him confident. Vulcan took the full force of Jin Hyuk's punch. He told him to stay calm and listen to him. Haryu was worried because Vulcan was older and got hit like that. He holds back his strength because a soul cannot disappear just from physical harm. Vulcan rubbed his face. That rule only applies to ordinary people. As he still felt pain from being punched and wanted to faint, Haryu asked him about the feeling of wearing the mask. He felt time slow down as if he were a master martial artist, but Haryu informed him that it was just a minor effect. "Tuck, Jin Hyuk. He was already strong, yet it was only a small part. What was the mask really created for?" Haryu explained that it was a battlefield clairvoyance, allowing the user to almost predict the enemy's next move. However, Jin Hyuk did not know how to utilize it like a gifted person such as Haryu. He chuckled, realizing he had forgotten that Haryu was a genius from the Dokebi clan. Even asking her to teach him wouldn't be easy. Haryu asked him if he felt dizzy, since Dokebi who haven't trained often feel dizzy or have headaches when using this power. Even Haryu had experienced that before. She was worried that he wouldn't be able to activate the mask's power. Those words seemed to pierce his pride. Jin Hyuk was both delighted to be stronger than expected on the second floor, but everything felt slightly off. Still, he thanked Haryu for such a valuable gift. While the two were chatting and laughing, a gloomy ghost sat silently. Vulcan couldn't understand what karma he had created to end up entangled with Jin Hyuk, even as the strongest ghost. At this moment, Haryu approached to check on Vulcan's condition. He embraced her, emotionally thanking her. Unlike that jerk, having her by his side made him feel more at ease. But Haryu had come just to report one thing. They needed more kobolds, contrary to her demeanor. Jin Hyuk threatened Vulcan that if he couldn't do it, he would be turned into a soul orb. Vulcan was stunned into silence and had no choice but to obediently follow orders. In the end, they completed the mission smoothly from the second floor to the fifth. The reputation of the demon mask with the devil mask was spreading everywhere. Although Jin Hyuk could control the kobolds, Gopin would appear on the fifth floor using poison needles. These ones were very cunning, frequently ambushing others and then fleeing. While Jin Hyuk was dealing with his sorrow, he was ambushed with poison needles. Haryu was cold as ice, eliminating her target in the blink of an eye. "Do you dare to disturb Appa?" The goblin tried to run, but was too late. Vulcan commanded the spirit bow to send it to its new home. Vulcan jumped down to praise, but Haryu muttered under her breath, "It dared to attack Appa. I should have torn it in half." Vulcan felt a chill down his spine at her icy smile. He asked if Haryu was okay. She snapped back to reality as if nothing had happened, still smiling maniacally with her sword. At this moment, Jin Hyuk was fully prepared. Tonight, they would face the second wave of monsters. Just before stepping onto the 5th floor, Jin Hyuk had a chat by the fire with both of them about the wave on the 5th floor. Vulcan thought the chance of taking down the Lord was very low, since they didn't know when it would appear. But Jin Hyuk said there was no need to hunt the Lord because he knew how to create waves. Of course, both Vulcan and Haryu couldn't believe it, because if that were true, people would have already drowned the tower in waves. Jin Hyuk accidentally discovered a crack at the boundary between the 3rd and 4th floors. Each floor had a central point where monsters appeared. If they found that spot and channeled mana into it, they could summon a wave. Vulcan was shocked that Jin Hyuk came up with this trick, even though it was his first try. The monsters on the 300th floor and above were completely superior. Even the 4 great beasts couldn't hold them back if the wave erupted. Wanting to use it was one thing, knowing how to use it was another. But Jin Hyuk had his own way. They would summon as many waves as possible to quickly increase their strength. That night, the town suddenly shook. The summoning gate opened, and the wave of monsters appeared, catching the tower climbers off guard. The Gopins surged out like a flood. With no warning, they attacked straight into the novice village, causing everyone to flee. Anyone struck by the poison needle immediately loses the ability to move. Their bodies become paralyzed for an extended period. The blonde boy couldn't bear to leave his friend behind, but his strength was not enough to resist the Gopin. His dream of reaching the 10th floor was about to fade away here. Just then, a surge of magical power descended to save him. A cold voice instructed him to immediately take the poisoned person to safety. Lord La, the demon mask. The crowd cheered upon seeing Jin Hyuk. No one expected that the wave was created by him to save them. Afterwards, they would praise him endlessly, and the gang's mission would be much lighter. Rise up and fight. The army of soul soldiers charged forward, crushing the Gopin. Vulcan stood by, furious. Clearly, he was the one who created them, yet the credit went to him. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. The soul soldiers were engulfed in strange blue flames. The flames were unleashed by the Gopin priests. They easily overwhelmed the soul soldiers, causing Vulcan to turn pale. Jin Hyuk shouted for him to be quiet. Everyone knew they had to deal with the priests first. Haryu was already positioned on the roof and dove down like a war god. She arrived just in time, making Vulcan tremble with joy. Watching this scene, he wondered who was truly climbing the tower. Jin Hyuk joined the battle, using the hunger technique to drain the power of the Gopin priests. They possessed flames that attacked the soul. It was a waste to give them to those fools, so he reclaimed them for himself. He unleashed soul fire, incinerating the Gopin. Then he turned to praise Haryu's impressive display of skill. Haryu smiled, but the twisted smile sent chills down his spine. Her sword glowed, creating a terrifying vortex of pressure. He knew that sword was extraordinary, but he still couldn't understand what was happening. The scene before him left him speechless. Haryu entered a state like a true samurai. Accompanied by a fierce expression, her actions were unpredictable. She suddenly turned back to attack Jin Hyuk. The slash was so sharp that the surrounding houses were sliced through like tofu. The Gopin were frozen in fear at the sight of the destruction. Jin Hyuk's staff also broke in half. Luckily, he managed to sit down, otherwise he would have ended up like half a person, just like Master Gojo. What on earth was that sword that flattened an entire village in an instant? Haryu seemed to fall into a state of losing control. She relentlessly pressed her attacks against Jin Hyuk. Each slash could blow everything behind him away. He removed his mask, but Haryu still did not recognize him. She even increased her attack speed exponentially. Jin Hyuk was forced to use his staff to block the blows, but he couldn't match Haryu's strength. He was knocked down to the ground. Vulcan rushed over, unsure whether to be happy or worried. Jin Hyuk used telepathy with the spirit weapon. He had just flown 8 meters, and was still regaining his composure. It felt like he was fighting the last elite soldier of Dokkaebi. Most of the monsters had been taken down, leaving the rest for Vulcan to handle. Now, he would show Haryu what true fear was. He donned his mask and charged in to counterattack. The instinct to climb 599 floors echoed in his mind, telling him that, if he wasn't careful, she would chop him to pieces right away. In this tower, no one is a friend or foe forever. Even if Haryu was unfortunate, he was not one to pity her. Jin Hyuk decided to take Haryu down, right here. But that innocent face made him hesitate. Haryu raised her hand to block his axe blade. Jin Hyuk was confused. This must be the battle vision she had mentioned. She struck with lightning speed, and he immediately received a slash. He stepped back, waking up the sleeping undead soldiers. The skeletons surrounded Haryu, keeping her in place. but Haryu took them all down in a single breath. Her sword moved so fast that he couldn't even see the path of the slash. This power left Jin Hyuk with no chance of victory. Another explosion rang out, and he quickly retreated. He began to sense that something was off. Haryu's eyes were bleeding, and her face was filled with discomfort. Could it be that she was gradually exhausting herself? He remembered her saying that Dokebi needed to recover after using their skills. If that's the case, she couldn't use her battle vision now. This was his chance. Jin Hyuk jumped down to lure her after him. He successfully pulled Haryu down with him. At the same time, he summoned the undead to contribute and shot a poison needle. Even a Dokebi couldn't resist this paralysis poison. Without her battle vision, how could she dodge? Haryu screamed, and the space instantly froze. She sliced the two undead, causing Jin Hyuk to fume. It was his turn to strike. Jin Hyuk managed to dodge, but he was still slower than Haryu. She was excited, believing she was about to win. Suddenly, a strange object shot out. A poisoned needle pierced Haryu without her noticing. Jin Hyuk still had a bit of strength left. If her battle vision wasn't recovering, the plan would have failed. Haryu was furious for being ambushed by Jin Hyuk. He hit her from her blind spot. After being struck by the needle, Haryu fainted, returning to her normal state. Jin Hyuk let out a quiet sigh of relief. The poison was just enough to make her faint. As the poison spread, his hand gradually lost feeling. He told the child to contribute a battery to help get the needle out. Jin Hyuk was the type to eat anything, even swallowing poison. Thanks to that, he had the ability to resist paralysis. I must admit, Haryu possessed an incredibly tough strength. In the hazy scene, Haryu and the sword floated in the blood-red space. A stranger appeared, holding the sword, and spoke. This time, "Are you the master of the Dragon Charn Blade?" He was surprised to learn that Haryu was not yet 18 years old. It seemed he was Okabe, but that wasn't entirely correct. Before Haryu could understand his words, the blade was at her throat. He warned her that if she drew the sword unprepared next time, she would be the one in trouble. Just then, Haryu woke up on Jin Hyuk's back. The group had arrived at the village on the 6th floor. "Why are you carrying me?" Haryu asked, blushing. Jin Hyuk brought her into the inn, preparing to explain. After checking their equipment and stamina on the 6th floor, they would move up to the 10th. In the tower, every 10 floors had a city, and to enter, they had to defeat the boss monster. Haryu was aware of that monster. Considering its strength, it was indeed a boss type. She was eager to recover and continue fighting, but Jin Hyuk said they would separate and not go together anymore. "What do you mean, Appa? Are you leaving me behind?" Haryu shouted. Jin Hyuk explained that Haryu had forgotten everything about the 5th floor. The sword she used was a cursed sword, powerful but corrosive to the mind. Therefore, after losing her sanity, Haryu had attacked him. If she continued to rely on the sword, she would fall before reaching the 100th floor. So now, she had to train without using the cursed sword, climbing to the 10th floor on her own. Haryu felt a bit sad but was determined to become stronger to walk alongside Jin Hyuk. On that day of parting, Jin Hyuk gave her a cloak, so no one would recognize her as the lone Okabe. He told her not to rush because he needed to take care of a few things on the new floor, so he would stay there for a while. Vulcan felt a bit empty without Haryu causing mischief. No matter how long it took, Haryu was determined to return as soon as possible. A few days later, the 9th floor erupted into a hunt for the brutes. The one taking action was none other than Jin Hyuk. The brutes were big, but they weren't much better than the Gopin. After Jin Hyuk's devastating kick, the monster flipped over, rolled on the ground, and foamed at the mouth. Vulcan thought he would get a break this time, but Jin Hyuk reminded him to extract their souls. It seemed that creating a horde of monsters had become their hobby, and Vulcan didn't mind that at all. Still, he couldn't understand why Jin Hyuk was so indifferent, not mentioning Haryu even once since their farewell. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jin Hyuk snapped. He trusted Haryu. If he didn't, he wouldn't have made her his teammate because she was strong and determined. Now, it was Vulcan's turn to gather even more brutes, because just creating a horde wasn't enough. Vulcan was furious, unable to believe he was being treated this way. It was truly disrespectful, showing no respect for elders. "Yeah, I don't have it, so what?" Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly, leaving Vulcan speechless. He grew up in an orphanage with Choi Jung-hun. Vulcan just let out a sound of surprise, then patted Jin Hyuk on the shoulder, showing sympathy. "It's okay. Now I understand what you've been through." His expression made Jin Hyuk's skin crawl. After achieving results from the brutes, they headed straight to the training room on the 10th floor. A strange board appeared, catching Vulcan's attention. He had never seen a board like this before. It was a ranking of the fastest mission completions, all under 1 minute. Jin Hyuk noticed Vulcan's name wasn't on the list, so he teased him. Vulcan was annoyed, but he didn't have a name there either, so today he decided to break the record. "Haha, that sounds great," Vulcan replied excitedly. While waiting for the training match to start, Jin Hyuk discussed strategies with him. Vulcan would use the soul-binding spell to immobilize the boss as soon as it appeared. He only took 1 second to prepare and was ready to fight. Jin Hyuk slammed his hand on the ground, summoning a magic spear. He would demonstrate the power of a true omnipotent mage. Jin Hyuk called forth the elements. The spell shot out, sharp and piercing, full of might, and mixed in a bit of dark magic. It formed a spear of destruction. The dark army of the protagonist was ready to engage. The brain-eating warriors were summoned at that moment. Vulcan ordered his soldiers to hold the monster's limbs tightly. Jin Hyuk just needed to deliver the finishing blow. The massive spear pierced straight through, sending its head flying nearly 8 meters away. The gigantic headless body collapsed onto the stone floor. Everything happened in less than the blink of an eye. Jin Hyuk continued to make waves before advancing to the 100th floor. On the 8th floor, people began to buzz about a new record on the 10th floor. The familiar name of the specter inadvertently motivated Haryu. She told herself she had to work harder to catch up with the two. Meanwhile, Vulcan laughed heartily, not expecting them to break the record of the 4 great races. Even the strongest spirit mages had never accomplished that. Mono. Jin Hyuk felt tired watching Vulcan gesturing wildly. They still had big matters to handle on the 10th floor while waiting for Haryu. At the same time, in an office, a blonde man noticed the specter's name while looking at the record board for the 10th floor. The 10th floor city was the first major urban area that tower climbers set foot in, and was where the portal back to Earth was located. Therefore, those who stopped climbing the tower had the right to trade and build the largest city within the first 100 floors. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all remaining items to buy medicine and necessities. Although the auction ban had been lifted, the economy here was still thriving. Many people lived ordinary lives, so they couldn't buy enough supplies from the auction. Walking down the street, they continuously encountered vendors from Goldilocks. Their popularity piqued Vulcan's curiosity. Goldrich Corporation was the leading conglomerate throughout the tower, established only a few years ago. Goldrich is the name of the richest person in the tower. No one knows his real name. They only know he possesses a massive amount of gold, and that most transactions have passed through his hands. What Jin Hyuk needs to do is find a sponsor. He didn't have to search long. The sponsor's logo had been right in front of Vulcan all along. Vulcan was taken aback by one surprise after another. Jin Hyuk had chosen Goldrich as his target sponsor. The two entered the Goldrich headquarters, a place where everything is traded as long as it has value. After receiving their waiting ticket, they approached counter number 3, managed by Hanseon. Jin Hyuk wanted to buy an item, but when asked for his name, he remained silent and simply presented the Dokubi mask. Ha-Sin immediately panicked upon realizing. Jin Hyuk quickly signaled for silence. There must be a reason he was wearing that mask. Hanseon understood, and Jin Hyuk handed him 300 gold taken from the wave. With that amount, he requested to meet Goldrich directly. Ha-Jin was even more flustered than before. In his eyes, Jin Hyuk was nothing more than a reckless person beyond the tower's control. Jin Hyuk merely shrugged. Everything could be bought and sold here. Ha-Jin had no choice but to bow his head and apologize, as this deal could not continue. 1. Goldrich was too busy. 2. Jin Hyuk's amount was too little. It was hardly worth Goldrich's time value. Jin Hyuk had already anticipated this outcome, so he directly asked for the price to meet the manager. Once outside, Vulcan could only admit that he truly was a reckless person, demanding to meet the chairman just by speaking to an ordinary employee. But there was no other way to approach Goldrich, so Vulcan couldn't argue further. They entered the manager's office, referring to him as a puppet. Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Goldrich, but it seemed he was not present here. The helpless manager reminded him that the amount of money he brought was not enough to see the president's face. Jin Hyuk decided to take a bold step forward. First, let's call Goldrich. He believes he will become a sponsor when he meets me. The manager sighed and stood up. He had heard many rumors about Jin Hyuk, but never expected him to mention the president so casually. With the marionette trait, he could control those entangled in his strings, but Jin Hyuk was not someone easily trapped. He snapped the invisible strings with ease, completely nullifying that skill, even though it had been effective against those who climbed to the 180th floor. Surprised, but the manager still launched his next move. Both shifted to another space. He believed Jin Hyuk would not know what this place was. The mind realm, Jin Hyuk said. This is an endless realm that separates the soul and consciousness from the body. The manager was bewildered because he knew too much, but still maintained a calm demeanor. This place forced Jin Hyuk to fight using experience and the strength of his soul. If he won a battle, the manager would try to arrange a meeting with Goldrich. The strings wrapped around Jin Hyuk, but he remained even colder than the manager. When it came to soul experience, the manager had to refer to him as great-grandfather. Jin Hyuk tightened his muscles, causing all of the manager's strings to snap. The marionette trait was completely useless against him. The manager couldn't understand how someone at the 10th floor could have a spirit as strong as someone who climbed to the 100th floor. Nevertheless, he still refused to accept defeat. He snapped his fingers, creating a wave of shock. Beneath the water, puppets emerged densely, like an entire army. This was the Puppet Legion, where the experience of the mind realm served as the fighting resource. They were the puppets he had accumulated on his journey to the 100th floor. He had even designed them to be stronger when infused with mana. Their strength was on par with those who climbed to the 50th floor. He smirked coldly, stating that the victor had been determined the moment the demon entered the mind realm. The arrogant manager ordered the puppet army to attack. Jin Hyuk was pulled underwater, sinking amidst the chaos. He casually turned away, leaving him to endure more torture. After all, the injuries here wouldn't manifest in real life. Suddenly, behind him, a column of water erupted. He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to be able to use magic. Not only that, but Jin Hyuk also summoned a death mage, a boss from the 100th floor in his realm. Jin Hyuk returned to the familiar form from 10 years ago. Even in the realm, summoning a soul isn't easy, even with the undead. The puppet army sounded impressive, but he had never seen a real army. Today, Jin Hyuk would show him what a true army looks like. Jin Hyuk summoned not just one but an entire horde of undead. Just as Han said, the outcome was determined the moment he entered the realm. How could that cheap chaos compare to his heavy soul? The manager looked at the army he summoned, recognizing only a few names. The rest were all bosses from the 100th floor and above. Finally, he blurted out the familiar question. Who are you, really? Jin Hyuk did not respond, only led his army forward to crush him. In a panic, he suddenly found himself ejected from the realm. He was not the one to close the realm. It could only be Jin Hyuk controlling this domain. Jin Hyuk stepped forward, telling him to stop crying and focus on fulfilling his promise. That was the arrangement for him to meet Goldrich. Jin Hyuk handed him the letter addressed to Goldrich. He knew he had lost, but if Goldrich didn't respond, he would be at a loss. Jin Hyuk was sure Goldrich would reply. When leaving the company, the manager and Hansian bowed to him respectfully. It was dark, and Vulcan suggested heading home to rest. But resting was not in Jin Hyuk's vocabulary. He wanted to go somewhere else. Sitting idly, waiting for Goldrich was boring, and he hated boredom. At the headquarters of the White Swallow Society, in the lobby on the first floor, two girls are chatting. One of them, who had reached the 57th floor, said she would buy new gear after completing her monthly goals. She was ready to head out after eating. The blonde girl wondered why they had to sit there. Who would dare to storm through the main door of the Holy Alliance? Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open. Both girls bowed their heads and asked what he needed. Jin Hyuk smiled foolishly. Climbing the tower is too hard. I want to join the society. Athea, you scared me to death. Both sighed in relief when they realized he was just there to apply for membership. Suddenly, both remembered that if they could bring a rookie into the society, the person who introduced him would have significant influence within the group. So, they smiled brightly, inviting Jin Hyuk in and asking if anyone had introduced him yet. Jin Hyuk pretended to be naive, saying it was fate that brought him there and that he had no mentor. The two girls thought to themselves that he was indeed a clueless rookie. They decided to keep a closer eye on him and have him demonstrate his skills. Jin Hyuk borrowed a coin from the two girls, then gently bent it with 2 fingers. The simple act left both girls stunned. He claimed to know a few basic spells, which were magic. In his hand, a flame appeared from a magic circle. Both exclaimed in unison, "You really have a lot of talents." Turning away to whisper, they thought that skills weren't important. His impressive performance would surely make him an idol if he joined the society. Furthermore, Jin Hyuk had caught the interest of the blonde girl. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was just stalling for time for his main plan. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from outside. A person rushed in to report that a malevolent spirit was wreaking havoc in the village. All those who had climbed past the 50th floor were immediately called up. The two girls, regrettably, had to follow the summons. Before leaving, the blonde girl instructed him to stay put and wait. The door was just closing when Jin Hyuk immediately put on the Dokaibi mask. He returned to the familiar form of the demon mask. Outside, the villagers were in a frenzy, running away from the shopping area. Their attacks were completely useless against the evil spirit. But this evil spirit was extremely bizarre, because it was Vulcan trying hard to pretend to be a monster, but his face was just too funny. Vulcan knew he wasn't pulling it off, having abandoned this type of act for over 10 years. This whole act was orchestrated by Jin Hyuk. Outside was chaotic, and inside the guild was no less tumultuous. Jin Hyuk took down the guard and rummaged through somewhere. Even a soldier who was sleeping had to wake up because of the noise. As soon as he opened the door, he was faced with the demon mask. This nearly caused him to panic and faint. Jin Hyuk grabbed him and fired questions rapidly. He wanted a list of the guilds affiliated with the Holy Kingdom and their locations, because he intended to wipe them all out. Do you think you can anger the two from the 9 stars and still survive? Jin Hyuk sneered. If you can't even take care of yourself, don't worry about the world. Choked and gasping for breath, he struggled to point at the pile of documents on the table. Jin Hyuk carefully examined each document. It listed the names of the Perlman brothers' underlings. He burned them all and left that place. Each person involved would have to kneel at his feet. Finally, there were the 2 main ones, the Perlman brothers. At the same time, a blonde man was reading a report from the 10th floor branch. A letter fell out, surprising him. Why was there a letter attached to this report? After reading it, he angrily crumpled the paper. Demon Mask, how did you know about this? Outside, the White Heron Society was putting out the fire, and all witnesses were dead. President Baekho Ryo suspected Jin Hyuk and immediately questioned the two girls. The blonde girl described Jin Hyuk's appearance to him, a man, slender, handsome, with a straight, high nose. But the older sister criticized him for being ugly, saying he had a big nose too. The two looked at each other in shock. They now realized they had fallen victim to Jin Hyuk's illusion. Once the task was completed, Vulcan dragged himself back in exhaustion, receiving only a half-hearted compliment. Jin Hyuk teased him, saying that the townsfolk were gossiping about the new ghost that had appeared. Annoyed, Vulcan switched to another topic, asking if the arson was handled well. Of course, Jin Hyuk recounted. Although it was just a low-level spell, it was very effective. Anyone who encountered him remembered him as different. Vulcan was puzzled since he saw Jin Hyuk return empty-handed, but all the data was already in his head. Okay, you're the best, Vulcan conceded. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door that made him alert. Because they hadn't called for service, Jin Hyuk put on a mask and slowly walked to the door. Counting to 3, Vulcan threw a chain to bind the person outside. It was all too easy since the visitor was just Ha-seon, an office worker living off his salary. Today, he came to report that Goldrich had gone down to the 10th floor branch, and specifically summoned Jin Hyuk for a private meeting. A squad was waiting, but Goldrich was nowhere to be seen, making him cautious. Suddenly, a voice echoed. I don't understand how you knew the contents of that letter, but I must commend your courage for daring to reveal yourself. Anyone who knows about this is not allowed to exist in the tower. Goldrich stepped out, his golden hair shining. Jin Hyuk smiled slightly. It had been a while since he last saw him. After Goldrich finished speaking, he vanished, leaving behind a small challenge. The squad immediately took a defensive stance, thinking he would initiate the battle, but the one signaling got hit right in the face, because he foolishly revealed the entire plan to the empty-headed guy. Losing the captain, the team immediately fell into chaos. Jin Hyuk seized the opportunity to easily break through the defense line, and the next opponent was none other than Goldrich. Goldrich turned his back, gold spilling out faster than he could count. Jin Hyuk realized this was his golden power, the ability to control gold with mana. But that trick wouldn't hold Jin Hyuk back for long. Goldrich still had the technique of using refined gold, gathering all the gold here to create a massive tidal wave. Just getting caught in that move, Jin Hyuk would surely die. The explosion roared, gold flying everywhere. Goldrich coldly said, "It's over." But not yet. A spear was pressed close to his face. In the speed battle, Jin Hyuk always held the upper hand. Goldrich lightly flicked the spear, pretending to be uninterested. You think scaring me will work? If needed, I'll just kill you. No, you can't kill me, Jin Hyuk said firmly, because Goldrich still didn't know the contents of the letter. While the soldiers wanted to capture him alive, Jin Hyuk promised to reveal the source of information if he was taken to the office. Nice office, wealthy people really have it good, Jin Hyuk mocked. Goldrich closed the door and began to move his hands and feet. He used his golden power to completely isolate the surrounding space. Now he just wanted to know who told Jin Hyuk that he was the master of the auction system. The auction was a massive foundation for all exchanges in the tower, but it didn't just appear. Goldrich had created it himself. If this got out, his entire empire would collapse. That's why he was so furious. Jin Hyuk made an innocent face. Just kidding. Who said anything? So, chopping off an arm and a leg is just a joke, huh? Goldrich created a gigantic axe from gold and brought it down with force. At this moment, Jin Hyuk didn't need to take action himself. He just needed Vulcan to throw a punch that shattered the axe. Goldrich was stunned when he saw a soul weapon. Only a Necromancer can summon a soul. This meant Jin Hyuk's true identity was revealed. He removed his mask. It's time to collect the debt, creditor William. He was shocked, not expecting Jin Hyuk to be alive after 10 years. Jin Hyuk began recounting the entire story. Vulcan stood nearby, eavesdropping on a few lines, surprised at how deep their relationship was. Goldrich still found it hard to believe he was alive. Even he had once doubted his own resurrection. This time, Jin Hyuk aimed for a portion of Goldrich's company's resources. He proposed establishing a sponsorship contract between the two parties. Goldrich grumbled, "You talk as if this company belongs to you," but there was some truth to that. No one with business acumen would dare sell high-tier items to someone as clueless as him. Jin Hyuk had made significant contributions to Goldrich's foundation, and was also the largest shareholder. That arrogant confidence gradually made Goldrich believe that Jin Hyuk was indeed alive. However, when signing the contract, he still wanted Jin Hyuk to hand over something. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the information he had gathered and decoded to Goldrich. "Alright, I'll assess the value after I hear everything," Goldrich replied. If the 9 stars wanted to kill Jin Hyuk, there must be someone behind it, as those guys never listened to each other. This indicated that a powerful force was behind it, none other than the 4 kings of the tower. Goldrich was taken aback when Jin Hyuk mentioned the 4 royal families. They protected their superior status, not wanting other races to surpass them. So either they climbed to the top of the tower themselves or eliminated those who could climb higher. Anyone who participated would be granted the title of a floor overseer. But Goldrich still didn't believe this, because Jin Hyuk was the only victim. Jin Hyuk then mentioned the tragedy of the Oni village on the 100th floor. The only survivor is Haryu. A young Oni is diligently training to face the Great Brain Warrior, but she still hasn't been able to overcome the challenge of the 10th floor. She wants to see Jin Hyuk and Vulcan again. She must become stronger. Why are you so sad? Just use me, the soul and the sword whispered in her ear. He knew she wanted to meet Jin Hyuk soon. She could defeat the Brain Warrior by using him, but Haryu was determined not to use the power of the Dragon Sword, because she had promised Jin Hyuk she would grow stronger on her own without relying on any other powers. After hearing this, Goldrich guessed their target was Haryu and the sword. To eliminate her, they were willing to wipe out an entire race. This showed they were choosing their targets very carefully. Goldrich was bewildered because this could shake the very foundation of the tower, but the more he listened, the more chillingly reasonable it seemed. Jin Hyuk stated outright that his goal was revenge. He would eliminate all of them, leaving no one behind, including the 9 stars and those who defended the 4 royal families, and also those from the 4 royal families who had killed Goldrich's family. After their conversation, Goldrich unlocked the barrier. His subordinates immediately rushed in to eavesdrop, and even the 9-tailed fox asked him if he liked men, which made him furious. But the good news was that Goldrich decided to buy that information, on the condition that Jin Hyuk had to prove his abilities right there. Jin Hyuk sighed. This guy was truly a hassle. As a merchant, for Goldrich, trust was also a kind of asset. Jin Hyuk had to ask Ban to help verify his identity. The price was just a handshake, but he demanded 3 of them. He was really pushing his luck. After completing the process, Ban sent a verification notice of Jin Hyuk's identity to Goldrich, using his honor as a guarantee, leaving Goldrich with no reason to refuse. I trust you. It's nice to see you again, Demon Mask. Goldrich extended his hand, and Jin Hyuk shook it. He believes that one day they will call each other by their real names, no longer using nicknames. Anything that can be bought with money, Goldrich can provide for Jin Hyuk. He also needs all the usable weapons in the tower, along with a large amount of ammunition. After hearing this, Goldrich had a headache. The Necromancer wanted to use weapons again. Jin Hyuk gently flaunted his masterclass as an all-rounder, making Goldrich's face pale. He was surprised that such a profession existed, and Jin Hyuk further boasted about its effects, like the ability to increase all stats, making it easy to get accustomed to unfamiliar weapons as if he had used them his whole life. Although a bit envious, Goldrich knew that he would eventually surpass his past. Therefore, what he needed to do was help him increase his strength as quickly as possible. Goldrich called the puppet manager over. He ordered to gather all the weapons from the 10th floor under another company's name, then pack them up and send them to the VIP client, Jin Hyuk. Just 10 minutes later, the manager returned with a cloak. Not just any cloak, this was a mobile storage unit. Now Goldrich had something to show off. The cloak was named Daofi. It was linked to a subspace, like a large mobile warehouse. Size, color, temperature, all customizable, along with defensive magic. With accessories inside, the effects would automatically transfer outside. This item was extremely rare, and Goldrich hoped Jin Hyuk would take good care of it. You really need to be careful, Jin Hyuk laughed, or you'll end up bankrupt. Meanwhile, Sungtae's group had just returned through the space gate. They didn't achieve anything significant. Surviving was already a blessing. They ran out of money before reaching the 10th floor. Now, how would they survive? Don't worry, the White Heron Guild has people on the 10th floor, Sungtae boasted. Meeting me means money right away. Mentioning Jin Hyuk made him even more frustrated, because he had been threatened and humiliated before. Now, he wanted to prepare for a bloody revenge. Less than 10 minutes later, the whole group looked pale. In front of them was just the ruined headquarters of the White Heron Guild. The guild had moved all its forces up to the 30,000th floor, and Seo Eung-tae's brother had cut off all communication. With no money and no skills, reaching the 20th floor would be a challenge, let alone the 30th. The fox came closer, sniffing around his feet, which annoyed him. The dragon growled. Are you planning to hide in that shadow forever? Come out and fight properly. The noise attracted the crowd around them to rush over. Seeing those 2 horns, they immediately knew it was a real dragon. Being called a dragon made him furious. Vulcan wondered if he's truly a dragon. Why is he allergic to that term? It was as if his soul and body were not in harmony. Similar to Jin Hyuk's case, instantly, Vulcan's researcher instincts kicked in. He poured his spiritual energy into the attack, wanting to see what that body was hiding. Vulcan made his move. The dragon dodged but acknowledged that he wasn't bad. He kicked it hard, sending it flying, causing more injuries. Spiritual energy is a type of magic that uses the soul instead of mana. Even Jin Hyuk had yet to use this type. This is the power of the strongest Necromancer. The dragon would soon regret it. In the fierce battle, the dragon still didn't forget to taunt. Who needs to hear you introduce yourself like you're on a blind date? If you're using a weapon, then I'll draw my sword too. If you're going to introduce yourself, do it properly. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. That title is reserved for those who have successfully slain dragons. Such a powerful soul trapped in a dragon's body. It's truly ironic. Hendrik unleashed a dragon's tail strike, forcing Vulcan to retreat. He saw that the dragon was still young, so he was overconfident. Frustration built up inside him, and he decided to take out his anger on it. But if his soul had truly conquered up to the 780th floor, even Jin Hyuk's presence might not guarantee victory. Then the only option left is to imprison him. Vulcan intended to strike, but Hendrik wouldn't let the cloak catch fire again. Suddenly, a wave of soul hands emerged to hold him tightly. Then, a massive attack swept toward him. Hendrik gritted his teeth and unleashed the Thousand Heaven Slash. He shattered the series of attacks but couldn't dodge Vulcan's hand. The gigantic soul hand grabbed his head. Even though he reacted, Hendrik couldn't do anything. Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost lost his life, having poured all his soul and magic that Jin Hyuk transmitted. Without holding back, he struck the little fox that was already severely injured. Perhaps this time he could hold Hendrik back. He needed to prepare for the next move. Below, Hendrik finally broke free. He had remembered the name Vulcan. He vowed that next time they met, he would tear the old man's soul into pieces. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was being led to see the room, a long magic corridor that seemed endless. Ken was sweating as he guided. Even on the 35th floor, he still felt pressure walking next to Jin Hyuk. However, Jin Hyuk found Ken's work acceptable. He didn't find him annoying. They entered the room designated for necromancers. Inside were all kinds of elixirs, undead, and countless books. It was exactly the dream space for necromancers. After Ken left, Jin Hyuk began his work. It whimpered weakly, exhausted, making only faint sounds. At the same time, Vulcan emerged from the ground, startling Miho. Jin Hyuk asked where he had been hiding all this time, and Vulcan awkwardly made up a story about doing exercise. Then he quickly switched to reminding Jin Hyuk about his tasks. Jin Hyuk began summoning a few beings for assistance. He opened the book and drew the magic circle. He lit a few more candles to create the atmosphere. While Jin Hyuk was preparing, Vulcan and Miho had to stand back. This might be the last command from him, so Jin Hyuk instructed Vulcan to protect his body until he returned. Be careful. If you die, I'll devour that corpse too. Sung Tae muttered to himself that his life was full of mistakes. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk felt somewhat reassured. A fierce soul from the Matrix flew straight into Jin Hyuk's soul core. Miho panicked and screamed loudly upon seeing the scene. Vulcan had to calm her down immediately. Spirit mastery is the core realm of a necromancer. It is the ability to control souls as if using energy. The quickest way to activate this power is to shift into a spirit form. This means being close to death. Jin Hyuk closed his eyes. His soul was about to touch the forbidden zone. Just then, wandering souls began to appear. He claimed that everyone around him was foolish and that his fate was as dark as the bottom of a pot. They were searching for a complete body to be reborn. That's why Jin Hyuk entrusted his body to Vulcan for protection. He immediately summoned the soul soldiers to the battlefield. They had to pull the spirit prince back from the brink of death. Vulcan used the soul aurora in conjunction with the soul soldiers to block the horde of wraiths. Hearing the noise, Ken rushed in to check. The scene before him left him speechless. Seeing someone arrive, Vulcan grabbed Ken into the fray. Meanwhile, Miho huddled in a corner. From that corner, she saw a wraith charging straight at Jin Hyuk. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through his leg. Ken also noticed, but was too late to react. Vulcan could only activate the alarm mode to wake Jin Hyuk up. Miho quickly leaped in front of Jin Hyuk. She radiated a dazzling light. The wraiths immediately halted. They didn't understand where Miho came from. They just found her too adorable. Her small tail and tiny hands made them all weak instantly. The soul soldiers were also defeated by Miho's cuteness, leaving Vulcan helpless. Ken was no better off, caught up in the effect as well. Only Vulcan understood that this was enchantment, usually only affecting physical bodies. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a sharp pain overwhelmed him. Yet now it was even influencing souls, proving that the divine blood in Miho was extraordinary. In the midst of chaos, another demon appeared. Vulcan recognized him as a former tower climber in his past life. If he took over Jin Hyuk's body, the danger would be immense. Vulcan wanted to stop him, but Miho's enchantment weakened him. Now, all hope rested on Miho. The demon shouted, "I don't care about your furry nonsense." He reached out to touch Jin Hyuk's body. Miho jumped forward to confront him. Then she glowed once more. Jin Hyuk stepped out of the shadows and asked who he was, but this time, it was just a tiny heart. Unable to distract him, Vulcan froze. Could it be that Miho had run out of power? He raised his hand, intending to wipe Miho out. Miho closed her eyes, bracing for pain, but nothing happened. A surge of magical energy pierced through his arm. Jin Hyuk had awakened. Now, that demon was in serious trouble. He groaned. Ahohu. My spirit form. Jin Hyuk absorbed all the demons around him, using them as materials for alchemy. As for him, Jin Hyuk only needed the spirit pill. Seung-tae remained silent. So the two others began to direct their hostility toward him. He was the one who would become the master of the fox that Seung-tae had just tormented. His 10 fingers spread wide, shattering his spirit form. He accidentally destroyed the entire room out of frustration. Vulcan watched as Jin Hyuk gathered magical energy at his fingertips and shot it out. Seeing it was both powerful and precise, yet he had never thought of that method. After the battle, a large hole remained in the wall. Ken was still unconscious due to the enchantment. The manager puppet arrived, witnessing the scene, and had to cry out. What on earth did you do in the tower? Jin Hyuk said. Explaining would take too long, so he decided to skip it. The manager came to deliver the items he had ordered that wouldn't fit in his spatial pocket. 5 minutes earlier, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were strolling through the streets, preparing to enter the tower to change their class for spiritual energy. Those were several vials of high-level poison along with stones containing fire and water energy. Jin Hyuk frowned in confusion. These items are only used when exploring from the 100th floor and above. The manager was startled by the accurate guess. This would be his last delivery as the branch manager of the 10th floor. From now on, he would return to being a tower climber because he needed to become stronger. From a merchant's perspective, he wanted to reach the highest peak, but he believed that both Jin Hyuk and Goldrich would create significant waves for the tower. In that upheaval, a climber who reached the 100th floor with his strength was indispensable. Jin Hyuk saw that he was just as determined as Goldrich had been in the past. Vulcan wondered why he needed to, since he was already a master of spirit magic. If he was capable enough, he would reveal the plan to Goldrich. Of course, he nodded eagerly. After the manager left, Jin Hyuk's stomach growled. He intended to fill it with the pile of poison he had just received. That decision sent chills down Vulcan's spine, but his absorption ability turned everything into strength. Aren't you curious about what kind of power those things will give him? A moment later, Ken woke up with a face as tense as a drawn bowstring. But looking around, everything seemed to be calm. The only remaining issue was Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk's current class seemed like a system error. He had memories from his past life, but hadn't fully harnessed his magical power yet. He chewed on a magma stone. It felt like swallowing 100 bowls of super spicy noodles at once. The massive magma stone took a while for him to swallow. The ice and fire had reached their limit. He could absorb no more. That night, Vulcan went to gather the pile of corpses left by Jin Hyuk. He felt like he was enduring torture, while Jin Hyuk devoured all the poison. Like the Black Star, Jin Hyuk also needed to be ready to adapt to any situation, especially with poisons, as there were those in the Black Star who were very knowledgeable about toxins. If he had recognized his trick earlier, he wouldn't have been caught off guard so miserably. After gathering all the corpses, he hadn't cultivated enough spiritual energy. Vulcan hadn't considered this. So for now, Jin Hyuk wanted to rest and spend his Goldrich. Jin Hyuk treated Miho to a feast of hot, raw liver. Vulcan said it should learn to fight like a true descendant of the Nine Tails, but Jin Hyuk thought it was still a child, if measured by human years. Little Miho, with her sharp teeth, was devouring the orcs, making Jin Hyuk reconsider. Tonight, she had already dealt with 127 livers, and her belly was swollen. On the way, Vulcan confided that he also wanted to cause chaos like him, but quietly was better. Jin Hyuk guessed that he was planning to fight since his magical energy was rising. He was just curious about who the opponent would be this time. I once fought against the Dragon Clan. Vulcan boasted as if showing off his achievements. Of course, he didn't mention that he had once fled. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something unusual. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk exuded killing intent. It was clear he had a deep grudge against the Dragon Clan. Vulcan quickly reminded him to stay calm and not to explode in the middle of the street. Jin Hyuk didn't mean to. The after effects of swallowing both ice and fire were still unstable. Vulcan explained that the Dragon Clan he encountered was not ordinary. After hearing this, Jin Hyuk was left speechless in surprise. The soul and body of the opponent were separated. Initially, Vulcan didn't believe it, but Jin Hyuk was the clearest example. He even knew about Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. He started by training to kill dragons as soon as he climbed the tower. He took down every dragon he encountered or knew where they were hiding. It pointed toward a small alley. Gradually, he became a monster known as the Dragon Slayer. It was said that he had perished on the 700th or 800th floor, possibly a trap set by the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Hendrik even more. Too excited, he accidentally released a bomb. His egg-laying trait was like a prank. Vulcan said it should be called the egg-laying punishment, with poison, heat, and cold stone all included. And now he needed to heal himself. heal himself. Meeting the priest of the abyss, Jin Hyuk didn't want to be purged by divine power like those wandering souls. But if he left it like this, he would continuously release bombs. It was best to use divine power to heal himself. Suddenly, Miho roared, the scream making Jin Hyuk's ears ache. Vulcan noticed something unusual about the crowd. They did not react to the roar and moved as if controlled. The mother fox cried for help because her child was in danger. A brilliant golden light caused both of them to freeze in place. A girl approached, her head radiating light like an angel. Pleased to meet you. Demon mask. Jin Hyuk realized she was from the celestial race. If that's the case, no need for small talk. He wanted to strike immediately. She had somehow grasped his sword hilt, warning him not to do anything he would regret. Jin Hyuk couldn't move. She was using only one hand. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against his face. Her hand glided over him, revealing his internal injuries. This was how Jin Hyuk ended up taking one of Sungtae's legs. Then the celestial light above her head shone even brighter. A stream of light gradually seeped into Jin Hyuk's body. Vulcan stood nearby, anxious, quietly asking if he was okay. But all the injuries on his body had completely healed. That was the divine power of the celestial race. She used it to prove she did not wish to fight. Then she introduced herself as Uriel, from the wingless celestial race. The crowd around them seemed to awaken as if from a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk immediately asked Uriel what she had done to them. She said she had only lightly touched their memories to protect the people, because according to what she had heard, if they knew the celestial race had appeared from the 10th floor, there would be chaos. Just like a supporting character, he missed out on a chance despite the opportunity. Jin Hyuk assessed her as brave but also calculating. Quite impressive, but why didn't she use it on him? Was it ineffective or did it take time? Uriel said that spell did not work on Jin Hyuk or on Miho, who was bristling. Even Vulcan was not affected. He gritted his teeth because even as a spirit, he was still visible everywhere. Uriel stated that she had come to find him today. As the one with the mask intended to alter fate, his power and that of his companions would temporarily weaken, but they would ultimately succeed. That was the prophecy of the wingless race that she carried. Jin Hyuk asked about the name, wingless, because he had never heard it before. Uriel unexpectedly stood up and removed her cloak. Besides his bragging about the White Heron Guild, he couldn't accomplish anything worthwhile. Jin Hyuk didn't expect to encounter the child of a nine-tailed fox, a legendary creature, right here, revealing the pair of wings that had been severed from her back, along with her body marked with old scars. The society of the Celestial Tribe is becoming increasingly chaotic due to ambition. Those who disagree will be exiled and treated as sinners. Once expelled, their sacred wings are stripped away. Therefore, Uriel is now just someone who once belonged to the Celestial Tribe. The wingless are celestial beings who were banished from Utopia, their city. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyuk intends to overthrow the power of the distant clan. Thus, the wingless want to join him in that endeavor. Jin Hyuk exchanges thoughts with Vulcan. He sees that she is not lying, so he agrees to listen further. He also accepted the mission to save the child, who is a disciple of the neutral god and a nine-tailed fox. When he asks about the benefits, Uriel honestly says there are none. The power of the wingless is great, but Utopia sees them as enemies and constantly monitors them. As their numbers increase, the hatred from the Celestial Tribe grows stronger. Jin Hyuk did not expect the situation to be so complicated. Keeping them would bring great rewards, but the risks are too high. Nevertheless, when the decisive moment comes, the wingless will always stand by his side. Jin Hyuk is satisfied and chooses to ally with them. It seems his identity has not been revealed yet. He asks Uriel if it is possible to deceive the gods and demons, and she says only temporarily. Uriel plucks a feather from her wing. Then she creates a barrier similar to Goldrich. After rescuing, he must take care of it. And the reward is a fox item and increased favor with the nine-tailed fox. The others will not hear anything, no matter what they do within this barrier. Jin Hyuk removes his mask and shouts loudly to the eavesdroppers, asking if they can hear him clearly. Uriel stands frozen. She never expected the terrifying demon mask to act so foolishly. After checking, Jin Hyuk feels somewhat reassured. He removes his mask, revealing his real name and identity from years ago. Upon hearing Jin Hyuk's father's name, Uriel immediately kneels down. I apologize, my lord. I was truly ignorant. The reason she acted this way stems from events 10 years ago. Uriel was one of those who judged his death. Seungtae looked at the mask and immediately recognized him as the demon mask. The atmosphere freezes for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk stomped his foot down hard on the ground. The killing intent surged. The next words she spoke should be carefully considered. Uriel still bowed her head, asking if he knew what would happen when reaching the 999th floor. Jin Hyuk growled, certain that his fate would be like that of the demons or the tower's guardian gods. According to Uriel, the emperor was consumed by ambition and wanted to maintain absolute power. They would not accept anyone else capable of conquering the tower. Jin Hyuk was surprised. What he had only guessed before was now clear. Even the one behind everything was standing right in front of him. Jin Hyuk swore he would send Uriel's head back to the celestial tribe. Jin Hyuk pretended to be oblivious and said, "Huh. Have I seen you before?" Attacked. But Uriel did not fight back. That was why she had become useless to the celestial tribe. Jin Hyuk did not fully understand. In fact, she had seen herself as useless since 10 years ago, when she opposed selecting someone to climb the tower. That person was Jin Hyuk's father. Jin Hyuk decided to spare her life. Too bad. You should apologize to me. Even so, he did not intend to take his anger out on Uriel. Because he understood there was a difference in opinion between her and the celestial tribe, Uriel was grateful that he understood her circumstances. She said there might be others in the emperor's tribe who shared his goals. If he met them, he should consider them allies. Is that the kind of provocation you think will get under my skin? Jin Hyuk was too familiar with the fact that the world always had all kinds of people. Those who were cast out from the emperor's tribe would be very valuable to him. If he could convince them, it would be a significant force against the emperor. Jin Hyuk asked about Uriel's hiding place. She said it was on the 190th floor of the Dream City. The 190th floor was lower than expected. As the influence of the emperor grew stronger, the higher one went. Furthermore, the 200th to 300th floors were the territory of that person. Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered that place was the domain of Emperor Tet Vu. A dominant force controlled from the 200th to 300th floors. If anyone dared to establish a base there, they would be wiped out before even encountering the celestial tribe. Uriel shyly asked for permission to put her clothes back on. Jin Hyuk asked her if she had left any traces when coming here. Sung Tae ordered his 2 lackeys to ambush Jin Hyuk. Uriel confirmed that she had left absolutely none, but because she was being hunted by the celestial tribe, she only brought this body with her. Jin Hyuk smirked with satisfaction, a smile that made Uriel wary. She only heard the prophecy about him, but she wasn't sure if he liked men or women. No. What she meant was whether he liked men or women. Jin Hyuk quickly clarified that he only needed a few feathers from her wings. If it was just feathers, Uriel could easily pluck them. They would grow back anyway. In fact, he was afraid those feathers wouldn't grow back, which is why he chose his words carefully. But Uriel was comfortable enough to pluck a handful for him. However, she warned him not to let anyone know. As the celestial tribe could trace the owner of Longvu, Jin Hyuk assured her not to worry. He would swallow them all without leaving a trace, but he vanished in an instant, leaving them confused. Indeed, that was the kind of person he was. And Uriel fluffed her feathers, leaving him speechless. Eventually, the time came to say goodbye. Uriel said she would keep an eye on him, then vanished into thin air. And Lien Lunha, Vulcan asked curiously. Jin Hyuk had wanted to try that flavor for a long time, so he couldn't wait any longer. The divine power of the celestial tribe. He wondered if he could handle it. Vulcan didn't say anything more. He had long given up that dream of power. He even warned Miho not to imitate Jin Hyuk just because she saw something. Otherwise, she might end up rolling on the ground with a stomachache. Jin Hyuk tried a single feather, and his heart stopped. Jin Hyuk had somehow picked up the little fox. His body lit up like a light bulb just turned on. Vulcan could only sigh. He was too familiar with this scene. Miho flew around Jin Hyuk's area. Jin Hyuk screamed in pain, then fainted. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the middle of a vast expanse of water. A headache crashed down on him like a hammer. But the concerning thing was that he had entered the world of imagination. Jin Hyuk feared that this frail body couldn't withstand the divine power of the celestial tribe. If that were the case, what would happen in this world? From behind him, a waterfall of gold poured down. He stepped on it without knowing who it was, and this would be the last time they could speak. It seemed that the divine power had manifested, rushing down like a landslide, all from a single feather. Luckily, he didn't choose to fight Uriel, but if he wins and devours her, his power would be even more terrifying. Suddenly, he realizes this is not an illusion. The water is truly rising. He must overcome this feeling before the divine power engulfs the virtual world. Then there is only one way. Jin Hyuk immediately channels his spiritual energy. In reality, Vulcan is watching Jin Hyuk's motionless body. He is surprised to see the spiritual energy erupting from him, but something feels off, as that spiritual energy emanates from a soul state. Miho, initially gloomy, is now brightening up. Hearing their taunts, Sung Tae just wanted to shut them all up. Sung Tae didn't care what the fox was. He wanted to chop off Jin Hyuk's limbs for revenge. Vulcan comforts her, urging her to trust Jin Hyuk just this once. Jin Hyuk absorbing Longvu surely has his own purpose. This is a test. Jin Hyuk must pass it. How much more can Jin Hyuk surprise him? Absolutely on point. The protagonist is truly unique. In the virtual world, Jin Hyuk uses all the holy water, but it has no effect. He simulates the scene of using spiritual energy to control divine power. This power is something he obtained after hunting down enemies. Therefore, Jin Hyuk thought the holy water could be consumed normally, but if this continues, he will lose. This divine power is crushing his will. Jin Hyuk asked the old nine-tailed fox for advice. It's either give up or lose his life. Jin Hyuk suddenly feels fear. But what is he afraid of? This is a spiritual image originating from his own soul. Then he must fight in Jin Hyuk's way. He summons a gigantic shark, reflecting his bloodthirsty instincts. Then he orders it to charge into the waterfall. This is where it truly begins. Jin Hyuk savors each sip of holy water with delight. It tastes better than bubble tea, making him unable to resist the craving. Jin Hyuk craves more, not stopping, needing to absorb even more. Outside, in reality, his body begins to react strangely. He trembles, with a dazed smile, looking no different from a drug addict. It told him to send them back to the earth. The group observes, clapping and cheering, welcoming the appearance of the Demon King Hunter, a neutral god named Gluttonous Stream, known for his cunning tricks. He was so greedy that he devoured all the treasures, leaving nothing behind, and was crazily intent on swallowing the entire world. His title was Glutton, quite similar to Jin Hyuk at present. He also wanted to consume divine power without knowing when to stop. "Hey, are you awake?" Vulcan's voice rang out. With Miho cheerfully smiling beside him, Jin Hyuk woke up, and Vulcan immediately asked whether he won or lost so he could tease him. What was the result? Of course, it was a success. Jin Hyuk showcased his skills, not giving Vulcan a chance to mock him, even though it was just a small seed. He had created a universe containing divine power within. Jin Hyuk hadn't planned to do that, but they kept throwing themselves into danger. Vulcan couldn't believe it. Jin Hyuk wasn't a celestial but possessed divine power of the celestial race. If the celestial beings found out about this, they would definitely order the Chu-Du 3 races to deal with him. Jin Hyuk shrugged. He wasn't afraid of anything, and he didn't care if his talent made them envious. Vulcan was happy for him but worried. Jin Hyuk wasn't strong enough to face the celestial beings. With his current state, causing trouble would be. Colliding with the celestial race was extremely dangerous. A few days later, in the hunting area of the 10th floor, Jin Hyuk continued to train his army of soul soldiers. Because this team had yet to reach its maximum threshold, although it was called training, it was all about Vulcan summoning soldiers. Jin Hyuk tossed a leg back to Seo Young-tae. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk stood by like a teacher watching students do their assignments. When a soul soldier was struck down, the real battle began. A beam of light shot out from the body of the soul soldier. Then a figure imbued with divine power materialized. Jin Hyuk called it the Holy Soul Soldier. Just as he had initially hoped, it specialized in healing the soul soldiers, who were originally weak due to the ease of summoning elite soldiers, now unexpectedly enhanced. Even though it was divine power, some of them looked ready to break through to the next realm. The bull and the cow were wrestling, and Miho benefited the most. It devoured a belly full of still warm liver, with a speed of 892 livers. Tomorrow he would surely complete the enhancement mission for Miho, and unexpectedly claim the title of War God once again. Then he turned him into a fire zombie. Jin Hyuk opened the status window to check. Just a few days, and the divine power seed has already reached level 3. Although it's not very strong, it can still be used once in an emergency. Now is the time to find Hendrik the Dragon Slayer to have a chat. According to Vulcan, after a certain period, Hendrik just stands still, not climbing the tower like before, as if he is waiting. If he stopped at the 10th floor, there must be a reason. Jin Hyuk is even more eager to meet. Uriel can hear the voices of gods and demons. Who knows? He might be waiting for something similar. They turned into a narrow alley, and as soon as they stepped out, they saw Hendrik towering among the crowd. Looking at those horns and red eyes, there's no doubt. He is indeed from the Dragon Clan. Just one leg was enough to blow away the 3 foolish quacks. Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk rushed forward, startling Vulcan. Vulcan stopped him, thinking it was unwise to rush since Hendrik might not be waiting for him. But Jin Hyuk was never one to talk much. He preferred to use his hands instead. "Shut up, you idiot," Vulcan said, getting frustrated and swearing. He insisted on staying back. He was definitely the type to avoid confrontation. Probably because he had been beaten up before, Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to tease him, and Vulcan reacted strongly. The two argued, making it impossible for Hendrik to concentrate. Jin Hyuk brought the little fox home, But not knowing what to do, he decided to name it since the name of the nine-tailed fox was too long. If shortened to 2 words, Little Fox, it turned out to be named Bao A. If he was useless, then they were just a bunch of good-for-nothings leeching off others. That was acceptable. But Vulcan warned that when it grew up, it would crack his skull. If it were Vulcan, he would use his 1,000 years of experience to name it. Ho means fox. Giang means light, so he would call it Ho Rang. That profound name made the atmosphere freeze. Vulcan angrily shouted, "Say something if you don't like it." Jin Hyuk saw it had 2 tails, so he called it Miho. Vulcan criticized the name as too common, guessing the fox would hate it. To his surprise, Miho seemed to enjoy it, making Vulcan feel embarrassed. The mission to rescue Miho was considered complete. Miho handed Jin Hyuk a fox-shaped mask. Wearing it would grant the power of a wolf. He thought this might be the perfect opportunity to abandon them all, and that ability would grow stronger with its master. The mask resembles an Oni quite a bit. If it belongs to a fox, its charm ability is the most formidable. There's no better skill to completely lock down an enemy. QB reminds Jin Hyuk that the mission is only half done. The rest involves helping Miho recover. By feeding her 999 pieces of raw liver, 999 pieces of liver are tough enough. But coming back to life is even harder. He must find the materials himself. But looking at the value of the mask, it's worth it. Not to mention that winning over Holy has its benefits all around. Vulcan pretends to patrol to avoid doing Jin Hyuk's chores. As soon as dawn breaks, he must head to the class change tower. Jin Hyuk goes ahead to avoid being delayed by him. Suddenly, a small fox timidly approached. Now, he follows Vulcan for a stroll around the town tonight. Just as he guessed, the scenery is vastly different from when he last climbed the tower. Suddenly, a familiar feeling washes over him. Vulcan looks towards a man with 2 horns. He is a dragon, and the dense mana distorts the air around him. He lets out a soft sigh, mumbling about wanting to wipe out all dragons. Vulcan is stunned because dragons typically love their kin. They are the epitome of narcissism. As the proudest divine beast, if a dragon says that, it surely means there's no place left for dragons to live. Vulcan didn't expect dragons to flood to the 10th floor so soon. The climbers exchange glances, whispering, "That dragon has been standing there all day," rambling incomprehensibly. Sung-tae quickly waved his hand to shoo it away. His staying in one place confuses Vulcan, which means the dragons haven't made a move yet. The dragon suddenly stares intently, causing Vulcan to hesitate slightly. Oh no. He has detected his presence. The dragon smirks, questioning why that useless thing keeps lingering around. Zico, the useless shadow. Jin Hyuk can make him do all sorts of things, but he can't stand being insulted. Vulcan immediately steps down to confront him, greeting the little dragon. The dragon glares, asking who dares to call him a dragon. Are they tired of living? The next morning, at the class change tower, Vulcan arrives late again, making Jin Hyuk annoyed. He doesn't even bother to check the messages. "I'm still hungry. Where would I get food for you?" "Go away." He reluctantly goes inside alone. A man named Ken stepped forward to greet, introducing himself as the caretaker of the tower. Jin Hyuk looked around and remarked, "What a desolate place. Like an abandoned temple." Since few awaken on the 10th floor, it was filled with the smell of dampness. Jin Hyuk borrowed a summoning room, but first had to prove he had unlocked mana. He channeled energy into Ken's crystal ball. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on it, gently releasing mana. Ken struggled to hold onto the ball, which was shaking violently, but just a few seconds later, it shattered, causing Ken to fall over. Meanwhile, Vulcan was still facing off against the dragon. However, without Jin Hyuk by his side, his power was limited. He stayed here because he was told that someone would help him fulfill his wish on the 10th floor. Hendrik silently opened a spatial gate. Vulcan signaled for Jin Hyuk to step back to avoid the blow. Because his sword was the long breaker slash, the blade came down, slicing the Gungdia spear in half before charging straight at Jin Hyuk. An explosive sound echoed at the spot where he stood. Vulcan wanted to rush in but had to prioritize his own safety first. Hendrik was putting all his strength into pushing him down to the ground. He must be the strongest teammate of Jin Hyuk's father, right? If so, then no one could save Jin Hyuk, making Hendrik eager to find his corpse. Jin Hyuk jumped out from the side, denying that Vulcan was the strongest teammate. He stood there calmly, proving he was still alive and well. The 3 of them stepped in, entering the hidden area within the 10th floor. Jin Hyuk shot an arrow through Hendrik's soft hair, leaving him speechless. In terms of archery, his skills were even worse than his swordsmanship. 2 arrows flew up, activating the magic that attracted Hendrik. Then 3 more arrows pinned him down, causing his body to fall straight down. The attack was effective. Jin Hyuk had to seize the moment to finish this right now. He donned the Oni mask to activate his battle vision. Hendrik was falling freely. Gritting his teeth due to the suppression, he created a bright red stream like fire, causing Jin Hyuk to concede for that moment. Ha ha ha. You are really strong. Jin Hyuk's father. I am surprised. But the battle is not over yet. Hendrik roared with excitement. He had not yet unleashed his full power. Here, both angelic and demonic eyesight were useless, and Jin Hyuk noticed his vision was significantly weakened. The next move was the mark of the Dragon Clan. Jin Hyuk was sweating from the pressure weighing down on him, not from the heat. He could clearly see the trajectory of the attacks thanks to his fight predictions. But his body couldn't keep up. Just one hit would take him down. However, he still had another persona to rely on. Jin Hyuk lifted the fox mask and put it on. Geno jolted awake after a few minutes of deep sleep. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Completely shattered. He immediately guessed that the lizard, Hendrik, was up to his mischief again. Miho sprang up and ran outside, causing him to worry and chase after her. It stood there, responding to Jin Hyuk's call. At this moment, Hendrik spoke in a serious tone. Hendrik activated the Thunder Strike. He vanished from sight, making Jin Hyuk uneasy. Not a second passed before he lunged in front of him with his sword pointed straight. Another explosion blew everything away, but there was no trace of blood. Hendrik couldn't believe that Jin Hyuk had dodged that blow, but Jin Hyuk was now behind him with the fox mask, which intrigued him even more. That mask is beautiful, isn't it? Jin Hyuk. From Jin Hyuk's hands sprouted claws sharp as a beast's. Green rushed in to block Hendrik's long break slash, but the speed and power he had now were completely different. He wanted to eliminate the Dragon Clan that threatened him in the tower. Would Jin Hyuk be on board? Hendrik realized that Jin Hyuk was stronger thanks to the resonance from the fox mask. Preoccupied with taunting during the fight, he was pushed back by Jin Hyuk. A moment of vulnerability appeared, and he couldn't afford to lose it. But to the left, Hendrik had already prepared a counter-magic spell. It seemed he intentionally exposed a weakness to lure him into a trap, just as expected. The magic created another area of ruin. Catching Jin Hyuk off guard with its cunningness, he charged out from the smoke, deciding to use his finishing move. The Fox Clan's enchantment technique allowed Hendrik to anticipate it, but he couldn't avoid it. He sank into a feeling of happiness as if he had met his destined one. He gritted his teeth and growled. I have no interest in men. Jin Hyuk smirked. Kid, your dreams are too small. He maintained his spirit to dispel the enchantment, but that wasn't Jin Hyuk's goal. Just a few brief moments. His body was locked in place for Jin Hyuk to approach. At this distance, he couldn't use his weapon, so he had to channel all his strength into a single blow. He recalled the technique Kyung-hoon had once taught him. The master skill merged with the speed of Holy, and the enhancement spell created a powerful thrust. All the force was compressed into his forearm to deliver the most perfect punch. It's over now. Kid. Jin Hyuk landed a punch straight into Hendrik's abdomen. This move was called the most chaotic punch. It sounds long, but in reality, it was just a straightforward punch. This time, the area of destruction spread even wider than when Hendrik launched his attack. The thick dust and loud noise were enough to awaken Vulcan. Hendrik shot a cold glance. What nonsense are you talking about? He struggled to sit up and asked what the score was. From the smoke, Jin Hyuk emerged, causing Vulcan to freeze in surprise. But the joy faded immediately when he collapsed. Blood flowed from his eyes and mouth, his body exhausted to the point of immobility. Meanwhile, Hendrik still stood there, leaning on his sword like a crutch. The battle should have ended at that moment. He raised his sword, believing that victory belonged to him. Jin Hyuk still tried to get up, demanding fairness, saying he had used his final move and had already knocked the monster down. Hendrik felt awkward, never having thought he would find himself in this situation, which only made Jin Hyuk angrier. Fine, Hendrik said, but he wanted to settle the score with one last blow. Vulcan interjected, stopping his disrespectful mouth. He acknowledged Jin Hyuk's strength but still wanted to claim victory at all costs. Jin Hyuk signaled for help, his whole body immobile, but Hendrik ignored him. He summoned the fire dragon and launched it straight at him. Jin Hyuk was powerless, unsure if what fell was blood or tears. Alright, the original will win this guy. What did you say? I will verify that you killed the Dragon Man, yet still ended up losing. Vulcan's taunts made Jin Hyuk's blood boil. Even as a soul, his temperament remained the same. He pulled back his hand in pain, causing Vulcan to talk even more. Come on, don't push yourself too hard, because Hendrik was not someone to be trifled with. Provoking him was asking for trouble. Without Uriel's divine power, he would be in even worse shape. His weak body couldn't take it anymore. Damn. Why does this old man keep talking bad about the master? Just wait until I get better. Their arguing kept Miho from being able to sleep. Hendrik entered, asking the master how far he had recovered. Vulcan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. He suddenly remembered the boastful claim that he had once defeated Hendrik. He quickly bowed to apologize, fearing he might be held accountable. But Hendrik did not pursue it since the fault was his at that time. Hearing this, Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been freed. In battle, he was like a person out of control, but normally, he was much gentler. Stay still. You useless piece of trash. Jin Hyuk used telepathy to remind Vulcan that he had it all planned out. He looked at Jin Hyuk and asked if he had been a bit too rough. That question struck at Jin Hyuk's pride, making him upset. The two decided to stop, promising that next time he would definitely win. He set that aside and called Hendrik over to hear about his life, both his past and his painful death. Hendrik began to recount everything, from the day his homeland and family were wiped out by the Dragon Clan, leaving no trace behind. He survived alone, which was a strange occurrence. Before him were his loved ones collapsing amidst the sea of flames. In the high sky, dragons spread their wings coldly, showing no compassion. All he had left was hatred, along with dragon horns and scales. But he didn't know who that person was. Jin Hyuk continued speaking. He wasn't clear on all the reasons, but could guess why Hendrik had become like this. After that, he climbed the tower like many others who swore vengeance. Fortunately for him, he had the strength. So his first encounter with a dragon was on the 600th floor. Jin Hyuk was surprised to learn that Hendrik climbed the tower faster than he did, leading him to embark on a journey to slay dragons. But at the same time, he was continuously pursued by the assassination team of the Sa Hoang clan, living each day as a hunted target. He discovered that the stronger he became, the lighter the penalties from the system were. From the 800th floor onward, they were almost non-existent. The penalties were the system's way of preventing tower climbers from wielding absolute power. Everyone's strength was limited if they were on a lower floor compared to the highest floor they had reached. That's why Jin Hyuk survived Goldrich's attack. If he hadn't been weakened, he would have fallen long ago. Jin Hyuk suddenly wondered, how far had Hendrik actually climbed? The 900th floor, Hendrik replied succinctly, but he probably didn't know that those targeting them were not just the Zahoang clan. That was also where his journey came to a halt. If Leo reaches that floor, he might have qualified to become a super elite. A large group of the Sahoang tribe has been mobilized to hunt down Hendrik. In the end, overwhelmed by the numbers, he lost his life there. Ironically, he was reborn in the body of a dragon. He once wanted to give up, but dying with this kind of power is not easy. So Hendrik accepted this body, using it as a tool for revenge. Jin Hyuk felt a bit of sympathy as he understood Hendrik's answer. Hendrik nodded and eagerly asked when they would continue climbing the tower. Since Haryu had not arrived yet, unexpectedly, he wanted to accompany them, which made Jin Hyuk uncomfortable. But he had to accept it. No matter how much he hated the Dragon Clan, just dealing with them wasn't enough. Hendrik saw similarities between them, both having fought alone until the very end. Just like Jin Hyuk now, one must learn from failure. Standing alone against everything is just a futile illusion. Jin Hyuk also understood that he needed teammates. Friends fighting alongside in battle are indispensable. Hendrik suggested forming a guild to act together. Jin Hyuk did not expect that proposal. Meanwhile, on floor 600 of the Holy Alliance, Saintus Bello burst into the room with an annoyed expression. He was reading a report from the White Heron branch on floor 10. Someone had incinerated that area all by themselves. If it were him, he would wipe out all the traitors. Even those not from the Exa Hoang clan wouldn't be spared. According to information from Beth Holio, this was not a group action. Ridiculous. No matter how strong you are, the power is reduced on floor 10. She snapped. Even a 9-star cannot escape the power reduction rule. The culprit must be extremely strong on floor 10, as they had experienced. But Ken insisted that everything was still under control. If the target exceeds expectations, they should follow the old plan from 10 years ago and eliminate it completely. For now, he would hire a skilled hunter to handle this case. After consideration, Jin Hyuk found Hendrik's proposal quite reasonable. However, a new obstacle arose. Currently, he was still on a mission from the guild. Before reaching floor 100, he needed to build his reputation. Therefore, Hendrik's goal was too small to accompany him. Therefore, getting involved with Hendrik or his guild would lead to trouble. Hendrik nodded, understanding immediately and suggesting a quick solution. Jin Hyuk will be the guild leader, and that will be that. Adieu. Jin Hyuk never thought about that. Originally, Hendrik didn't want to be the leader. He lacked confidence. But you are an excellent necromancer, perfectly suited to lead. Jin Hyuk still hesitated because he was weaker than Hendrik. Could he really give him orders? Would Hendrik accept serving someone weaker than him? Suddenly, Hendrik knelt down, leaving Jin Hyuk bewildered. He didn't want to do anything strange with him. Are you planning to wipe out the entire Zahoang clan? Just kidding. That was Hendrik's way of responding. He couldn't comprehend how much humiliation Hendrik had endured, how powerless and angry he must have felt. For the ultimate goal, he would endure no matter what. Jin Hyuk asked again, and Hendrik nodded once more. If that's the case, to take revenge for both of them. Jin Hyuk accepted the role of guild leader. Hendrik was visibly happy. That decision was absolutely right. Now it was time to choose a guild name. The leader is the one who wears the mask to eliminate evil and defy fate. Heaven's Rebellion. This name fits perfectly. Jin Hyuk was extremely pleased. I am like you, having died and come back, with someone pulling the strings behind everything. Do you need me to explain further? The guild could be established right after paying the fee, which reminded Jin Hyuk of Goldrich and that puppet. But then he recalled that puppet had already left. Now Hansian was temporarily managing the 10th floor. However, he found it strange that the tower channel was gossiping here. Because of the tower, that person often came and went. Moreover, he was very close to Hansian. They were like best friends. Every time Jin Hyuk visited, he brought along huge requests, leaving Hansian puzzled each time. And this time was no different. Jin Hyuk said he wanted to establish a guild. Ha Jin thought this was easier than ever. Surely everyone would want to join the guild of the masked demon. But to form a guild, there must be at least 3 members. That statement was enough to make Hendrik laugh uncontrollably. This is his lineup. Hendrik, Vulcan, and my Hyuk. Ken's face turned pale when he saw the Dragon Clan. While Hansian was stunned because he had recruited Hendrik, it seems he is quite popular here since he spends all day talking nonsense in the middle of the street. Jin Hyuk has also sent invitations to a few more people. Once they all arrive, Ha Jin will complete the guild establishment procedures right away. Ha Si-eun nodded. Goldrich had instructed her to heed all requests from Jin Hyuk. At the same time, the invitation had reached the puppet, Haryu and Goldrich. The game was starting to heat up. That night, Jin Hyuk went out to find food for Miho. He also decided to try applying the separation magic. Vulcan was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. A pile of brains and corpses was gathered, laid out as a buffet for Miho. Today was also the day to complete a total of 999 living livers for Miho. When she ate the last liver, a brilliant red pillar of light erupted. Hendrik gritted his teeth, wondering what would happen if that fox absorbed all these livers. The system notification of the 9-tailed fox was appearing. Vulcan jumped in surprise and shouted, "Hey, you guys. Look over there." A figure appeared, leaving Jin Hyuk speechless before the form of the 9-tailed fox. It was a small girl of indeterminate gender, but incredibly adorable, a bit clumsy. She fell into his arms without realizing it. Miho even accidentally nipped at his mouth. Hendrik felt the need to apologize to him. Then she sweetly said, "Daddy, what the heck is going on here? I don't even have a wife." "What do you mean, Daddy?" Haryu stepped out from somewhere with an expressionless face, asking who that girl was. Jin Hyuk stood in a difficult situation, unsure of how to respond. Miho innocently pointed at Haryu. "Daddy, who is that sister over there?" The way she called him Daddy was as sweet as honey, making Haryu's anger rise even more. Jin Hyuk didn't understand why, but a sense of danger spread throughout his body. He checked the quest and saw it was completed, and Miho now belonged to his pet group. Jin Hyuk stepped up to start a conversation first. "The person Uriel mentioned in the prophecy is you." He never expected the holy blessing to take this form. The 9-tailed fox entrusted her child to him and then vanished. Vulcan grinned mischievously, while Hendrik wondered how a human could give birth to a fox spirit. Haryu collapsed, thinking that Jin Hyuk's daughter had grown up so much already. "So when did you start doing that?" But with Jin Hyuk being this strong, it's normal for him to have a girlfriend. She should have accepted the truth from the beginning instead of deluding herself and causing her own pain. Hendrik walked over to greet Haryu. He recognized her as the young Oni girl they had been waiting for. Haryu looked up at his dragon-like figure. Memories of the fiery destruction of the village flooded back immediately. Jin Hyuk was surprised that Hendrik had met her before. The image of the cruel dragon tribe from years ago appeared vividly. Haryu immediately swung her sword to attack Hendrik. In her eyes, he was the enemy of the Oni. Hendrik panicked, not understanding why he was being attacked everywhere he went, and called for Jin Hyuk to explain. Jin Hyuk smirked, thinking Haryu had misunderstood, but it would be more reasonable to let him handle it himself. Hendrik didn't want to retaliate for fear she would get hurt, but Jin Hyuk knew that with Haryu's temperament, a little pain meant nothing. If that's the case, Hendrik would see this as the second trial. The strong impact sent Haryu flying, but she still felt no pain. She charged again, her strength great but not enough to overpower him. But Hendrik still wanted to verify whether Jin Hyuk was sincere or just boasting. A sweeping strike from Hendrik, like a dragon's tail, sent Haryu flying once more. She fell to the ground, gritting her teeth. surprised by the vast difference in strength. The enemy was right in front of her. Yet she lacked the power to avenge her village. The spirit in the sword appeared, recognizing the dragon tribe and granting Haryu a portion of its power. He promised her the power of the dragon slayer, which is also why the sword was named as such. Haryu transformed, causing Hendrik to be intrigued by the explosive sword energy, but he easily blocked her dual swords with just one hand, leaving her stunned. Immediately after, he delivered a kick to her ribs. Even though she wielded the dragon slayer sword, he possessed something far superior. Even the material used to forge it was much stronger than her strength. You who dare to plot against Nguyen Thien. What is your name? Haryu silently prayed for the dragon slayer sword to grant her more power for revenge. He was delighted by her spirit, and her strength increased. Hendrik realized that the figure was Kim T. You are the one who burned our village. I will take revenge for the fallen Oni. She swung her sword with a completely different power. Hendrik knew that it wasn't her strength but the sword's forced power. If this continued, she would be in danger. He grabbed Haryu's hand, demanding that she drop the sword. That power was like a parasite, gnawing at her because she hadn't reached the level of control. But Haryu wouldn't listen. She would only let go when he was dead. I am the Black Tusk Spirit, Jin Hyuk's father, and you have removed your mask, revealing your identity. She would never forgive the one who slaughtered her clan. Hendrik understood that she harbored deep resentment towards the Dragon clan, to the point of being hard to control. And as someone who had wielded the sword longer than she had, he felt he had to guide her so she wouldn't lose her way. He warned her that the next blow would hurt but wouldn't be life-threatening. Sung Long Team exploded over a wide area. Haryu's hand slipped from the sword's hilt, and she gradually faded away. In her dreams, she stood in the familiar Oni forest. A ball rolled towards her, and then the children appeared. They looked at her blankly, asking why only she was still alive. Just then, a scream echoed. That question forced her to confront the truth. The other Oni just wanted to live like she did. Why was she the only one to survive while they had to remain behind? She always wondered about that, because she had to keep living to wield the dragon sword. He appeared again as a source of strength guiding her. The path of revenge for the village depended on her. Now she had to rise. For the Oni clan, gratitude and revenge were always deeply ingrained in their blood. Hendrik was startled when Haryu sprang up, despite being hit by Sung Long Team. Not only that, but she charged at him even more fiercely. That dead lizard is back to cause trouble again. Huh. This time, the blade nearly pierced Hendrik's body. If everything hadn't shattered, Haryu would have reached her limit. The Dragon Slayer sword recognized that she needed to be stronger to defeat him and avenge Oni. Jin Hyuk and Vulcan stood by, pretending to eavesdrop and casually asking questions. Luckily, Hendrik was fine. Haryu was exhausted before she could land a blow, so let her rest for now. It seems she always pushed herself beyond her limits too many times. That sword had a significant impact on her physical condition. Hendrik feared that when Haryu woke up, she would rush to attack him again because they had too much in common. There's a possibility that his former host was one of the dragons that devastated Oni village. Hendrik was ready to bear all the hatred because he also had to take some responsibility. Hendrik had to adjust his attitude in front of the old man. Jin Hyuk took Hendrik to another room. He rented the entire second floor for him to stay until Haryu woke up. Hendrik thanked him but insisted he must face punishment. Jin Hyuk snapped. Do you think I care about you? Stay away so Haryu can have some peace. Indeed. After that, Haryu rested much more comfortably. When she opened her eyes, she thought Jin Hyuk was beside her, but it turned out to be his daughter. Haryu startled, causing a noise. Jin Hyuk heard the commotion and immediately came to check. Ah, here you are. Dad, Miho innocently called, making Haryu want to faint again. Jin Hyuk hurriedly told Miho to go outside and warned her not to call him that anymore, unless she wanted to drive Haryu crazy and cause trouble. That person is the best blacksmith in this place and also the one who forged his sword. The next day, the group set off. Haryu had already arranged everything. Even though the Dragon Slayer sword was broken, she believed it would return to her. Hendrik used magic to store all their belongings, so there was no fear of lacking anything. Miho didn't forget anything. She even remembered to call Jin Hyuk brother. Jin Hyuk was surprised that the little girl no longer called him Dad, all thanks to Haryu's careful teaching. With concise and easy-to-understand words, Miho still preferred to call him Dad, she mumbled. But when she saw Haryu's scary gaze, she fell silent. Jin Hyuk handed each person a teleportation scroll. Tearing it would take them to the meeting room Goldrich had arranged. Upon meeting him, both Jin Hyuk and Vulcan were stunned. Vulcan shouted, "Where's my part?" Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers, pulling him into the soul vessel, which made the old man furious. Damn it. I told you not to treat me like some tool to be used at your convenience. Now, let's get going. They arrived at a room created by magic. Something only the wealthy like Goldrich could afford. Just then, another person stepped out. It was Jeno, and the two embraced, crying tears of joy. Vulcan, watching from the side, was also moved, glad that they finally reunited. Goldrich appeared like a god of fortune, opening the door and stepping inside. Now that it's gold, he was angry that they arrived late. He was also waiting to meet and talk with Jin Hyuk. That is a genuine only. Jin Hyuk recounted the story of Oni, but Goldrich thought he was growing weaker compared to before. The puppet froze upon seeing the name. The traitor of humanity who had stirred up the tower 10 years ago. It is I, the traitor who died 10 years ago, Jin Hyuk said as he removed his mask. During the meeting, Goldrich compiled all the data they had gathered up to that point. The puppet was stunned, struggling to accept the truth it had just heard. Floor 4 silently eliminated the strong individuals, and the entire Oni village on floor 100 was wiped out. Jin Hyuk and Hendrik were among the victims who were resurrected. More importantly, the true goal of the guild was revenge. The guild was made up of those who defied the heavens. True to their name of destruction, Jeno knew Jin Hyuk was crazy, but this situation exceeded all expectations. The old man wondered who that strange soul was and why it was connected to that black beast. The puppet was confident they would change the tide of the entire tower, which was something to look forward to. The meeting concluded, and Goldrich asked what his next step would be. Jin Hyuk, of course, had to continue climbing the tower. Each member had to grow stronger, and there was only one way. Fight poison with poison. Haryu ran over and asked Jeno if he wanted to climb the tower together. Haryu made him happy, but he chose to go alone. Seeing her safe, he gradually calmed down. His motivation for revenge was no longer clear. If he went with her, Jeno feared he would slow her down. He was old and didn't want to be a burden. Jeno decided to change his name to Shadow King, abandoning the title of Oni, and live as an ordinary blacksmith. He reminded her to remember well, not to forget the hatred and the final mission of the Oni. Jin Hyuk squinted, silently questioning why the old man was still alive. Jin Hyuk assigned him another task. Goldrich plans to build a base on the 100th floor and needs someone to scout the old village. The one tasked with this responsibility will be Jeno, the best Oni blacksmith, who has lived for many years on the 100th floor, knows every nook and cranny of this place. Goldrich nodded and ordered the puppet to escort him to the 100th floor. With the destination set, it is time to embark on the journey. The rebels will soon understand the true meaning of their name. In the safe zone on the 11th floor, Jin Hyuk appeared, his presence like a deity descending. The 11th floor is truly where the story begins. Hearing this, he immediately asserted that Jin Hyuk was the one who destroyed the Oni village. They have pushed him to this point. Just wait, no matter what floor they are on, he will crush their lair. At this moment, from the gate, a familiar hunter stepped out, smiling blankly. Otto was sent to track down Jin Hyuk. Shifting directly to the 50th floor, the townsfolk were buzzing about the masked figure who had reached the 50th floor, along with an army of soul soldiers capable of regeneration. Not to mention, his teammates are all experts. Wherever he strikes, the soul soldiers swarm in. A newly appointed guild leader could not escape being ambushed. Jin Hyuk quickly denied it, saying he didn't do it. He was unwilling to face a tragic end right after being honored. The summoned stone bear was erected to protect the kingdom. A beast from the 120th floor appeared, threatening him. He believed he had the strength to turn the tide. He wanted to wipe out anyone daring to touch the Kingdom Alliance. Suddenly, the stone bear behind him was crushed by Jin Hyuk's strongest teammate. A dragon slayer in the form of a dragon race stepped out. Jin Hyuk stood there, the ruler of the 50th floor. He couldn't believe Jin Hyuk wanted to confront someone once regarded as a savior, but they had seen him as an enemy since 10 years ago. But the more he spoke, the more the old man misunderstood, and his anger erupted. To be clear, that is the truth. Every time he conquers a new floor, the guild of that floor gets completely shattered. As floor 50 closes, the Anti-Heaven Guild will gradually disrupt all their plans. Jin Hyuk walks through the street amidst continuous chatter. Vian just attacked the smaller guilds of the 9-Star Alliance, and the news spread quickly. Higher floors can erase traces using magic, but Haryu feels like he is intentionally revealing himself. Jin Hyuk is tired of infiltrating guilds for information. Now he wants to scare them into coming to him. With his current stats, he is not afraid of ambushes, swinging the hammer to strike his head. He shouted that it was you who burned that place down. His magic and divine power are still weak. But if someone from a higher floor attacks, those two resources would become a burden. Luckily, their strength is restricted. Unfortunately, his equipment is still unstable. Hendrik reminds him not to be too greedy. He uses a weapon created by the top 1 shadow blacksmith, Oni, Thanks to it, he can climb the tower more easily. Mentioning the shadow blacksmith makes Haru curious about how he lives. While Miho scolds Hendrik for making her sad, I didn't say anything wrong. Hendrik sits quietly and still gets scolded, making him feel wronged. In short, Jin Hyuk still wants to find new equipment, seeing it as a way to relieve stress. The place he mentioned is the black market on floor 51. There, they can find rare items that do not appear publicly. If there's something he likes and it goes up for auction, he will gift it to Haru and Miho. The two girls are so happy that it surprises him. Hendrik intervened just in time. He should have given them good items earlier. Suddenly, a firecracker explodes, causing the group to scatter. In the smoke, a gun barrel is pointed straight at his head, leaving Jin Hyuk stunned. The arrogant bounty hunter fires, the bullet powerful enough to destroy a house. Thanks to the mask, he manages to keep his head. You think you can dodge again? She smirks. But let's see who is about to lose their head to Hendrik. Shield. She commands, and a shield immediately appears. Hendrik is surprised. It seems she belongs to a group of persistent people. The shield counterattacks, sending Hendrik flying far away. He said Jin Hyuk was also a victim like him. Haru rushes in just in time with Miho. Their guardian and Appa have activated two Ha-Dong lions. The door unexpectedly switched to flight mode. Haru was stunned while Miho was clearly excited. But Miho stopped laughing when she released a barrage of tooth fireworks. Both were knocked out, falling into a deep, unresponsive sleep. Majin and his rebellious crew had revealed themselves. I had high hopes. But I didn't expect you to be this weak, she said sarcastically. However, Hendrik and Jin Hyuk simultaneously charged in for a counterattack. Just when they thought they had struck, both found guns pointed at their heads. And she sneered. I almost regretted ending you two too soon. Vulcan asked if he knew Haru. And as expected, he did. Both escaped. But she did not continue the attack, as if wanting to say something. That night, the group sat down to discuss, and she introduced herself as Shin, a bounty hunter. Jin Hyuk was surprised that someone had placed a bounty on them at the 50th floor. She didn't need an introduction, as she always knew her targets well, but she suggested another idea, wanting to make a bet that would benefit both sides. Hendrik was not interested in gambling, but Shin said if they won, she would withdraw and reveal who was behind it all. After hearing that, Hendrik wanted to end her right there, but Jin Hyuk stopped him. If the one behind it was the 9 stars or the distant emperor, they needed this information from the start. He didn't forget to greet Vulcan with a familiar demeanor. Everyone returned to his house together. The bet was finalized. Shin just wanted an exciting match against strong opponents. It's ultimately just a fight, Hendrik shouted in frustration. She set conditions that, regardless of the outcome, all three must survive. As she was the only one holding the key to the information, they didn't fully understand why she wouldn't allow killing. Since it was 2 against 1, Jin Hyuk was not allowed to summon spirits. He accepted, as long as he knew what she was plotting. Fighting later was fine. Cutting off hands or legs is fine, as long as we survive. Hendrik was ready to charge in. The car transformed into an aircraft, automatically firing bullets at Jin Hyuk. But those petty tricks couldn't do anything to him. The car suddenly appeared behind him, and he immediately used the spirit shield. Hendrik was surprised to encounter such a coincidence in the vast tower. At the same time, Hendrik charged out from behind Jin Hyuk. She calmly activated the teleportation and disappeared instantly. Hendrik couldn't hold back in time and hit Jin Hyuk instead. Shin shook her head. Seeing how poorly they coordinated, Jin Hyuk grabbed Hendrik by the collar. An argument broke out as he forced him to follow his strategy. Hendrik thought that only by handing over this battle to him could they win. Hey, you two idiots. I know you're stubborn, but ignoring me is just unacceptable. Shin returned with a sharp gaze like a death ray. A massive cannonball came crashing down with fierce firepower. It was so bright, it seemed like it wanted to incinerate their future. He recounted that during the village festival, all the Oni gathered on the 100th floor. The explosion flattened the area, leaving a devastated wasteland. On the edge of the forest, 2 young men fell straight from the sky. Luckily, Jin Hyuk activated the teleportation just in time. If she had hit them, both would have been done for. Why are you retreating when the fight was going well? You idiot. Hendrik shouted. Jin Hyuk immediately covered his mouth. The hat on her head was transforming into a reconnaissance aircraft. That weapon was too advanced. She definitely wasn't from Earth. This tower connected to many different worlds and dimensions. She must have come from a place with technology far beyond current understanding. Due to his old age, he stayed behind to forge swords, not expecting disaster to strike. This time, Jin Hyuk was serious, making Hendrik follow orders if he wanted to win. Cindy was searching around the area. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's appearance caught her off guard. Showing your face means you've surrendered. Right. Sorry. but your fate is already sealed to live long enough to become a legend. Jin Hyuk used spirit binding to restrain her movements. Shin thought he would throw something cooler. Who knew he would resort to such an old trick? A figure suddenly appeared behind her. Hendrik swung his sword in a surprise attack but missed. When asked where Haryu was, he hurriedly said Jin Hyuk told him she was on the 9th floor. About to reunite, Ada fired and shot through his head, but it had no effect whatsoever. Hendrik's hair remained intact. His head was surrounded by a shield made of divine energy. Hendrik swung again, and this time he hit the mark. But Ha was not so easily defeated. The omnipotent mage didn't just use spells. Jin Hyuk transferred all buffs to Hendrik. Now, he would show her what support from a master mage really meant. Jin Hyuk increased Hendrik's speed, allowing him to match his brother, even though she fired continuously. Hendrik moved like a fly, making it hard to hit him. He preferred hunting down groups or fleeing like she did. The shield couldn't withstand Hendrik's lightning strike after being buffed with power. And this mask belongs to Haryu. The explosion echoed through the sky, and Hendrik landed with the majesty of a descending god. But she didn't run. She brought him here to deliver a nuclear bomb. Jin Hyuk rushed forward but was too late. Another explosion shook the entire forest. He felt helpless, unable to comprehend where she got such advanced technology. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Jin Hyuk's right chest. She stood behind him, confident that Hendrik could not get back up, and he was the only one left unscathed. You think so? It seemed she forgot Hendrik was a giant dragon. He had more than enough strength to survive the recent explosion. She gave it to him as a way to repay her life-saving grace. With wide eyes, he realized he hadn't been fighting at full strength until now. Hendrik reappeared with even more ferocity than before. He always hated this form because the dragon race was his lifelong enemy. Hendrik unleashed a stream of scorching fire towards Sen, but she stood her ground. She even used a counterattack technique. Clearly, the strongest in the tower was on a different level. But I haven't even used my full strength yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Sen snapped her fingers and unleashed a fierce barrage of fire at Hendrik. The attack speed was so fast and powerful that the naked eye couldn't keep up. After that relentless barrage, what Shin didn't expect was that Hendrik remained calm, unscathed, which infuriated her. Hendrik curiously asked how strong she was, and Jin Hyuk proudly replied, "Using all these toys just to deal with one dragon. You said we agreed not to kill each other. Right. Then don't force me to break that agreement," Hendrik roared, flames erupting as he charged straight at Sen. She felt a bit uneasy, but her mouth refused to back down. She defended while continuously counterattacking. She poured all her strength into pushing back against him. Sen's shield clashed with Hendrik's firepower, creating an explosion that shook the entire forest. The area felt like it was hit by a strong shockwave. Over here, Jin Hyuk used divine power, but his recovery was very slow due to the bullet Shin fired earlier. Although she hadn't fully recovered, her strength was still on par with theirs. After Hendrik transformed into a dragon, all the buffs and defenses Jin Hyuk had placed on him disappeared. Hendrik's presence caused the magic around here to become noticeably chaotic. Neither Hendrik nor Shin had gained the upper hand after a series of clashes. Shin was still not tired. She continued using technology to suppress him. She launched a 3-dimensional illusion to attack Hendrik. "I am the only one who controls magic here. How can this be happening?" Hendrik shouted furiously, his eyes turning red. He curled up to avoid the continuous rain of physical bullets, along with a barrage of explosive bullets surrounding him. The water seemed to be torn apart in chunks. They had decided to stand together for revenge after Haryu handed him the mask. Hendrik stood up, full of magical power, grinding his teeth as he warned Shin that no amount of shooting would be effective. "Fine. If Hendrik wants it, I'll oblige." Shin switched from regular bullets to a large caliber AK. The power of the gun sent chills down Hendrik's spine. Is this your answer?" Hendrik growled. "Yes. This is the weapon with the strongest firepower. I had avoided using it, but now I have to unleash it," Shin replied. Since Sen played big, Hendrik wouldn't back down either. Both of them gathered all their strength to prepare for a counterattack. Hendrik's firepower collided head-on with the relentless barrage of attacks. Shin's bullets created strong shockwaves throughout the area, like a volcano erupting, sweeping away all the greenery. First, Hendrix wanted to check if Jin Hyuk was the right person. The old man suddenly grasped Jin Hyuk's hand. His eyes filled with gratitude. Everything was flattened, leaving no trace behind. Then he introduced himself as Geno. He said he would do his best to help them revive the village, along with Haryu to rebuild. Jin Hyuk didn't fully understand, but he nodded in agreement. Only Vulcan knew that the mask was a betrothal gift. Jano allowed him to take anything from the Lozen storage. Those were weapons far superior to what Goldrich had provided. After preparing, Jin Hyuk set off. but Jeno had already fallen asleep at some point. Perhaps it was due to the relief, as Hendrik had never seen him rest peacefully after the village incident. Although he didn't like this blatant approach, he decided to overlook it since he had already recognized it. Jin Hyuk let him continue sleeping, planning to meet Haryu first if he arrived. Meeting Jeno, Haryu would definitely become even stronger. Suddenly, Vulcan's voice roared, ringing in Jin Hyuk's ears. Jin Hyuk quickly dodged the blow Hendrik had just thrown, a strike that shattered the entire house. Hendrik was satisfied to see his reflexes. He reiterated that the challenge was still valid. If Jin Hyuk could defeat him, he would reverse his fate. Jin Hyuk also had no intention of reasoning anymore. Ready to confront the Dragon Man, they charged in, knocking everything around them. But the more they fought, the more excited they became. Hendrik didn't like crowds, so he invited him to a quieter place, because neither had ever unleashed their full strength like this. Hendrik easily shattered Jin Hyuk's soul weapon as if cutting through air, but Jin Hyuk had set a magical barrier right behind him. He hesitated slightly, but still handled it smoothly as usual. For Hendrik, this move was too trivial to mention. Jin Hyuk quickly closed in, sweeping his sword straight at him. Hendrik glided like smoke, feeling as if his body was just a wisp of soul. Jin Hyuk was frustrated as his refined sword techniques were all evaded by him. He even grabbed Jin Hyuk's hand and tossed him away like discarded trash. A necromancer. Huh. If you want to work with me, you need to put in more effort. Little did he know, that place turned out to be a strange alley. After a few rounds of combat, Hendrik noticed the flaw in Jin Hyuk. He must resurrect the Soul Soldier and summon a level 10 monster to unleash his power. Athea. Jin Hyuk called out, while Vulcan was holding him tightly. Now he needed to regain the honor he lost last time. Jin Hyuk summoned the gigantic Gungdia spear. The weapon that had taken down the Great Brain Warrior in an instant was now aimed at Hendrik. Vulcan immediately detached from Hendrik's body to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Hendrik gritted his teeth, acting as if he was in pain. In reality, his sword had a spell against dark magic, and Vulcan's sealing chains had no effect on him either. Even the bombs dropped by the Americans are not as fierce as this blow. Haryu, Vulcan, Kim Seung-tae, and all the witnesses were struck with shock. Everything was wiped clean, returning to the starting line. Amidst the thick dust and the devastated ruins, Sen Lok Nok raised her head, her face exhausted from the uncontrollable explosion. The immense heat overloaded Shin's shield, rendering it unable to function normally. Shin had to let the shield rest to regain energy, but as she looked ahead, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Hendrik still stood tall and unwavering. What the hell? Is he still able to fight? Shin paled and murmured. Fortunately, it was just the charred remains of Hendrik. Eric, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore and collapsed right in front of her. She laughed triumphantly, thinking she had taken down a dragon. But then a voice from behind startled Shin, caught off guard. Huh. You forgot it's 2 against 1. I'm still here, Jin Hyuk said, blood on his lips, stepping forward with a cold smile. You have a hole in you, yet you still talk a lot. Do you think your handsome face under that mask can save you? The weapon I hold is enough to take you down. Why not surrender? Shin scoffed, aiming her gun directly at him. Jin Hyuk remained calm, picking up a charred scale from Hendrik and biting down hard. He laughed loudly, saying it's not New Year's yet. Shin looked at the scene and felt nauseous, but the surprises weren't over. He swallowed the scale and transformed into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon creature. I need that information, even if I have to go beyond limits, Jin Hyuk said coldly, his dragon wings spread wide. The power he radiated made everyone hold their breath. It was indeed the aura of a legendary dragon clan. Since gaining this power, Jin Hyuk felt he was no longer the same. Now he could use magic however he wanted. He truly was an omnipotent dragon clan. He immediately unleashed all his dragon energy, covering the space. Sen, witnessing this, couldn't help but widen her eyes. He threw the Gunnya spear straight down, accompanied by countless waves of dark energy surging violently. Jin Hyuk quickly gained the upper hand, forcing Sen to turn and flee. Magic bullets exploded behind him, flames and smoke relentlessly chasing after him as Sen ran while cursing. What the hell is this? Could it be that the demon face is also a dragon clan? No, he changed after swallowing Hendrik's scales. Don't tell me he absorbed the power of others, Shin thought, trembling. But now that she realized it, it was too late. Jin Hyuk had been right behind her for who knows how long. In a perilous situation, Jin hurriedly drew her counterattack sword against Jin Hyuk's blazing firepower. Seeing her flustered under his hands made Jin Hyuk extremely pleased. Mo Hun kept provoking her, making Shin feel choked with anger. To eliminate a half-dragon like you is not difficult at all. Alright, I will end this just as you wish, demon face. Sen screamed like a dam bursting, and fired a barrage of thunderous cannonballs at Jin Hyuk. The more agitated she became, the more strangely excited Jin Hyuk felt. A stream of dragon energy mixed with wind force erupted from his mouth. Shin was caught in that firepower, her body heavily scorched. She could only fall to the ground, exhausted like a ripe fruit that had fallen. That final rocket of fire had truly knocked her out, but at the same time, it seriously injured Jin Hyuk internally. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Clearly, he still couldn't control this Dragon Clan power. I have to gradually adapt to this, Jin Hyuk sighed to himself. He looked around the white land covered in dust, all due to the aftershocks from the attack he unleashed. After a while, Sen finally opened her eyes amidst the dull pain. Her whole body ached from the consequences of the battle. Finally, "You're awake. We waited so long, not knowing when you would wake up," Hendrik spoke. "Ha, you are still awake before me. The power of the Dragon Clan is indeed formidable. But where exactly is this place? Just look around at the dim, desolate space. This is a magical barrier. Both of you passed out, and the area was destroyed, so I had to set it up," Jin Hyuk replied. Knowing he had lost badly, Shin could only bow his head and sigh. Her voice was filled with resentment as she mentioned the strength of the Dragon Clan duo and their omnipotence. Hendrik asked why she wanted to gamble on a fight like this. She nonchalantly stated that she just wanted to battle a dragon. After all the life and death situations, her reason was that ridiculous. Shin's answer left both of them speechless. To maintain this barrier for so long, Jin Hyuk had to use all the mana stones he gathered from the monster corpses. This is no joke. Anyway, you are awake now, so keep your promise. Who exactly is that person? The one who hired the bounty hunters to kill us? Jin Hyuk asked tensely. And there's something I must say first. I was not just hired by one person. The organization has put a bounty on you from an association. You know the punishment, right? Those who climb to higher floors will have their powers restricted when descending to lower floors. So they avoid the punishment by sponsoring and then taking control of a lower level association. Those associations then take over even lower level ones. This layered control chain is how they build their power, Shin explained. Just hearing about the association organization made Jin Hyuk frown in discomfort. Junjun immediately thought of the Holy Nation 9 Stars Association from the Biolong channel, the one powerful enough to orchestrate such a plan. In the high-rise headquarters of the Holy Nation, 9 Stars gathered their subordinates to announce matters regarding the associations. The Holy Nation's beloved Ye Kui had just been ambushed by Jin Hyuk. To avoid implicating other associations, Ku Tin decided to plan the elimination of Jin Hyuk, eradicate the threat before it has a chance to grow. If he acts directly, the punishment will be too severe. Therefore, he hired a mercenary to act in his place, and that person is none other than Shin. But she not only failed the mission, she also leaked information to Jin Hyuk's group. The whereabouts of Jin Hyuk's team have been exposed. Kim Seung-tae also retreated after encountering her. Thus, the Holy Kingdom punished Sen by beating her and throwing her to the serpent. She was swallowed whole by the monster's mouth. Sen's weak cries for help echoed, and then faded away. Haryu jolted awake from the pleading sounds in her dream. Her head throbbed, unsure if it was a dream or a portent. Now, only Jin Hyuk and Miho remained in front of her. Haryu scanned for Hendrik and Shin. That guy had gone ahead to gather information. The pursuers seemed to take this matter seriously. Perhaps he is still investigating despite having news from Shin. Seeing that she is fine, let's head to the black market. Jin Hyuk smiled lightly, and the three quickly made their way to the 51st floor of the commercial district. He allowed Miho to choose her favorite dish before entering the market. The person who opened the door made Miho happy as a bird escaping its cage. In contrast, Haryu remained tense due to the earlier dream. Her face was taut, causing Jin Hyuk to also feel that something was off with Haryu. The sky gradually darkened. Before entering the black market, Jin Hyuk feared Haryu would be easily recognized. He snapped his fingers to create a background music for her, and a cute outfit for her disguise. Miho transformed into a fox and jumped onto Jin Hyuk's shoulder. The group finished their disguises and headed straight to the arena. They knocked on the door for the staff to verify their identities. Seeing the powerful black card in Jin Hyuk's hand, they were momentarily stunned. It seemed that without support, he would have a hard time possessing it. After a few seconds of silence, the staff quickly invited Jin Hyuk's group into the VIP area. The mask Jin Hyuk wore immediately made a few people in the room recognize him. The group began to whisper and gossip incessantly. As they settled in on the upper floor, the auction officially kicked off. Sitting through the event, nothing caught his eye. The people who genuinely wanted to buy were nowhere to be seen, which annoyed him. Jin Hyuk felt that something was off. There were too many people gathered below. This meant that a huge item was about to be unveiled. Just then, the next item was brought up. Haryu unexpectedly leaped down. She moved so quickly that it startled Jin Hyuk. Truckbao's eyes widened in astonishment. Haryu ran straight toward the item. She was determined to help the person of her dreams. She heard a cry for help coming from the item. It sounded just like the voice that had appeared in her dream. But just as her hand was about to touch the item, Haryu was knocked to the ground by the old man and his bodyguards. "You dare touch the item I chose first. You insolent girl," the old fat man roared. "You should be the one to step aside. Who did you just lay your hands on?" Jin Hyuk, filled with magic power, stepped forward, his presence causing everyone to back away. The old man vaguely recognized that this was the most famous person in the family. It was the demon mask causing a storm everywhere. Helping Haryu up, Jin Hyuk gently asked, "I heard someone coming from that thing," she said, pointing with a trembling finger. The MC laughed heartily, thinking the audience was too excited about the valuable item. "Alright, keep the fire going, now it's time to unveil the main item." He waved his hand, and the curtain was immediately pulled up. Haryu's eyes widened as she looked at the item that was revealed. It was a hairpin from a strange tribe. That image made her feel as if she was reliving, distant memories flooding back into her mind. Haryu trembled, her eyes wide with anger as she saw them auctioning the tribe's item for a pittance. Jin Hyuk stood beside her, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. He urged Haryu to trust him. The hairpin was opened with a starting price of 100,000 gold. The price kept climbing continuously, until the old man shouted a price of 1 million. The whole room froze. "Haha, with this item, we will have new information, and an additional rare species for the collection. Even without the Oni's essence, having this is enough to be happy." The old man laughed heartily as if trying to provoke Haryu. She was furious, ready to draw her sword and strike the old man, but Jin Hyuk timely stopped her with a shout. 3 million. The auction room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape in shock. At the outrageous price Jin Hyuk just named, the item was quickly finalized at that price. And of course, it fell into Jin Hyuk's hands, amidst the gasps. People began to discuss his notorious wealth, knowing he had drawn attention for spending too much. After obtaining the item, Jin Hyuk pulled Haryu away from there. On the way, Haryu tightly clutched the hairpin in her hand. She thanked Jin Hyuk, thanking him so much. He must have spent a lot of money. But since it's not my money, it's fine. "Remember to thank Goldrich," Jin Hyuk replied. After retrieving the item, Haryu felt as if she heard a familiar voice echoing in the distance. That thank you just rang out and then vanished into the air. She silently promised herself she would take revenge for everything at any cost. At this moment, Jin Hyuk understood why Haryu was so agitated. It was because the clip contained the soul of a deceased Oni. As they were walking, a shadow suddenly closed in from behind. The man rushed forward at incredible speed, but Jin Hyuk managed to notice and counterattack in time. As he swung his sword, he recognized that it was the bodyguard who followed the fat old man. "Such behavior is disrespectful. I already let you hold that item, didn't I?" The old man smirked, quietly stepping closer. "If you really want it, then come to the auction and compete for it. But I warn you, I won't let you steal it," Jin Hyuk said coldly. The old man suddenly burst into laughter. He slyly claimed that he no longer needed the clip but only wanted an onigiri. Whether it was the real Haryu or a fake one, didn't matter. Haryu was furious, immediately charging forward with her sword drawn. The old man was no slouch either. He pulled out a heavy iron hammer. He then swung it at her relentlessly, as if wanting to crush her, continuously reminding Haryu not to act rashly. Jin Hyuk nearly had the sharp sword pressed against his face. His attacks were extremely fast and powerful, forcing Jin Hyuk to retreat. Perhaps this guy even surpassed Hendrik in skill. Haryu saw that the old man was strong but slow, so she unleashed a counterattack. Unexpectedly, just as Haryu was charging in, the old man quietly pressed a button on the hammer. And immediately, a thick cloud of poison spread out. Haryu turned pale, covering her nose, telling herself to stop breathing immediately. The poison made her lose control. In an instant, he pinned her down to the ground. "Remember this, kid. When you reach the 50th floor, you will see that everyone climbing the tower has a trump card. This is a type of paralysis poison. Once used in the syringes of the Gopin, I have turned it into a gas. In a few seconds, you will be completely immobilized. I don't care about your revenge, so don't waste your energy getting angry. Your life isn't over yet. It's just beginning. To force you into submission, I will sever a few ligaments. Being a collectible in my collection is an honor," he shouted loudly, drawing a knife to stab Haryu. But just then, Jin Hyuk appeared in a dignified family stance. Like a god descending to earth, the cold sword cleanly severed his arm in one decisive stroke. "Surprised, aren't you? The poison has no effect on me. You are too trivial and useless to make me care. Now, take your punishment." Jin Hyuk spoke coldly amidst the old man's panicked gaze. The arm detached from the body, blood gushing out. He fell to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Before Jin Hyuk could chop off the other arm, the bodyguard rushed in. "Pretty quick, huh? A moment slower, and it would have been over," Jin Hyuk said while casting a spell circle and executing the five-finger spirit technique. The explosion erupted beneath the bodyguard's feet, rocks and dirt flying like fireworks. But something blocked it. Both the sword and the spell were neutralized. That guy is proficient in both systems. Does he have a hidden class? The pressure radiating from him made him look just like a seasoned tower climber. The bodyguard was sweating, his face pale. Realizing the situation was dire, he advised the old man to retreat and tend to his wounds immediately. But the old man stubbornly refused, still wanting to capture Haryu. Useless advice. The bodyguard, losing patience, pointed his sword directly at the old man's face. He growled, reiterating the terms of the protection agreement they had made. When I engage in battle, you absolutely must not interfere. Cuddy, he threatened. The old man panicked and ran away like a cornered beast. Because he couldn't capture Haryu, he quickly changed direction to seize the command. He hunched over, dragging his hair, and fled headlong. Haryu was determined not to let him escape easily. She drew her sword and charged after him, but was blocked by the bodyguard. Jin Hyuk surged forward from behind to assist, his sword clashing against each blow, the metallic sounds echoing repeatedly. Where do you think you're going? If you've opened the match, you should follow through to the end. Jin Hyuk frowned and said. In the stillness of the night, Jin Hyuk and the bodyguard fought fiercely like two shadows spiraling around each other. Neither was willing to back down, causing the surroundings to crumble in an instant. Battling someone like him made Jin Hyuk regret the talent being wasted, buried in such a filthy place. It is in this filthy place that I find help. And to meet a strong person like you, the bodyguard smiled faintly. Ha, what? You're just a rat running away because you're afraid to climb the tower again. Jin Hyuk's words struck directly at his pride. The humiliation surged, causing him to nearly lose control. Both the power and speed of his strikes surged with each beat. But no matter how formidable he was against others, Kim Seung-tae could not escape the fatal blows from Jin Hyuk. His blood gushed out in streams, pouring down like the rain at the end of the season. In his dying moments, he vaguely remembered the moment he set foot on the 431st floor, where he saw the true form of the tower with his own eyes. All deception and betrayal, the lowest forms of humanity. After the betrayal of his teammates, he lost his eyes there. This filthy place, huh? At least the people here don't hide their dirtiness. The bodyguard screamed and suddenly swung his sword at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk quickly dodged to the side, causing the blade to miss its target. It struck the ground, shattering the bricks like they had just experienced a tremor. I understood that feeling from the moment I was betrayed and killed. But your mentality is too weak. If you are truly strong, then climb even higher. Handle those who betrayed you yourself. Jin Hyuk growled low and swung his fist with the force of a raging storm. A flurry of blows sent the bodyguard flying dozens of meters under the incredible weight. He lay sprawled among the rubble, still dazed when he was hit again by an extremely powerful force from Jin Hyuk. I don't run like you because I will wipe out those traitors. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and growled, channeling his strength to cover his opponent. He screamed in agony amidst the quiet night. Meanwhile, the fat old man, after grabbing the hairpin, immediately turned to flee. Just as he reached the door, Sukuna collapsed right there, taking a cold blade from Haryu. Let's put an end to that cowardly behavior. If you're foolish, then you deserve to die. After taking down that annoying old man, Haryu accidentally picked up a gold card that fell from him. Jin Hyuk unexpectedly spared the bodyguard, even though he had pushed him to the brink. He himself was surprised, not understanding why he did that. You still have things to resolve, right? Those bastards ruined your eye. Go and destroy all of them, Jin Hyuk said coldly before turning away. Once I finish dealing with this, I will find you and make you regret not finishing me off today. The bodyguard smirked in response. Jin Hyuk smiled faintly, hoping that day would come soon. His aura made Vulcan widen his eyes. Vulcan guessed that he felt sympathy for him, which was why he let him go. Haryu was still furious, wanting revenge immediately, but Jin Hyuk remained silent, not responding at all. At this moment, Haryu had returned to the base. She informed Jin Hyuk that she had taken down the fat old man and showed him the card. The golden card she picked up from the old man's corpse. It seems to be linked to the auction house but cannot be used to make purchases. Usually, cards like this are keys. A key that allows entry to high-level auctions, where extremely rare items are kept. Jin Hyuk examined the card, his eyes sparkling with interest. Suddenly, Haryu bowed her head and apologized for getting angry and putting the group in danger. Jin Hyuk didn't blame her. He gently patted her head, saying it was okay. I know how important that item is to you. I can handle it. But remember, there are times when you need to let go of personal revenge. Haryu etched his words in her mind, smiling softly and nodding. Thanks to the mysterious card Haryu found, Jin Hyuk and she were able to move forward together. They successfully entered the underground auction reserved for the elite. After hours of tense waiting and observation, the auction was about to close with one final, super special item. Hearing the host announce it, the guests became unusually excited, causing Jin Hyuk to grow even more curious about what was about to happen. From the ceiling, a gigantic cage descended, covered in red fabric. Jin Hyuk guessed that inside could be a legendary creature or some divine beast. But at the moment the fabric was pulled down, what caught Jin Hyuk's eye was a girl trapped in the cage with a striking figure. Next to her were other shadowy figures bound tightly, making him voice his discomfort at this sight. The brutality of the auction group was glaringly obvious. The aura she emitted was so strong that it left the entire room in shock. Jin Hyuk was sure she didn't come here with peaceful intentions. Along with that aura, he could also feel the pure mana of the elf race. Dark elves are a variant due to exposure to demonic energy. Pure mana belongs to high elves, two opposing types that cannot share the same origin. Jin Hyuk stared at the elf for a long time, his heart heavy with thoughts, as Vulcan gently explained that there are cases where a high elf is forced to come into contact with demonic energy. What? A high elf isn't easily corrupted like that. If it were possible, wouldn't the 4 royal families be created by them? Jin Hyuk wondered, feeling a chill run down his spine. The hall was noisy with bidding, no different from a street market, but then all sounds faded when the host announced the new price. The enormous figure of 5.5 million gold was presented by Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity. Upon hearing that, the elf immediately thrashed about and shouted, "Hami elf, how dare you? I will never sell to you, never. If I escape from here, you will be the first I tear apart into pieces." In response to that emotional outburst, Hami Ao, who stood beside her, merely pursed her lips and smiled faintly with hidden meaning. "Don't be so angry. Think it over, princess. Instead of being a toy for those despicable men, why not become my pet?" Hami Ao said in a voice as light as the wind, but it did nothing to quell the anger swirling in the elf's eyes. Just as the 5.5 million was about to be finalized, Jin Hyuk raised it by another 4.5 million, causing the entire hall to tremble. Hamiel was still stunned by the unreasonable amount he was willing to spend. 10 million gold. The unprecedented price, was exclaimed. Those on the 51st floor immediately turned to each other, discussing fervently. The room erupted with whispers that seemed never-ending. The atmosphere was chaotic, like a storm sweeping through, being surpassed by Jin Hyuk, right before her eyes. Hami Ao was so furious, she bit down hard on her teeth. Her gaze bore into him with such intensity, as if she wanted to force him to back down. "Oh my. Are you using your power to make me give up? Is that even allowed?" Jin Hyuk smirked. "I should be the one asking that. Stop dodging the question. How can you afford that amount?" Hami Ao glared and growled, but all she received in return was a heavy pressure in the air. That aura from Jin Hyuk sent chills down anyone's spine who looked at him. She realized she had just bumped into someone she shouldn't mess with. Hamiel had to swallow her anger. Then she raised the bidding to 10 million gold. Just when someone thought it was enough, Jin Hyuk pushed the number up to 20 million, leaving Vulcan speechless. Haryu and many others gaped, thinking he had lost his mind. As for Hami Ao, it goes without saying how furious she was. That left her pale, breathless, and confused as to why he wanted to buy a captive elf so badly. "Why are you staring at me like that? Stop it. It only makes me want to gouge your eyes out. One day I will kill the 4 royal families, but with my current strength, I am still not enough. But if it's money, I can win against you. This amount is enough to satisfy me," Jin Hyuk thought, as he observed Hamiel's displeased expression. She still couldn't believe that Jin Hyuk had that much money. And so, the dark elf officially belonged to Jin Hyuk for 20 million gold. Before handing her over to him, the staff gave him a magical key to unlock the shackles. He spoke while trying to flatter Jin Hyuk, hoping to find out when he would return. Jin Hyuk coldly told him to just deliver the goods first. Haryu curiously asked if he intended to turn that elf into a slave. "Huh, I'm not crazy enough to do that," Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly. As for Vulcan, there was no need to discuss since he was already a spirit. Jin Hyuk was slightly surprised to learn that Haryu thought he was that kind of terrible person. Haryu quickly shook her head, saying she didn't think poorly of him at all. It was just that she found the elf too beautiful, which piqued her curiosity. While they were chatting, Hamiel approached from a distance. She put on a fake smile and greeted Jin Hyuk. "If you plan to steal my goods, then forget it. Someone has tried that before and is now 6 feet under," Jin Hyuk said coldly. "No, if you allow it, I want to ask one thing. Why did you take her away from there?" Hamiel asked with a stubborn expression. "If you suffer a loss, don't ask. Even if you belong to the 4 royal families, don't expect anyone to go easy on you." Jin Hyuk smirked, his words sharp as a slap to the face. Faced with his decisiveness, Hamiel only scoffed, as if conceding defeat. "I just want to understand you better. But now a report about you has been sent to the higher-ups." Hamiel's vague threat made Jin Hyuk so furious that he wanted to lash out with his sword, but he managed to hold back, calming himself down. "No, I can't act rashly yet. If I go all out, I can deal with that suppressed pigeon. But the consequence would be that the stronger angels would immediately hunt me down. If I'm still this weak, I won't be able to confront them. For now, I can only wait for the right opportunity." Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, trying to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of the provocations. "Ah, that hairpin is really beautiful. Too bad I can't see it anymore because I burned it all." Hamiel leaned close to Haryu, whispering taunts that made Jin Hyuk realize her target from the beginning was Haryu. Afraid Haryu would get agitated, Jin Hyuk quickly called out to her to prevent any trouble. But contrary to his expectations, Haryu calmly replied, "I'm fine. I know. Now is the time I must become numb," she said through gritted teeth, her eyes red as she tried to swallow her anger. "Humph. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. I'll be waiting on the 10th floor." Hamiel said this and turned away, walking off coldly. Everything happened so fast that Jin Hyuk didn't even have time to call after her. By the time he chased after her, all that remained was a flurry of feathers, as Hamiel had already vanished. "Alright, I don't know what you're planning, but just wait. I will personally take your head," Jin Hyuk grumbled, tightening that thought in his mind. A little while later, in the outskirts of the 15th floor, Vulcan hurriedly used his soul weapon to clear away the wandering spirits around the area. He wouldn't let anyone get close to the conversation between Jin Hyuk and the elf. At this moment, Jin Hyuk, Haryu, and Miho stood in front of the cage. He made it clear that he had no intention of harming the elf. "Haha, that sounds nice. But what's the difference between those kids and regular people?" the elf replied, still wary with a smirk. "Believe it or not, what's your name?" Jin Hyuk asked in a low voice. The elf revealed her two names, Ellie-1, Vanji Rezo. Jin Hyuk was stunned because Vanji Gresso was originally the name of a man, and that is the surname of the royal family, originating from the divine hunter of the elf tribe. This means the elf standing before him is a true noble elf. Jin Hyuk was unaware that at the same time, a group of dark forces was scouring the forest to find him. A true noble elf, belonging to a high-ranking group, still had potential for development. When transformed into a dark elf, the energy she absorbed was even stronger, reminding Jin Hyuk of her reaction during the auction. It seems she harbors a deep grudge against the four royal families. She is suited to be someone who dares to confront heaven and earth, Jin Hyuk thought to himself. While he was lost in thought, Ellie-1 was busy looking for a way to escape. This chain seals all her powers, and even if she is released, she still cannot use her energy right away. If he touches her, it will only make it harder to escape. The more she thought, the more confused she became, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk used the key to unlock the door, causing Ellie-1 to exclaim in surprise. "Get up, I have something to ask," Jin Hyuk said firmly. Seeing an opportunity, Ellie-1 dashed out quickly, but after just a few steps, she collapsed, like someone who had lost all strength. "Give it up. Mana and spirit are the strengths of an elf. It's not physical strength." Jin Hyuk stepped up behind Ellie-1 and spoke softly. "Tisk, you bought me for 20 million. What do you want? It's quite secluded here. No one knows what you intend to do with a powerless dark elf, just like those scoundrels who wanted to buy me. Are you also planning to exploit me to satisfy your desires?" Her words made Haryu blush, and she quickly covered Miho's ears, insisting that Jin Hyuk was not that kind of person. The system members simultaneously explained educational theories, causing Jin Hyuk to feel overwhelmed. He had no dark intentions toward Ellie-1. It was truly unfair. While the group was still flustered, a loud explosion startled Jin Hyuk. He signaled Vulcan to report the situation. "I think our position has been discovered by those climbing the tower recently, and there are a lot of them." Vulcan was fighting off the aggressive group, while hurriedly transmitting information to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk's complete purchase of the auction items had stirred them up to come and gang up on him. The pressure they emitted was so intense that it was hard to bear. "Hami Ao is behind this," Jin Hyuk squinted, thinking. He then told Haryu and Miho to go support Vulcan, while he stayed back to talk with Ellie-1. Ellie-1 had now stopped being wary of him. She tilted her head, demanding that he bring her some wine. With Haryu and Miho holding off the tower climbers, Vulcan seized the opportunity to channel all his spirit power into a massive attack. He blew away the tower climbers in one fell swoop. In stark contrast to the chaotic fighting outside, Jin Hyuk and Ellie-1 quietly sat and talked in the forest. "Your teammates are very strong, even stronger under your command. With such power, why did you let the angel at the auction slip away? The one weakened by the tower's punishment?" Ellie-1 asked. "Fighting now won't gain me anything," Jin Hyuk replied softly. "You are suppressing your emotions for a greater goal, unlike me. Have you ever had to gut your own kin?" Eliohan took a drink and looked at him with pained eyes. That question left Jin Hyuk stunned. It turns out, in the past, Ellie Huan had once held the knife herself, against her own father, just as he had instructed. Before he passed away, he managed to hand her the Jagresso seed, as if placing all future hopes in her hands. Her brother, Alat, later betrayed their clan for power from the four royal families. When he pursued her, her father shouted for her to eat that seed, but before he could finish, he was struck down by Hami Ao, right before her eyes. The seed in Ellie's hand was also shattered by Hamiel. Not stopping there, she used her magic to corrupt Ellie into a dark elf, wanting to trample the honor of a noble high elf. This caused her to sink deeper into despairing darkness. Later, L1 was sold into the slave market and met Jin Hyuk, who understood that even elves were hunted down by the 4 royal families. But the elves on the 300th floor were too strong. Their mana and summons made it difficult for the 4 royal families to act directly. Therefore, the only way was to use a traitor from within the clan. Jin Hyuk reflected on Ellie's story. Seeing the exhausted despair on Lewan's face, Jin Hyuk suggested she join the anti-hero faction and promised to help her take revenge on those who had stolen everything from her. At this moment, Haryu had just cleared the tower climbers but was still uneasy thinking about Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk and Ellie-1 were alone together. The turmoil within Haryu surged as she worried whether Ellie could reach Jin Hyuk's heart. If so, Haryu might just be jealous enough to cry. Lost in thought, Haryu nearly lost her life under the claws of a giant red orc. If Jin Hyuk hadn't rushed in just in time, she would have collapsed on the spot. "How's the dark elf?" Haryu asked as soon as she met Jin Hyuk again. If she said L1, then she was gone. The answer left Haryu stunned. A few minutes earlier, after hearing Jin Hyuk discuss revenge, Ellie-1 hesitated, thinking about dealing with her own siblings. What did they do to her? I'm sure they could do worse to fulfill her schemes. I will make them pay many times over. No, 100 times. Who do you want revenge on? The 9 stars? The 4 royal clans? Faced with Jin Hyuk's certainty, Ellie-1 chose to leave again. I will go to gain strength equal to yours. When I feel confident enough, I will return. Oh, can you tell me your real name, not the one you have now? Ellie-1 blurted out. Hearing Jin Hyuk say he was a necromancer, Jin Hyuk's father, Ellie-1 paused as if she had just realized something. If I sleep, you can use my soul and body as you wish. Finishing her sentence, she turned and vanished under the dim moonlight, leaving Jin Hyuk standing there with a flurry of tangled thoughts. Back in the present, after he finished telling Haryu everything, Vulcan had just returned. If we're done, let's leave this place. Rumors spread quickly. Many tower climbers will flock to this spot. Vulcan suggested, yeah, staying too long on one floor can be dangerous. Let's head to the 60th floor. Oh, Goldrich will also go to the 60th floor, Jin Hyuk replied. But at this moment on the 60th floor, Goldrich was sweating as he faced the aggressive tower climbers from the 9 stars. They brought an entire army with them. Goldrich's shops were burned to ashes by them. These were all establishments Goldrich set up to support the anti-establishment faction. If captured, their relationship would shatter. Not wanting Goldrich to be implicated, his secretary fought with all his might to hold this place. Suddenly, falling from above was the President Joseon, nicknamed the Giant Hippo, brandishing a sword aimed at the secretary. A president personally taking action. They really wanted to flatten this place, the secretary thought, trembling. Just when he didn't know how to respond, another person appeared. President Bain-han, Beth Holio, stepped out as if to teach Joseon a lesson. You fool. If you want to cut the tangled threads, you have to aim at the one controlling them. Those who don't understand this basic principle shouldn't be so arrogant only to lose. How do you know? I don't know. Every time someone kills someone, the more support they have, the more points they get. You think, Joseon snapped. The White Swallow Guild has cornered him. And you still dare to steal the credit, you fat pig. Beth's sarcastic words made Joseon blush with rage, unleashing a chaotic stream of curses. Seeing those two caught up in their argument, the secretary seized the opportunity to shoot a thread of sharp energy at them, intending to turn them into puppets. But before he could unleash his full power, he was ambushed from behind by the guild leader of the gorillas, leaving him in excruciating pain. It seemed that while the two were arguing, I had managed to catch him. I have captured this puppet master, Diaz said. Mei looked up to report to Ah So-hoon, the leader of the Divine Path Guild. You, the ones who let the demon face attack, truly disgrace the Holy Kingdom, and yet you come here to act so shamefully. Ah So-hoon coldly approached to reprimand Mei, Jose, and Beck, making them all feel both angry and ashamed. Jose and Beck retorted, Ah So-hoon, I don't need you to lecture me. Don't think your little skills give you the right to cause chaos here. Do you think you're Ken's spokesperson? As for Mei, she didn't bother to pay attention. She just needed to secure her own part. The secretary, determined to hold this ground, risked everything, and cast the puppet technique on his own body. He shouted as he unleashed a torrent of rage energy, causing the crowd to panic and scatter. What he aimed for was to protect Goldrich and his dream, willing to pay any price. He was still unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower. Then, a gigantic serpent suddenly appeared, tossing him around like a sandbag. Just one blow erased all of his attacks. This was all because the Serpent King Ba Xin and the Demon King's son had appeared unexpectedly. The guild leaders felt anxious upon seeing the two who had once reached the 300th floor present here. Arthur declared that the mercenaries were the leading force in this plan. They were hired to pave the way. Jules and Beck immediately protested, not wanting to take orders from those lowly soldiers. Arthur threatened that this was an order from Lord Ken, but the guild leaders still retreated, stating outright that they didn't want to get involved any further. You refuse the invitation to drink but demand punishment, Asio signaled with a snap of his fingers. The white serpent lunged forward, swallowing the guild leaders whole in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Not only are you useless, but do you also dare to defy the Great Order? The Holy Kingdom does not need people like you. This is the will of Lord Ken, Asio said, then unleashed firepower to incinerate the remaining part. The Soul Summoner immediately summoned the soul of the guild leader to turn them into a tool for eternal servitude. That power is worthy of his title as the God King. When the Soul Summoner asked where the demon mask was, Asio replied that they hadn't even reached the 60th floor yet, which surprised him a bit. Everyone believed that this place was the financial source for the demon mask. After taking this place, we will deal with the demon mask, who is on their way here. Asio was cut off as the Soul Summoner held a knife to his throat. He disregarded the 9-star order, declaring he would go find and bring back the head of the demon mask himself, as that was his true goal. At the same time, Jin Hyuk had just met Hendrik when an explosion rang out. A messenger bird from Goldrich frantically flew in front of him. Jin Hyuk, you need to get to the 60th floor immediately. The base of the schemer, Mit Thien, is under attack. Hurry up. Without reinforcements they won't last. Buy some time. The messenger bird vanished into thin air after delivering its message. Jin Hyuk's group was stunned. Everyone was in a panic. Goldrich operates many shops under various names. How many dangers must he face while holding power in the tower? Jin Hyuk held his head, confused about how to handle the situation. Wait, isn't Goldrich famous for being the strongest tower climber among those who have reached the 300th floor? Hendrik wondered. What are you talking about? If he were that strong, he wouldn't need others to run the shops for him. Once he appears on the front lines, it means his shop is siding with the opposing forces. If that happens, this won't just be a single attack. The 4 royal clans will crush all of Goldrich's shops to ashes. Our goal is clearer now. Let's reach the 60th floor and smash the United Holy Church, Jin Hyuk suggested. As the group gathered to prepare for teleportation, Vulcan was suddenly ambushed from behind by Ba Xin and Toon. Sorry, but you won't make it to the 60th floor, because everyone will die here. Those two laughed arrogantly. Behind them was a gigantic serpent opening its mouth to unleash a fireball with a gust of wind. The explosion swept through the area, leaving nothing intact. Jin Hyuk barely had time to shout for his teammates to activate the teleportation immediately. Standing amidst the devastation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Clearly the enemy has actively sought us out. They are the assassins sent by Ken." Ba Xin and Tun immediately proved this with a powerful punch that sent rocks flying. Jin Hyuk's team was thrown in all directions, unable to counterattack before being completely overwhelmed. Immortal. He is a soul summoner, while the one beside him is a serpent enchanter. The way they executed their moves made Jin Hyuk immediately recognize their identities. Hendrik, filled with rage, charged forward, but nearly got bitten in half by Ba Xin's serpent jaws. "Ha, are you a pureblood? Do you want to be my pet? If you agree, I will grant you the highest position. I wonder what color your scales are." Ba Xin's unpleasant smile only fueled Hendrik's anger further. Both sides plunged into a fierce melee. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk faced off directly against the soul summoner Toon. Just by looking, he could tell that Toon had at least reached the 300th floor, possibly even stronger than Jin. Jin Hyuk was intrigued and wanted to test just how strong Toon really was. He called Haryu and Miho over to assist Hendrik. As for himself, he summoned a legion of spirits to overwhelm the enemy, just enough to confront Toon's army of skeletons. Both sides slashed and struck continuously, dark energy thickly spreading across the battlefield. Toon watched Jin Hyuk intently, not taking his eyes off him. He acknowledged that Jin Hyuk's abilities far exceeded the rumors, as he could wipe out his skeleton soldiers single-handedly. "Your title is Necromancer, isn't it? You are not worthy of that title. Surrender your power to me," Toon commanded. "You have some nerve, you arrogant little punk," Jin Hyuk replied, channeling dark energy. Frustrated by Jin Hyuk's stubbornness, Toon played dirty, setting a trap to ensnare Haryu and Miho in the monster's jaws. By the time Jin Hyuk realized it, both of them were trapped and unable to escape. "If you don't surrender, your teammates will die painfully," Toon growled. "Shut your mouth and let them go, you bastard," Jin Hyuk seethed, his anger boiling over. On the 60th floor, the scene was hellish, with fire and swords engulfing the entire front line. The vanguard and the tower climbers were continuously clashing. Explosive firepower erupted incessantly, turning the place into a chaotic mess. Ace stood back, observing, thinking that the vanguard kept using the same formation to block the enemy. It would be hard to penetrate the tower quickly like that. Don't they have any stronger mages? This place may not have any mages, but with Goldrich's ability to channel power, he is no less formidable than anyone else. With a golden bullet technique, Goldrich kicked the window open and fired a cannonball, sending the tower climbers flying like a rain of flesh. This move can't hold them back any longer. They are about to discover my true identity. Hurry up, Jin Hyuk. Goldrich was drenched in sweat, struggling to hold on while waiting for reinforcements. At this moment, Jin Hyuk was still stuck fighting the stubborn Soulmaster to save Haryu and Miho. The two were locked in a fiery battle, each strike landing like a hammer, neither side willing to back down. "Let Haryu and Miho go right now." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and shouted, his hand clenched tightly, the aura of his blows landing heavily on the opponent. I won't let you free them. I am the Soul King, and I will seize your necromancer powers to inherit the dark undead. Jin Hyuk. Jun unsheathed his sword, his words filled with rage. Jin Hyuk froze when he heard his name mentioned by the opponent. It seemed he still didn't realize that behind the mask was him. Meanwhile, Haryu and Miho were engulfed, slowly waking up now. Before them stood an army of skeletal warriors, their imposing presence surrounding them completely. The small-toothed monster was digging a tunnel to escape with the two girls, infuriating Hendrik, who shouted loudly, "You won't escape. Those two kids are my final limit." Just as Hendrik was about to charge in, a saw-toothed serpent lunged out, narrowly missing him and forcing him to evade its fangs. He barely managed to bring his sword across to block the serpent's mouth. Suddenly, another snake emerged from the serpent's throat. Taking advantage of Hendrik losing his balance, it slithered forward and bit directly into his neck, causing blood to spray as the world spun around him. Fortunately, Hendrik managed to deliver a fatal blow to the serpent before the snake's venom clouded his mind. In his dreams, Hendrik vividly saw the scene of his homeland being ravaged by dragons, as if it were right before his eyes. Those creatures were the source of the hatred that followed him to this day. You hate dragons. A dragon hating dragons. How ironic. This bite reveals the painful memories deep within your heart. Not only that, it also transmitted those memories to me. But why do you despise that beautiful scenery? Now you are a dragon too, isn't that wonderful? Ba Xin stepped forward, holding the small snake, his mocking tone cutting into Hendrik's pain. His heart, already filled with wounds, was now stirred with resentment, causing Hendrik to tremble, his eyes bloodshot. He threw his head back and screamed wildly. What do you know to say that? My homeland was destroyed by enemies. How can I take revenge if I am reborn as that kind? If you don't understand, then shut up. What? You're angry over just that. I can't understand. Now that you're a dragon, why hold on to grudges anymore? Do you know how many people I have to kill to gather that many snakes? For this beauty, every difficulty is just a minor issue. Let me introduce myself. I am Ba Xin, the Snake King, loving all creatures with scales in this world. If you follow me, you will learn to love your true form. Ba Xin laughed coldly, whispering in Hendrik's ear like pouring fire into his heart. But Hendrik remained unshaken, gritting his teeth and growling each word. Then, listen to me now. I am Hendrik, the one who carries the soul of the Dragon Slayer. I will eradicate every scaled creature in existence. The two with opposing ideals now had no choice but to clash in a ruthless showdown. Swarms of snakes poured from Ba Xin, all cut down by Hendrik like weeds. But the battle showed no signs of ending, as Hendrik grew more exhausted with each strike, his body falling apart. Just keep charging forward. Do you think those snakes can catch up to me? Hendrik, with fiery red eyes, roared, while Ba Xin remained indifferent, summoning more swarms of snakes. Waiting for Hendrik to tire, Ba Xin launched a massive serpent that coiled tightly around him. Trapped in the rough scales, Hendrik groaned in pain. If this continues, I will be crushed. I have to escape, Hendrik thought, trembling. As Hendrik struggled to cast a spell, Ba Xin rushed in, reaching for his face. He laughed with disdain. I've got you now. You were too careless, Hendrik. Come with me. Immediately, Ba Xin used the enchanting ability of the Snake Clan to control Hendrik. Looking into the red eyes that were slowly gathering a glimmer of light, Ba Xin gleefully thought there was only one way out. That is to transform into a dragon and leave this place. But I understand you, Hendrik. You would never do that. The hatred for dragons has seeped deep into your blood, even though you are a dragon yourself. Hendrik, have you accepted your true form yet? Amid Ba Xin's seduction, an ancient memory suddenly surfaced in Hendrik's mind. When Jin Hyuk knew Hendrik was about to give up his powers just out of fear of transforming into a dragon, at that time, Jin Hyuk reminded the group to give their all if they wanted to surpass the tower climber. The 300th floor forced everyone to tap into their full potential. Those words pulled Hendrik from his dream and the fear of becoming his own enemy. Hendrik sprang up, arching his back and transforming into a massive black dragon, leaving Ba Xin stunned. He couldn't believe Hendrik broke through the barrier so quickly. Because I am not strong enough. I struggle against someone superior. I will use all my strength to defeat you at any cost, Hendrik growled, his aura surging fiercely. This very appearance only fueled Ba Xin's desire to claim Hendrik even more. On Jin Hyuk and Jun's side, the battle remained tense as a drawn bowstring. Jin Hyuk and his summoned spirit were gradually being pushed back, while Toon maintained a steady rhythm of attack. This made Jin Hyuk start to waver slightly. He was using skills from his previous life. I have to save the kids and return to Goldrich as well. I can't get distracted any longer. As long as I defeat him, everything will be over. Jin Hyuk tightened his focus, countering each explosive attack from Toon's array. This style, did you learn it from the Death Star? Jin Hyuk asked with suspicion. That's right, I guess you did too, Tun replied coldly. Then, you cannot defeat me. I will surpass that Death Star. Jin Hyuk's confident words made Toon furious. wanting to rush in and slap him for being so arrogant in front of his idol. As Jin Hyuk charged forward, Toon immediately shifted, pushing him into the encirclement of the spirit soldiers as if leading him into a deadly trap. But how could he die when Jin Hyuk had activated his divine power to blend with magic, clearing the path? A person who could use both divine and magical power like that was a rarity no one had touched before. Tun's eyes widened in shock. This unprecedented achievement made the system recognize Jin Hyuk's power as well. His half-divine, half-demon body was forged in such a way, strong and unique. But how to defeat the Death Star remained the knot that gave Jin Hyuk a headache. Even though the opponent was superior, he still had to crush them at any cost. He decided to eliminate the summoning ritual in another way and pursue the main body, changing appearance but not essence. This method was quite risky but effective, so Jin Hyuk had to take the gamble. Facing Toon, he mocked that the Death Star was also himself. "Hey kid, are you really a descendant of the Death Star? If you're this weak, the Death Star must not be strong either. You even fell because of divine power." Hearing Jin Hyuk insult his idol, Toon immediately erupted in fury. He raised his hand, summoning his horde of spirit energy to charge at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk also retaliated with the combined power of his magic and divine energy. The sword swung up, unleashing a continuous and powerful strike. Toon observed intently because he knew when the two forces combined, Jin Hyuk's summoning would be restricted. And just as he predicted, Jin Hyuk's holy power could not penetrate Toon's soul energy. "Yes, just as you said, that is how he left. You thought I wasn't prepared. You will sleep here for daring to insult him," Toon growled, his aura becoming even heavier. His magical shield pushed Jin Hyuk back, sending him flying amidst the swirling mana. He didn't understand why the holy power was ineffective against Toon's tricks. An undead suddenly ambushed, causing Jin Hyuk to spit blood from his back. He realized he couldn't win with simple attacks. Then, he would channel both holy power and mana into one hand. He spoke and acted, immediately combining forces despite the system's warnings. That shouldn't be possible with two opposing forces like holy power and mana. But Jin Hyuk persisted, pouring all his strength into merging the two forces, because this was the only way to counter Toon. After countless near failures and struggles with the system, finally, Jin Hyuk fused the two streams of power into an unprecedented, bizarre strength. He swung his sword horizontally against the magical shield, as effortlessly as cutting paper. Toon was knocked back in shock, unable to believe his eyes. That magical shield was designed to block the strength of the four royal families, meaning he surpassed even them. After the insane fusion, the system granted Jin Hyuk the fusion trait. He became even more intrigued by this fusion ability, a confident smile curling on his lips. Jin Hyuk dashed toward Toon, like a cat pouncing on its prey. Toon panicked and called for soldiers to block his path. But it was too late. Jin Hyuk's strike obliterated everything in an instant. Toon struggled to rise amidst the rubble. He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to have quietly placed his sword at the back of his neck. "You said your name is Toon Hee. Why are you so obsessed with the Death Star?" Jin Hyuk asked. "He is the most worthy to master the tower." I recalled ancient memories and sighed softly in response. "But he collapsed after betraying humanity. Do you still respect him?" Jin Hyuk continued to press. "No. He fell into the trap set by those wretched 9 stars. Toon suddenly became agitated, his eyes wide, surprising Jin Hyuk as he realized Toon knew about this. Jin Hyuk never thought he would meet someone who understood his suffering like Toon. "Don't you feel anything? Even after receiving the title of Necromancer, I ask you, have you ever doubted his death? He was once the strongest necromancer and fell in the battle against the 9 stars. The Perlman brothers were bribed, he was set up, and Jin Hyuk's father was innocent." Toon stomped his feet, shouting in frustration. Who knows? Maybe it was because he chased after power that he ended up like this. Outside, he responded coldly. But inside, he felt a stir from the affection Toon had for him. Toon felt Jin Hyuk insult his idol and bristled. "I admit you are very skilled, but you are not the descendant of the Star of Death. He is not only my benefactor, but his power also shines brighter than the 9 stars. He is my pride, and the goal I pursue. I will defeat you and inherit him." The determination ignited in every word from Toon made Jin Hyuk pleased. At that moment, he understood what it felt like to have a descendant. If so, Jin Hyuk told himself he would bring Toon to his side. "Prove your worth," he commanded with a nod. Toon glared, gritting his teeth as he executed the incomplete ghostly soul technique he had studied since encountering that power. Fueled by the rage of having his idol insulted, Toon gathered his strength and launched the soul weapon straight at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk immediately summoned Vulcan and the Laster to counterattack. But as soon as Vulcan touched the soul weapons, he realized they were even weaker than real soul weapons. However, they resembled the first soul weapon he had ever created, making him suspect Toon had trained to become a necromancer. Toon continued to unleash his techniques, his gaze cold, and his vow to restore his idol's honor unwavering. Talent, stability. If I hadn't been reincarnated, perhaps he would have become the successor of the Star of Death. Then I should use all my strength to fight him, Jin Hyuk thought. charging straight at Toon, leaving the summoning to Vulcan. Amidst the countless explosions, as the two forces collided, Jin Hyuk and Toon also fought fiercely. In a moment of carelessness, Toon was struck in the face by Jin Hyuk's killing intent, causing blood to flow down one side of his cheek. Just as Jin Hyuk prepared to gather his strength for a decisive blow, Toon used a summoning object to block the sword, causing him to freeze in place. Not only that, the incomplete soul weapon suddenly exploded, sending Jin Hyuk flying far away. Jin Hyuk was still hazily contemplating his next move. He was stunned to see Toon using the descent technique of the 10,000 souls, which was originally his unique skill. A wave of souls rushed in, crowding around Jin Hyuk under Toon's control. The surge of spiritual energy seemed to want to swallow everything. But that was only true for others. Jin Hyuk was not one to easily give up. He reversed the flow, his hands drawing a lethal force around him, leaving Toon frozen in shock. No way. It's not even complete. He blocked that ultimate skill. So, can my spiritual energy not penetrate his soul? Toon wondered in confusion. Jin Hyuk became even more intrigued by Toon's recent technique. Jin Hyuk responded with a true descent of souls, initiating his counterattack. He smirked, summoning a swarm of souls, and snapping his fingers to send them crashing into Toon's body. The mask of the demon face fell from Jin Hyuk, leaving Toon stunned as he realized the truth. It turned out that his idol, whom he had worshipped for so long, was the one standing right in front of him. While Toon was distracted, Jin Hyuk quickly closed in and delivered a cold slash with the sword in his hand. Amidst the splattering blood, Jin Hyuk merely smiled faintly, pleased to meet Toon. It's great to meet you, Lord of the Stars. Soon. I will. Toon replied, his breath ragged from exhaustion. Yes, we will meet again soon, Jin Hyuk said with a soft smile, his gaze unwavering as he looked at him. Even though he was battered, Toon still held on, which pleased Jin Hyuk quite a bit. When pulled into the 10,000 souls, Toon awakened in a new role as the soul weapon Ton. With a powerful aura surrounding him, Toon approached Jin Hyuk and knelt down, begging for forgiveness for his failure. I failed to recognize the Lord. I was not even loyal to my own teammates. While he was still pouring out his apologies, the ground suddenly shook violently. The summoned creature lost its master and went berserk, rampaging everywhere and destroying everything. Toon gathered his strength, preparing to intercept the creature's bite. From the creature's mouth, Haryu and Miho unexpectedly emerged. Jin Hyuk was overjoyed to see the two girls safe and sound. Haryu explained that it was Miho who had enchanted the summoned creature to help them escape. That kid seduced a zombie with a soul charm, while the other handled all the skeletons. Toon was amazed by their abilities. A sudden burst of firepower struck down, startling the entire group. Jin Hyuk realized it was the breath of Hendrik. This meant the match between Bashin and Hendrik had a result. As if to confirm his prediction, a dark shadow shot down. The torn body of Bashin fell heavily in front of him, causing Toon to turn pale. He couldn't believe Bashin had lost so easily. This is my victory, fourth king. Though it was difficult, you have reached your end. You have no more snakes to threaten you, except the one clinging to you. Hendrik, in dragon form, landed and thrust his ice sword straight at Bashin's face. It seems this is our end, I apologize, Bashin whispered to the snake. But right after that, everything turned upside down, unexpectedly. Bashin suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed Sela, making everyone shudder. He really ate his own snake, the blood of the serpent spreading with a strong stench. But doing so was futile. Hendrik spoke coldly, and gathered his strength to strike down at Bashin, but it failed. After swallowing Sela, he transformed into a half-human, half-snake being, the missing part replaced by a serpent's body, scales sharp and strong enough to easily withstand that blow. Haha, now the real battle begins. Let's take down that dragon together, Bashin said, sticking out his tongue and grinning menacingly. Both charged at each other, every clash resonating and shaking the earth. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. You boast about loving snakes while treating it like trash and even eating it, Hendrik laughed mockingly. What do you know about our love? There is no love more beautiful than becoming one. The more Bashin spoke, the more vicious he became, making Hendrik furious, launching increasingly fierce attacks. Jin Hyuk and the group intended to rush in to help, but were stopped by Hendrik. Because these two were the prey, he wanted to handle himself. In the fierce battle, Hendrik accidentally stabbed his sword into the neck of Sela, but didn't have time to pull it out. It stuck out its long tongue, swallowing both the sword and Hendrik's arm into its belly. You have no way to use your sword now, Hendrik. Let's end it here, Bashin screamed wildly, about to unleash a finishing blow. Suddenly, from Hendrik's broken arm, a dragon's hand full of sharp spikes sprouted. That hand delivered a fatal blow, sending Bashin flying, teeth and lips scattering everywhere. Neither dragon nor human, don't you see how grotesque you are? Bashin taunted in his dying breath. This battle has taught me many things, and I am grateful for that. Four kings. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. Nothing can change that. Finally, Hendrik has defeated Sela, the strongest serpent spirit under Bashin, before the admiring gaze of everyone. Impressive. Your ally is truly remarkable, Toon nodded in praise. Yes. This time, I will climb the tower with those I trust. And of course, you will join us too, Soul Soldier. Jin Hyuk invited Toon. Toon was surprised, not expecting to be invited. Mumbling a thank you, Hendrik stepped forward, brushed off the dust, and said the group needed to go to the 60th floor immediately, or they would be late. Haryu and Miho also urged Jin Hyuk to set off quickly. Right. This battle cannot end now. Let's head to the 60th floor, Jin Hyuk declared boldly. Toon suddenly knelt down, blocking Jin Hyuk's path, pleading that he should not go. The 60th floor is currently under the control of Ah Su-hung, the president of the Holy Master, who governs the lower floors of the Holy Kingdom. He is as strong as a Holy Knight of the 300th floor. It is no simple matter, but winning or losing is not the most concerning issue. After being rescued by the Palong brothers, he is absolutely loyal to them. In return, Ah Su-hung is the only president granted divine power by the deity. This means he is as strong as a deity of the 300th floor, Toon explained clearly. At this moment on the 60th floor, Goldrich is desperately trying to escape from the undead summoned by Arthur. So, what should we do? Should we just give up and watch the guild be wiped out? Jin Hyuk wondered. No. There is still a way to help you balance the scales of battle, Toon said, as he extended his hand to transfer the aura. Then he requested Jin Hyuk to absorb his power, leaving him stunned. I have a feeling your ability is to absorb everything, and make it your own, even corpses, right? If that feeling is correct, then the power I cultivate will belong to you, Toon said. Hendrik, standing nearby, also found it reasonable and softly advised. The Serpent King and those serpent spirits are not weak. If you can absorb them, it will provide an enormous resource. Even so, Jin Hyuk still hesitated, unsure if Toon was certain or if that body was being targeted by someone else. There is no one, and if there were, it wouldn't matter. I pledge to serve you. If I can offer this small amount of strength, it would be the greatest honor. Please accept my power, Lord. Toon's eyes shone brightly with determination as he responded. He was sincere, and Jin Hyuk agreed to accept it. He nodded and absorbed the powers of Toon and Ba Jin. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hyuk clenched his fist, drawing all their strength into his body. On the 60th floor, the undead soldiers revived by Acer became aggressive, their fierce gazes sweeping through every corner in search of the remaining mages. Goldlick hid behind the window of a building that had not yet burned down, sweat pouring down, fearing that if this continued, the city would fall. Our casualties are rising rapidly. We need to buy time at all costs. For now, we need to create chaos, forcing the enemy to scatter, then switch to guerrilla tactics. While calculating, a spark suddenly shot towards Goldlich's position, the entire area in ruins in an instant. Thanks to the teleportation spell, Goldlich managed to save himself and the unconscious secretary, but their location had been revealed. That last attack carried divine power. I finally found you, the one who caused the chaos. Goldlich was furious, scanning the area, filled with resentment. Suddenly, a CEO appeared before Goldlich, speaking sharply. I am here to eliminate the one who aided the demon mask. With a spirit like you, your approach is quite crude. Aster Lulu manifested, speaking sternly. That army is only for the benefit of the Holy Kingdom, right? Goldlich maintained his composure and questioned back. The Lord Qian has given me 2 orders. One is to deal with the weak. The second is to wipe out the demon mask and his accomplices. The Lord's commands are absolute. It's no different from a holy decree. There's no need for further discussion, Arthur shouted, his eyes filled with frenzied excitement. Everything will not be as you think, you fanatic, Goldrich replied sharply, channeling power into his hands. Amidst the sea of flames raging as if wanting to burn everything down, the chase between Goldrich and Arthur has yet to reach a conclusion. Goldrich was running for his life, fearing that Arthur would discover his true identity. Damn it, if he knows I'm Goldrich, I'm done for. Is it really okay to fight while hiding? Goldrich was panicking. His legs were running while his mind was in chaos. Arthur was suspicious too. Why wasn't Goldrich using all his strength and just running? He must be hiding something. In a flash, Arthur unleashed his power and blocked the path, his voice deep and threatening. I will take everything from you. Do you think hiding your strength will protect your teammates? I need to know what you're hiding. Hearing this, Goldrich flinched, momentarily stopping in his tracks. Just as he was unsure of what to do, a gigantic dragon crashed straight into the building. Arthur stood frozen, as if his soul had been swallowed. Dragon Clan. I heard there's a Dragon Clan in the group of demon faces, if that's the case. They really climbed to the 60th floor in just one night, and defeated both Toon and Ba Jin, the ones who came before. Ace stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Hey, you are Aser Huma, Jin Hyuk asked, tilting his chin. Now is the time to take his head. A series of explosions shook the ground and filled the air with chaos. Hendrik, in dragon form, was holding the group when Arthur's soldiers ambushed from below. We need to deal with those soldiers first. Arthur even resurrected the ones who had fallen, Goldrich shouted, shocking everyone who heard. Hendrik roared in anger, breathing fire that incinerated the enemy army, so they have no way to survive now. At the same time, Jin Hyuk was locked in a tense battle with Arthur. Both were continuously unleashing powerful skills to take down each other. Jin Hyuk made Arthur bleed with a fireball, but to his surprise, he healed instantly. His recovery ability is truly terrifying. To finish him off, I need to land a fatal blow that cannot be healed, Jin Hyuk calculated silently in his mind. Then he switched to a mocking mode, throwing jabs at the Perlman brothers. Arthur, furious, immediately unleashed a divine lightning strike. Jin Hyuk was ready and quickly summoned Vulcan. One strike stopped that powerful holy energy. Aseo was stunned, wide-eyed and mouth agape, not understanding what was happening. He choked on his words. What the hell just happened? There you have it, truly a dominant skill. Vulcan burst into laughter, pulling Sun out for Arthur to see with his own eyes. Aseo saw Toon following Jin Hyuk and immediately yelled, accusing him of betrayal. From the very beginning, I haven't followed anyone. I am just looking for a place where I belong, Toon said calmly, but those words only made Aseo angrier. He screamed threats to erase Toon's soul completely. Jin Hyuk gave the command. Vulcan and Toon immediately rushed in to attack Aseo relentlessly. A powerful punch sent Aseo flying away. Aseo began to doubt. Could it be that Toon also gained power from the demon face and then revived, becoming this strong? Taking advantage of Arthur's moment of weakness, Jin Hyuk charged in and delivered a devastating punch. The blow caused Aseo to spit blood. After being knocked out, Aseo held his face and crashed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. As Long Kong Bo emerged, Aseo angrily shouted, Demon Face, you dare push me to this point, but I haven't lost yet. I have infinite recovery granted by the Great One. In the end, you will fall. Before he could finish, Ba Shin's snaketail swung from behind, catching him off guard. So you are on the Demon Face's side too, Ba Shin. Aseo yelled loudly, his body tightly constricted by Ba Shin, unable to move. The snake arm swung up and severed Arthur's head. Blood gushed out profusely, but the head grew back immediately. He roared. That's not enough to take me down. Vulcan hovered with a frown, and Tu spoke up. You survived having your head chopped off. It seems you still retain holy power. We must deliver a finishing blow. Facing the group of Toon, Aseo thought to himself, the power of the four kings immobilizes me. Even with holy power, I can't erase them. This is the power of Tu Sao. He furrowed his brow, speaking firmly. But that means you can't take me down either. The three others listened in silence as he continued. He thought they would use the power of the four kings, but it seemed his calculations were off. Tu tightened his grip on the staff and replied, We never intended to destroy you. Arthur was half skeptical. Vulcan smirked, pointing upward. My order is not to kill you. A purple gold aura gathered around him, targeting to sacrifice you alive for our master. Jin Hyuk gathered his source of power, then spread his hands, white light erupted, and spiritual energy surged. Arthur panicked, gritting his teeth, whispering, Holy power. No, it's different, that is. A system panel appeared, announcing the fusion properties between demonic and holy power, forming a new element. Jin Hyuk's entire body turned pitch black as he chanted with a simple spell circle. A massive black and white beam shot out, a tenfold surge of spiritual energy. A beam of light rushed forward. Ase screamed as he was engulfed. Thunder split the sky, and the destructive power was terrifying. In the end, the ground left behind a massive crater, still smoldering with smoke. Arthur was burned to a crisp. His body seemed to crack apart into pieces. Jin Hyuk, Vulcan, and Toon remained suspended, their faces calm as if nothing had happened. Toon bowed one leg in a respectful salute, calling this their first victory, feeling extremely honored. Vulcan laughed heartily. Finally, someone worthy has appeared. Jin Hyuk frowned. Are you happy because they are my successors? He turned his head upon hearing a voice calling him. A hidden demon. It was Hendrik calling from below. We have finished dealing with it. Harnik looked at the shattered armor, dust swirling, saying that to restore this place, they would need to summon a god or a demon. Haryu was sweating, still not daring to believe, so I really stopped it. Seeing Jin Hyuk and the other two exuding pressure, she wondered if it meant complete annihilation. He nodded, tears welling up. Yes, this is our first victory. Hendrik laughed and added, Now I can blame all the damage on being ambushed. Lich helped Bruno to his feet, his voice echoing. Today was a total failure after their surprise attack. Haryu and Miho smiled. If this news spreads, people will start to think. Jin Hyuk pointed to the sky. The heavens must be in chaos now. Lich sighed. So it's time for me to spread the news. Jin Hyuk nodded. Right, should we bring people along for the fun? He smiled amidst the flames. Well, I'll head out first. There's still a lot to take care of after today. Jin Hyuk watched him go, not stopping him. It's all thanks to you. After that, Lich and the other person vanished, leaving only the swirling orange smoke. A red notification board appeared. The 10,000 demons praised them for their keen eye for people. When he looked back, a purple board appeared, showing only 3 dots. Without saying another word, he just looked up at the sky. A warning message about something appeared up there. It was gradually approaching. Miho's ears twitched slightly. The girl looked up, as if she could hear a distant call. Yes. Suddenly, a faint crack appeared in the sky, spreading wider. The ground shook violently. They were stunned. It wasn't an earthquake. It was space tearing apart. Meanwhile, Miho stood still, her eyes glued to the sky. The crack shattered, revealing a bright white area. A flash of light flickered among the debris. Immediately after, a massive golden beam shot straight down. The group shielded themselves with their hands. The tremors were intense. The sky was cracking. What was that light? Jin Hyuk remained calm, explaining that it wasn't the sky but the earth being torn apart, if that were the case. Hendrik spread his arms, bent down, and shouted loudly, "It's coming!" Haryu asked in confusion. "What the heck is that?" Toon pointed ahead. "Look there, see clearly." The beam of light sucked in the shattered remains of a person, he shouted. "That's Ah Seo-hoon's body." His eyes suddenly lit up brightly. Cracks spread all over the body. The outer shell was cracked and shattered, revealing the true form inside. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in realization. It's divine power. This feeling, from before. Remembering when Carmen was charging energy in the holy formation, he was sure it was it. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, furious. Carmen Perlman. The barefooted figure slowly approached. They truly were gods. Arthur fully recovered. His overwhelming aura revealed that they had saved him from the darkness. He declared, "Now is the time to punish those who reject the divine." Barefoot, he advanced. Just as expected, they were indeed gods. Arthur returned strong, not abandoned. He had been saved by them. He proclaimed, it was time to eliminate the rebels who do not believe in the divine. A small vial suddenly exploded somewhere. Bio Lao frowned, softly saying, Carmen gathered energy in her hands. Someone called her name. Carmen. The mark on her hand shone brightly. Someone raised their hand and spoke. Ah, Seo-hoon has reached the 60th floor. He might have been captured. Bio Lao gritted her teeth, recognizing the demon mask. She reassured, "Don't worry too much. Asuul is a special toy after all," he repeated. "Special." Carmen smiled wickedly. "That's a backup in case the selection fails. I implanted it when sharing divine power with Arthur, in case Arthur loses. Just by tightening his hand, he would be reborn as a vessel to hold my power." Over there, Asuul held his head high. Smiling with the glowing seal on his forehead, he walked step by step toward Jin Hyuk, following Carmen's orders. "The demon mask was ready to confront you directly." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, hissing, "Divine power? Is that Carmen's divine power?" Hendrik grimaced in disgust. 9 stars. Haryu felt tense, recalling someone his brother had killed before. Asuul raised his chin arrogantly. "Ah, you also recognize Carmen's warm divine power." Jin Hyuk lowered his head and muttered, "How could I forget?" He looked at him with a cold gaze, that feeling of disgust, divine power. Arthur glanced at the demon behind Jin Hyuk, wondering why he hated Lord Carmen so much, even though he hadn't climbed the tower for a year. Taking advantage of his distraction, Toon and Vulcan immediately attacked. "Who are you? You wicked demon." But he had sensed something unusual. A purple explosion erupted right in front of Jin Hyuk. Behind the smoke was Arthur's calm smile. Ah yes, he had captured Toon and Vulcan. "You can't achieve enlightenment, can you?" He spoke confidently. With such a power gap, not achieving enlightenment will hurt even more. Both of them struggled to endure that crushing force. Suddenly, a giant dragon shadow loomed over the area. Hendrik, in dragon form, landed heavily on the ground. Then he widened his eyes as he sensed something unusual. Arthur only needed one hand to block the dragon's claw. "Strong, but I have the power of 9 stars." He crouched down, leaping up lightly as if he were weightless. Then he threw Hendrik straight down to the ground. He sneered. "The power of the Lesser King's lineage can't compare to the Lesser King. You will pay the price and die here." Suddenly, heart-shaped bubbles appeared around. Asuul bowed his head, realizing his body was tightly locked. He panicked, wondering who had just intervened. Then he noticed Miho opening her eyes, her spiritual power spreading. He thought, "This kid, that source of disruption, is she a spirit beast?" Unbeknownst to him, Jin Hyuk stood behind, raising his sword high. He softly said, "Disappear, Carmen's puppet." He swung down decisively, splitting Asuul in half. A strange mist rose from his body. Then the two halves merged back together, laughing mockingly. "Ha ha ha." Jin Hyuk was stunned. His strongest attack still couldn't finish him off. He replied nonchalantly, "Now no attack can kill me." A small beam of light formed on his finger. "So it's my turn now, right?" It spiraled into a fierce beam of light. Then it expanded into a fireball at Arthur's command. Sacred form. Jin Hyuk sensed a power completely different from before, and quickly shouted, "Everyone, run fast." Miho panicked and grabbed his hand. "Ah, brother." A massive beam of light shot out from the fireball. The ground cracked and was thrown into the sky. When things settled, the ground was scorched red, and hot smoke rose incessantly. Jin Hyuk propped himself up, trying to sit up. Damn it. his body wouldn't obey. He flinched when he heard someone's voice. "Ah, you're awake." Arthur was choking Miho. "You woke up just in time." Jin Hyuk called out, "Miho." Seeing his teammates fall, Hendrik and Haryu, could it be that they all lost? Arthur sneered. "Your rebellion is over, Demon Mask. The moment you betrayed the 9 stars, you lost." He glared, stunned, lost. Jin Hyuk lay still. This place made it impossible for him to reach him, and he was defeated by Carmen's subordinate. His eyes were sharp and filled with determination. "No, I can't lose again." Asul tightened her grip on Miho. "You first, arrogant spirit beast," she screamed. Tears streamed down. "Brother, brother, I can't breathe." Jin Hyuk shouted angrily. "Stop it!" A pink screen appeared, leaving Arthur bewildered. The words on it kept changing, and Gao Jintail's voice echoed, "Primordial Mirror." When it disappeared, Miho bowed her head and whispered, "How dare you?" She looked up, now as Gumiho. "How dare you touch another human?" 9 tails radiated a brilliant pink light. In the blinding purple light, the girl was choked. Her darkened face exclaimed, "How dare you?" Miho lifted her head, her expression changing, her sharp eyes filled with killing intent. "How dare you touch another person?" She stared directly at the one holding her throat, foxtails appearing behind her, her aura overwhelming. Arthur's whole body trembled, quickly letting go, gritting his teeth. "What is this?" He leaped into the air, his gaze fixed on her, thinking to himself, "That posture. Could it be the entity at the top of the tower?" Gumiho tilted her head, smirking, while raising her hand, a beam of light gradually appearing. The beam of light swept by, clearly reflecting Asul's golden eyes. Father Jin Hyuk squinted, tensing up to observe in that direction. Suddenly, a loud explosion of white and purple erupted, spreading out and causing the ground to shake violently. At this moment, in the cold, desolate place, the dead trees stood bare. On the 70th floor, black forest. A beam of light tore through the night, dust swirling everywhere. Through the thick mist, the 9 foxtails gradually separated. Gumiho stood in the center. She was the one who brought the 3 people to this place. Haryu sat down, eyes glued, stammering. "Miho, no. You are the 9-tailed fox, right?" She smiled, greeting. "It's your first time seeing me, isn't it?" Jin Hyuk clutched his injured arm, frowning, staggering to his feet, asking, "Where is this?" Gumiho crossed her arms, succinctly replying, "Black Forest." Haryu was stunned, having never climbed this high. "How did we end up here?" She closed one eye, explaining, "Climbing the tower is not the only way to reach the floors. There are many shortcuts, but they don't increase stats like usual, so you still have to go back down to match your level." Then looking at Haryu, "You haven't climbed to the 100th floor, but you were born and raised there, right?" The statement startled her. Hendrik stood up behind Gumiho with his sword, confirming, "Wait a minute, is this really Black Forest?" He stated clearly to everyone, "This is an unnamed territory. The surroundings are barren and filled with black toads. Why bring me to such a directionless place?" Jin Hyuk thought differently, speaking up, "That's why this place is safe." Gumiho nodded, just as expected. "You understand quickly." Suddenly, he noticed her hand trembling slightly. She looked down at her hand, whispering, "I am about to reach my limit. I am an entity not allowed to directly intervene in the world of tower climbers. I can only save in this way." She directed her gaze towards Haryu. Jin Hyuk. Hendrik spoke up, reminding, "This is only temporary. They will find you, and then kill you." Gumiho looked at him seriously, warning, "At your current speed, you won't be able to defeat them. You must get stronger quickly." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, urgently asking, "So what should I do?" "The method to get stronger quickly that you mentioned, it's here, right? Please tell me." She crossed her arms, her voice calm, the tail behind her fading. "I'm sorry, time is up. The rest, he will tell you." She smiled and said goodbye. "See you later." "Goodbye." He hadn't finished hearing her, hurriedly raised his hand to call out, "Wait," but it was too late. Wu Miho immediately transformed into the small fox form of Miho. The little girl fainted, falling down unconscious. Haryu rushed over, just in time to catch her. He held on tight. Jin Hyuk looked at Miho in Haryu's arms, silently wondering, who did she just mention? Gumiho. A sharp flash of light swept across his face. Jin Hyuk leaned aside just in time, allowing the arrow to embed itself in the ground. In the trees, 2 people drew their bows and shouted loudly, "Who dares to intrude into the Black Forest?" A woman with a covered face and pointed ears like an elf warned with her bow, "Leave if you don't want to die." From behind the fabric, a surprised voice exclaimed, "Huh." Jin Hyuk raised his hand, preparing to activate a skill, but it was futile, ineffective. "I need to find something more useful." One person removed their face covering and whispered, "I didn't expect to meet again like this." Jin Hyuk and Haryu were both stunned. She is." Then they shouted together, "Elion," she cheerfully greeted. "Long time no see, demon face." Elion landed beside them, quickly saying, "Sorry, we are a bit on guard." Jin Hyuk shook his head. "It's fine, but have you formed a group already?" She frowned slightly. "A bit awkward. It's not really a group, She looked at the group of people dressed like her and explained, "It's just the black elf role, just guarding this forest." Even so, she raised her head confidently. "But we have faith." Jin Hyuk looked on. The light from afar amazed him. "That is." Elion turned around, her back to the giant glowing tree, excitedly introducing Haji Greco. "It is the New World Tree, granting us power." Hendrik's eyes widened in astonishment. Haryu stood beside him, stunned, unable to believe it. She smiled widely, excited. "This is nothing. Jigreso is even bigger." Then her expression turned serious, her voice lowered. "Now it's your turn. Why did it turn out like this, and why are you here?" At that question, Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, remaining silent. A moment later, Miho lay on the small bed. The sound of discussion echoed. "One of the 9 stars. The Holy Star has acted. And do they have subordinates holding that power?" Hendrik crossed his arms, recounting to everyone in the room. "Thanks to Gumiho, we got here," she said. "We need to find a way to defeat them here." Elion frowned, confirming, "So, that is the power." Haryu sat beside him, hesitating. He knew this request was abrupt, but "Please help us." She looked straight ahead, her gaze firm, speaking sincerely. "Can you fight alongside us?" At that moment, Jin Hyuk stood alone by the railing outside. He was silent, frowning, his face deep in thought. Recalling Arthur with that strange golden energy, he felt completely powerless. Then came the moment Gumiho appeared. Without her, he would have died. And he remembered his words, "You have already failed, demon face." The memory surged back, causing him to grit his teeth, his hands clenched. Damn it, he needed more power. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. "I can sense a strange energy." Jin Hyuk was startled, stepping back, looking around as the voice continued. "You have been unlocked by Gumiho, come to you." He forced a smile, beads of sweat forming. I'm not sure who you are, but you seem familiar. Is this our first meeting?" He turned to look around, accidentally turning his back to the New World Tree. "Our first meeting? We've known each other for a long time, what are you talking about?" He still couldn't remember, introducing himself. "I am Haji Greco." Upon hearing that, Jin Hyuk turned sharply, his face filled with astonishment. "The power you seek is me." Elion slammed the table, bowing his head, murmuring about an all-out battle with the 9 stars, then placing a hand on his chest, excitedly declaring, "Of course, we must join the fight. The Black Elf tribe will stand with the challenger against the Moon Heaven." Haryu jumped up, her face bright. "Really?" Hendrik crossed his arms, his voice deep. "Is that really okay? We don't have the authority to decide, and that sounds too dangerous." She slightly bowed her head, speaking slowly. "I know. But if we're still standing here, it's thanks to Demon Face. No, thanks to that person, Father Jin Hyuk." Her eyes sparkled with determination. "Moreover, we share a common enemy. There's no reason not to join forces." Haryu nodded, grateful. "Thank you," she said. "My brother will be very happy." But she fell silent, then softly added. However, her voice echoed out to where Jin Hyuk was standing. "Where is Father Jin Hyuk?" Haji Greco watched him approach, his tone calm. "You came quickly," Jin Hyuk replied. "You said that? How could I be slow?" He frowned, his voice heavy. "Why did you call me out here?" Without waiting, it answered immediately. "I find you interesting." He was sweating, looking frustrated. "Another one in the tower finds me interesting. No one is normal around here." Then the system activated. The 10,000 Demons Supreme asked, "Did you just mention me?" The system changed the text. The 10,000 Demons Supreme reassured, "No need to worry, he is on your side." Jin Hyuk looked at the screen that appeared, astonished. "Really on my side." A beam of light flickered from the tree trunk. Haji Greco presented a large flower, and Jin Hyuk was astonished. It bloomed, radiating a brilliant light from within. It is a black sphere filled with magical power, the fruit of the black tree, with a warm voice echoing, "I will give it to you." Jin Hyuk frowned in doubt. The fruit of the world tree is usually meant for the royal family of the High Elves. He hovered in the air, deep in thought. But this is the black tree, the birthplace of the black elves from demonic power. He glanced at the sphere. This is the essence of demonic power. Whoever consumes it will gain terrifying demonic strength. His mouth tightened slightly, his mind drifting to Asul and the upcoming battle. "I can defeat him, but..." Finally, he tilted his head and asked, "Why give it to me? Aren't you a god of the elves? Shouldn't it be given to Elion?" It did not answer, but countered with a question. "What do you know about the time before the tower appeared?" Jin Hyuk felt a bit confused. It recalled its origin, created by a goddess, the original form shaped by a deity older than the tower itself. "This is a gift for your creations, the elf race." Jin Hyuk was silent, thinking to himself, the elf god is indeed the tree guardian god. It reminisced about the powerful figure, revered by the entire race, the god who poured all love into the elves. Then it spoke of the race's prominent traits, their stunning appearance, harmony with spirits, and their long lifespan, rivaling the 4 great races. Then, it asked further, So what do you think is the fatal weakness of a nearly perfect species? He answered immediately. Arrogance. Haji Greco nodded, recalling the scene of elves admiring themselves in the water. Yes, they are too enamored with themselves, isolating and distancing from the world. The image of a solitary being, indifferent to others, lost in the perfection of themselves. It hesitated, remembering those who chose to climb the tower, then looking back at its own race, only feeling exhausted. There is no way they would eagerly climb the tower like the other races. It solemnly concluded. Thus, after thousands of years, the number of elves who successfully climbed the tower remained 0. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What?" It extended the branch bearing the fruit towards him, asking further, "Do you think why the god created beings and then made them climb the tower?" He glanced at the system, to make them into gods and strengthen someone like him. The system displayed the text, "Is that what you are dissatisfied with?" As if answering a question, H.G. Rezo said, "So if a servant does not meet the requirements even after being compensated, what do you do?" He clenched his fist, answering succinctly, "Obviously eliminate him and replace him with someone who knows how to obey." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately understood the implication. Startled. No way. It knew he was thinking of Elyon. Yes, that person had placed trust in me and the Black Elf race, in Elyon. The image of an elf sitting beside the scheming angel appeared, while the other elves had become too distant. They were colluding with the 4 great races to overthrow the Order of the Tower. As H.G. Greco continued, Jin Hyuk stood frozen, immediately picturing the Karman group, with the focus still on the 9 stars. Those strongest humans are also your enemies. He remained calm and continued to listen. Regrettably, Elyon was not strong enough to receive my power, hence, it hesitated before clearly stating, "I want to hand over to you, the schemer of lunar heaven." The system panel appeared. The Divine Tree's assistant proposed a contract, the condition being the unification of the Black Elf tribe. The reward is the fruit of the Black Tree. Jin Hyuk looked at the text and chuckled softly. He quickly plucked the fruit from the tree, cheerfully saying, "How could I refuse this offer?" The system reported that the contract had been accepted. Warning: the fruit of the Black Tree contains very strong demonic power. Caution is required when absorbing it. He looked at the dense energy in his hand, muttering, "Right. If I consume it recklessly, the demonic power will corrode my body." Haji Greco gently shook the tree trunk. The system continued. The Divine Tree's assistant proposed assistance. Jin Hyuk watched its movements, his eyes shining. The branches intertwined to form a circle around him. He nodded, immediately understanding the intention. "That's right. Letting the branches absorb first will reduce the demonic power pouring into my body." He opened a channel of spiritual energy inside to create a space for reception, softly murmuring, "Summon. Bangtan. Un." He looked at the fruit of the Black Tree spinning, saying, "I am preparing to absorb the energy. Please support me fully." Then he turned back and commanded, "Protect me until I gain control, or everything ends." Bangtan nodded, understood. Toon placed his hand on his chest. "As you wish, my lord." Purple magic flared around Jin Hyuk. The fruit of the Black Tree hovered and spun slowly in the air. He frowned and commanded, "Absorb." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Elyon and Hendrik followed closely behind Haryu. She snapped, not knowing the way but still rushing ahead. Haryu continued running, calling loudly, "Brother, brother." He jumped onto a rock, pointing into the distance to attract attention. "Look over there." A swirling force of power, tightly wrapped by the branches. Her voice rose. "The demonic energy is too strong. He must have gone in there to end up like this." Haryu looked up, unable to hide her astonishment. This demonic energy. It's so obvious. She was about to call his name when a loud explosion echoed from behind. "Brother." The dust gradually cleared, the ground cracked, and light pierced through the thick mist. A brilliant golden figure stepped out, flinging 2 elves aside and coldly saying, "How dare you escape the punishment of the stars?" Asul frowned, her eyes shining brightly as she growled, "Hiding in here, this time I will show you what fear really is." The injured person writhed on the ground, gasping for breath. She was squeezed hard by him, moaning in pain. Cruel. Arthur tightened his grip around her neck, disdainfully. A group of dark elves, surviving thanks to the magic within them. The elf struggled to speak. "How did you know the way here?" He smirked. "The eyes and ears of the 9 stars are everywhere in the tower. The hardest places to probe are often the easiest to investigate." Suddenly changing his tone, "If you want to live, call the demon mask and ask him to save you." His grip tightening further. It was unclear when, but a gigantic black dragon had appeared beside them. Without hesitation, it charged into the battle. He narrowly dodged the deadly attack from the black dragon. Asul recognized the newcomer and smiled wryly. "Ha." Hendrik and Haryu arrived just in time to save her. Hearing him ask blankly, "Is it you?" He floated in midair, energy surging, confusingly saying, "At least you should have brought the demon mask or that creature along." She looked at him, thinking to herself, "After that incident, Miho still hasn't regained consciousness. Perhaps it was due to the reaction from receiving power from the nine-tailed fox. In that state, it would be hard for her to help again. He glanced up at the treetop, absorbing energy, guessing immediately. Not entirely sure, but that dark energy resembles that of Father Jin Hyuk. At the spot where the dark energy gathered, a figure became clear. It seemed to have consumed something terrifying again. He gripped his sword tightly, deciding that he only needed to do one thing. Hendrik's gaze was resolute, holding the line until Jin Hyuk returned with new strength. He threw the unconscious person aside, taking her away. She rushed forward to catch her. Ah, she panicked. No, I have to stay and wait for Orabioni to return, he shouted loudly. Now you being here is just a hindrance, do you understand? She hesitated, her eyes clearly showing confusion. Asul slowly stepped forward, suspicious. The demon mask must be up to something. He raised his hand to gather energy, declaring, I will kill them all, he won't have time to appear. Hendrik immediately swung his sword, cutting straight into his attack. He shouted, move quickly. Mao Lin turned and ran away as Hendrik charged forward to block the path. He unleashed a technique and shouted loudly, you can't escape. Suddenly, his arm was struck by several arrows. A girl flew in from a distance, shooting arrows to intercept them. How dare you touch my people? Elyon spoke up. You have officially declared war on the Dark Elf clan. He frowned, realizing this magic was different from the demon mask. It couldn't stop regeneration. Magic and holy power clashed, and taking too many hits would lead to trouble, he hissed. Then I'll kill you first. As she panicked, he was too fast. She attempted to counterattack but was blocked by a sword. Hendrik Teku managed to intercept his powerful strike just in time. His eyes sparkled, his entire body tensing as if he had discovered something. His voice was firm, and crimson energy surged from his mouth. He froze, realizing that was the energy core of a dragon. He recognized the dragon's rage swirling, his hands still attacking relentlessly. Han reached out, calling weakly, Eriwan, run fast. She was stunned, looking at the longbow, exclaiming, damn it, what is that? But that hand had already grabbed her head in an instant. It tightened and slammed her head down to the ground. Then, it threw her far away amid the thick dust. Her body collided repeatedly, creating a violent explosion. She fell limp, blocked by a tree trunk. Hearing his voice, I am their leader. His hand was ready. I warned you. His wounds healed at a terrifying speed. You will die first. Your fate has been sealed. A relic against divine orders. Arthur then saw the giant tree transform. This energy was. He pointed a finger directly. So you were hiding there, Demon Mask. Hendrik seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He had to prevent him from reaching Father Jin Hyuk. He declared war. Your opponent is me. Dare to touch the Guildmaster, and I'll kill you. He laughed scornfully. Such touching loyalty, as he gathered magical energy. Let's see how this goes. He swung his sword, powerful as a flood, battling against holy power. The collision created a shockwave that swept everything away. As the dust settled, the two stood at the edge of a deep pit. He knelt, praising, your dragon is quite impressive. If it improves a little more, it will be very dangerous. Arthur reflected through a round hole, his figure clearly visible. Despite the large hole in his stomach, he gritted his teeth and asked, are you done talking? Hendrik's gaze was icy as he ordered, charge forward. I can still fight. He lost an arm but still pointed straight ahead. A dragon is a proud creature. It should at least endure this much. His finger glowed as he pointed at the opponent. The body granted by the heavens is not meant for trash like the faceless demon. That's why you failed. He fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Worry about yourself first. His voice echoed with a sound. It would definitely hurt a lot. A swordsman suddenly appeared behind him. Sword light shot out in rapid succession, targeting a single opponent. Haryu shouted, her hands continuously swinging the sword light. Arthur took the hit, unable to believe it. The attack speed was too fast for his recovery ability to keep up. She burst into laughter. This is the legacy left by the Oni. A man's voice echoed in her mind. It's useless. You're just buying a little time. He crossed his arms, looking down. When she was frantic, she could temporarily overpower him, but she couldn't maintain it. She couldn't defeat his recovery ability. He pointed to the sky. Holy power continued to descend. If the source of strength doesn't fade, you won't win. Even if that masked guy comes back. She was silent for a moment before sighing. That might be true. He shouted loudly. Then run away. You are the last Oni. Do you want to die in vain with them, without avenging your clan? She reminded herself that since he saved her in the Elf Lord's castle, she had always stood behind him and everyone else, being protected by them. She assessed herself. I owe them too much and haven't repaid it. She clenched her fist and said, Jin Hyuk won't give up. He will find a way. I believe that, and will buy time for him. Haryu gritted her teeth and charged at him like a storm. Hendrik braced himself against the shockwave, letting out a soft groan. He raised his hand to cover his face, acknowledging her strength but still muttering. He looked closely. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her strength had reached its limit. She couldn't hold on much longer. She unleashed successive moves, pushing herself to hold him back a little longer. She tried to maintain her will to protect this place until he returned, but her sword hand was suddenly grabbed. As soon as Arthur recovered, he mocked, "Your movements are slower now." Immediately after, his punch sent her flying. The impact left her breathless with pain. He hovered above, stating that Ken and Carmen's decision was absolutely correct. Leaving you all would ruin the plan of the 9 stars. He concentrated energy into his raised hand, declaring he would wipe everything out right here. The energy mass in his hand swelled larger bit by bit. She could only widen her eyes and witness. She had no strength left to move. Hendrik grunted in pain. "Damn it, get away, Haryu." She bit her lip, tears falling. "Jinhyuk, I'm sorry." The bright orb was suddenly swallowed. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. All of Haji Reso suddenly fell silent. He scanned the area. "What? I clearly used holy light to burn them to ashes." Arthur barely opened his mouth before taking a punch to the face. Jin Hyuk appeared just in time, knocking him down with a single blow. The row of trees behind fell flat as he crashed down. He asked coldly, "What happened here?" The monster transformed, slowly absorbing the holy power. He calmly pointed out, "This is what happened." Haryu joyfully called out, "Jin Hyuk." He encouraged his teammates. "Haryu, Hendrik, you two did great." Luke watched the shadow rising, biting his lip. "That bastard is as stubborn as a leech." 2 figures appeared behind him, quickly exchanging, "Take them to safety." "Do we need to fight?" "Don't worry. We've got this." In front of them stood a menacing black monster. He questioned him. "What trouble did you just cause?" He coldly listed a terrifying demonic power along with that very unpleasant sight. He countered, "Why don't you check for yourself?" He was stunned by its speed. Too fast. He writhed as his arm was bitten. The monster glided past, tearing into his arm. Carmen immediately sensed something was wrong with her arm. She was sweating as a large amount of holy power was unexpectedly drained. On the other side, he was also panicking. Was he being drained completely? Moreover, he felt overwhelmed. Arthur could only think, where did he get such powerful demonic energy? Why was his body being tortured so mercilessly? His face, which was falling apart, twisted into a smile. "It's pointless. No matter how many times you break me, I will." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly cut off. The monster under Jin Hyuk's command had bitten him in half. Jin Hyuk coldly agreed. "I know you will continuously revive, each time like this. Carmen will have to expend additional holy power," he continued. "Tam was created from a fragment of my soul and demonic energy. Like me, it has a huge appetite." He tightened his grip around his neck, explaining more clearly. His gaze was icy. "It could tear you apart endlessly and devour you completely until it dragged Carmen, who is linked to you, down here." As the wound healed, he stammered in fear. "No. No." He almost begged. "No, Lord Carmen, stop. Please don't transfer holy power to me." Jin Hyuk's eyes darkened. It was too late. He raised his hand and commanded, "Quickly swallow him whole." "Tam." She cursed in panic. What the hell is happening? Her entire body disintegrated, leaving only the sound of a fierce roar. The dark sky cracked open in large layers. A beam of light shot through the crack and fell straight to the ground. A moaning voice echoed. The person knelt down on the ground, mumbling, "What on earth?" She shouted in frustration. "What the hell is going on?" Jin Hyuk smirked sarcastically. "Finally, we meet again." Che Balak looked at her. "It's been 10 years, and your face looks worse than before." She frowned and articulated each word. "Demon face." His face behind the cold mask was resolute. "It's time for you to pay the price. Thank you." Flashback to 10 years ago. Taylor was running while dodging the monsters behind him, shouting, "Damn it, can you still use such strong magical power?" Under the suffocating pressure of the purple energy, gravity seemed to disappear. The ground was torn apart, and Taylor screamed in despair. Father Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk on this side was panting heavily. His torn body knelt in the midst of the ruined battlefield. He looked at the figure approaching, his voice choked with rage. "You traitor, you think," he screamed with resentment. A skeletal figure appearing. "Am I going to die like this?" Jin Hyuk summoned his power and shouted. Skeletal figure. A skeletal soldier charged forward at his command. The giant bony hand covered in rags unleashed a bolt of golden lightning. Seeing it rush forward, Carmen unleashed her power. Throwing the skeletal soldier aside, she shouted, "Stop," struggling in vain. Watching the scene before him, he gritted his teeth, thinking, Jin Hyuk used the last of his power to revive it. Then he expanded, ending the battle. Carmen's feet moved closer to Jin Hyuk. She spoke softly, as if pronouncing a sentence. "Yes, your end." She pointed at him, smiling as she continued. "In the name of the 9 stars, I will take your life." She lightly waved her hand, bidding farewell to Father Jin Hyuk. A surge of power rushed straight at Jin Hyuk, his body pierced by a golden sword, but the gaze behind the veil still burned with will. Jin Hyuk spat blood, his eyes rolled back from the tearing pain. Carmen snapped out of her thoughts, gritting her teeth as she looked up in fury. Jin Hyuk stood before her, a heavy aura enveloping him. He spoke coldly. Well then, it's time to repay the favor, Carmen. Sung Mu descended, darkness swallowing the light, creating a dark forest with gnarled branches. She panicked and shouted, "No way! This is the black forest of the 70th floor. How did you bring me here?" Jin Hyuk smirked. Yes. Normally it would be impossible. He closed his eyes, recalling the moment he absorbed the Jigreso dark seed, thinking of how to take her down. Even though he surpassed Arthur, victory was still uncertain. As long as Carmen continued to transmit power, Arthur would revive. An entity nearly invulnerable, the believer was granted additional power. Breaking that bond was not easy. Then Jin Hyuk realized, we also have someone who possesses such power. The clearest example is the pact between the demon god and their believers. So what if he relied on that method? Isn't he also entitled to use the trump card meant for believers? Thinking this, he commanded, "Yes." Carmen was taken aback and immediately asked, "Are you forcing me to lower myself? You used Arthur to do this, didn't you?" Jin Hyuk remained expressionless. Because you are merely in existence in the tower, unlike the real god. Your physical body must lower itself. Your selfish plan has led you to your own doom. She lowered her head, a smirk forming on her lips. Carmen burst into loud laughter, as if she had gone mad for a moment. She stomped her foot on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. Then she stood up, golden power erupting to envelop her body. She replied, "Does that mean you've defeated me? You are terribly mistaken. A small fry like you hasn't even touched the corner of the tower." She pointed at Jin Hyuk, her voice confident. "I will show you." Carmen raised her hand, her power exploding behind her, continuing to threaten the might of the higher levels. But right after that, her aura suddenly flickered out. She froze, not understanding what was happening. Blood poured from Carmen's eyes and mouth, flowing endlessly. She covered her mouth and collapsed, unable to control her power. Before she could even comprehend, Jin Hyuk's punch struck her squarely in the face. Her last word barely escaped. "Okay, hit hard." Carmen was sent flying backward, her body flailing in the air as debris shattered around her. The impact slammed her down onto the stone floor, creating a massive crater. Jin Hyuk landed coldly. "You must have hit the ground too hard at first and forgotten, huh? This is the 70th floor, where hundreds of punishments rain down." She sat there glaring at him with resentment, thinking that his audacity to use power here was truly insane. Carmen frowned in discomfort, a strange sense of familiarity flashing in her mind. That gaze resembled someone she had never met. She stared intensely at the aura before her, a feeling of fear rising within her. Jin Hyuk's face appeared with a smile like a demon. "Teacher on." Carmen's pupils constricted. She gritted her teeth, her anger surging, wanting to explode within her chest. Carmen swept her hand, channeling energy straight toward him. She screamed, "You cannot look at me with those eyes." In a life or death moment, Jin Hyuk unleashed all of his dark power. A purple magical force rushed forward like a scythe of death. He summoned 3. That creature opened its mouth, absorbing the entire stream of radiant golden power rushing toward it, swallowing it whole as if it were unaffected. Carmen's face stiffened. She thought to herself that he had just absorbed all of her attack. Jin Hyuk's purple eyes sparkled. He dashed forward, closing the distance with her in an instant. His hand was covered in purple stardust, sharp claws gathering power. The space around him felt suffocating, foreshadowing a finishing blow. The darkness of Jin Hyuk awakened, the demon mask covering half of his face. A destructive punch was poised to fall upon Carmen. The two extremes of light and darkness collided, creating a tear in the void and determining the life of the loser. The shockwave sent Carmen soaring high in a chaotic trajectory. She raised her hand to shield her chest, her body trembling as she realized that the dark energy was seeping in, harming her body, unless this was not the familiar type of magic. Recognizing the familiar wound, Carmen immediately knew it was the Four Monarchs. She quickly glanced at the shadow of Jin Hyuk closing in behind her, her mind screaming for her to stop. A swirling black vortex of magical energy opened up, swallowing the deadly forest, with the focal point being the blinding light compressing down. Carmen fell straight into the void, with no point to cling to. Above her, Jin Hyuk gathered power in the palm of his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. After a long fall, her body slammed hard against the stone slab deep below. In panic, Carmen screamed in despair, daring him to touch her body. "I will tear you apart into 100 pieces." A strange wave of energy brushed past, catching Carmen's attention, and she turned to it. A flower of golden light exploded, radiating pure destructive energy. Jin Hyuk raised one hand, confidently stating that it was the amount of magic he absorbed from her. He smirked as if he already knew the outcome, saying, "Let the item return to its master." The dark power twisted into a massive column of golden light, crashing down from above and crushing everything. Jin Hyuk softly uttered, "Heavenly punishment." The force descended, creating an explosion that swept the ground clean, leveling all obstacles. Jin Hyuk stood alone above, observing the remnants of the battle gradually fading into smoke. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. his voice turning somber. That's right. This is the revenge I have held onto for 10 years. In the air, the sound of a wailing cry echoed. The demon face had finished off the enemy. It was time to take the wounded away. Haryu looked towards the burst of light, quietly remarking that summoning a 9-star was hard to believe. Tung turned around joyfully, shouting that the enemy had weakened due to the punishment. We can win. But Hendrik thought differently. He fell silent in contemplation. Even though punished, one who had surpassed level 600 still possessed terrifying strength. She certainly would not accept defeat so quickly. Over there, Carmen sprang up, rushing towards Jin Hyuk. As if to counterattack, she yelled, "You bastard!" Jin Hyuk maintained a calm expression, dodging Carmen's strike by a hair's breadth. The surge of power shot out behind her, creating a golden explosion that swept the deadly forest clean. Standing high above, Jin Hyuk calmly stated, "Yes, Carmen. I wouldn't be pleased if the battle ended in such a stalemate." She continued to growl, a warning not to underestimate her. "I am." Carmen's hand burst into light, the swirling energy signaling that a counterattack was about to strike. She declared, "The strongest human." Carmen unleashed a strike, her power erupting like a constellation descending onto the battlefield. Her blow swept across the ground, the shockwave crushing stone into dust and tearing open fiery red lava fissures. The earth exploded, revealing bubbling streams of lava, transforming the battlefield into a blazing forge. The swirling lava rose high like a fire tornado, threatening to incinerate everything, while Jin Hyuk swiftly maneuvered in the air to avoid being caught. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. That original bastard. Below, the explosion spread, causing chaos as people panicked and fled. Cries for help echoed everywhere, warning that the aftershocks were coming. Elion urged everyone to quickly climb the branch of Dark Yggdrasil. Divine power strikes should not have harmed Dark Yggdrasil. Haryu supported Hendrik. She looked up at the swirling lava and softly called, "Orabioni." Carmen tightened her gaze on Jin Hyuk, silently contemplating that devilish mask. He responded with a look. "You know, this attack won't last long." In the chaotic sea of flames, Carmen unexpectedly unleashed a terrifyingly fast strike. He thought to himself, "Amazing, thank you." She was pushing herself, even though she was heavily penalized. Carmen concentrated all her fire into her fist, creating a blazing fireball that could incinerate everything. Jin Hyuk also gathered dark power, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. The two forces collided, creating a blinding explosion that tore apart the space. At the center of the explosion, a chaotic eye opened, swallowing all light. Carmen growled arrogantly, "Ha, you are just an insect beneath my feet. If I fought with a bit more sincerity." Just as she was feeling pleased, a strange movement made her turn her head back. Jin Hyuk opened his cloak, and from his body shot out a gigantic white snake, lunging toward Carmen with its mouth wide open. Jin Hyuk roared, "Carmen!" Wherever the snake swept, the ground shattered. Jin Hyuk landed and continued, "Oh, you said that again." He emphasized, "Jin Hyuk is worse off than he was 10 years ago. Is it because he quit climbing the tower to rely on the Great Clan?" Suddenly, the head of the snake burst into flames. He paused, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. The snake's body was torn apart by her explosive power. Carmen screamed in anger, "Shut up. What do you know to say such things?" The golden energy ball enveloped in scorching flames exploded, throwing Jin Hyuk far away. The previously dry, rocky area transformed into a boiling sea of lava. He stood high above, quietly contemplating. Even though this was the rebirth of a saintess, the punishment from God could not be overlooked. The more she uses her power, the heavier the punishment becomes. The system appeared with a warning that she was being punished. Carmen snapped back, "Shut up, I know." She smirked, saying, "I just need to kill him, and my body will regenerate." Carmen lost control, screaming that we were only doing the right thing, choosing the faster path to become stronger and more comfortable. Unlike that stupid guy. Cha Jin Hyuk. He let out a sigh of relief. Jin Hyuk drew his sword, softly asking one last time, "Is that really so?" Without hesitation, he swung hard, slicing through the fiery hands reaching out. He looked up, his purple eyes shining brightly as he saw her diving down with a strike from above. Realizing he was a beat too slow, Jin Hyuk could only watch the attack come crashing down. Just as expected, Carmen unleashed her power, charging straight at him, causing Jin Hyuk to be thrown backward. He swept his sword to maintain balance and prevent himself from collapsing. Catching his breath, Jin Hyuk remarked that the way she used those trivial skills didn't seem like her. It looked like she was in a hurry. Looking around and noticing something strange, he thought she had stopped attacking. She was calculating something. Before he could form a plan, Carmen lunged forward, grabbing his head tightly as if to lock him in place. She smiled triumphantly, saying, "I've got you now, demon face." Jin Hyuk, being restrained, could only watch as she removed the mask from his face. Carmen continued, "Let's see what your wonderful face looks like." Looking at the figure before him, her red pupils froze in surprise. He took the opportunity to spring backward, escaping her grip. Carmen asked, Are you serious?" Cha Jin Hyuk, Jin Hyuk replied, "How did you recognize me, when my appearance and voice have changed? Did your spiritual power increase while near me, or is it just instinct? Otherwise," he continued, "do you still recognize a teammate who fought alongside you for a long time?" Carmen, furious, pointed at him and shouted, "Don't dodge by changing the subject, tell me clearly, who are you?" "Really?" Jin Hyuk smiled coldly, saying, "All right, I am Cha Jin Hyuk." He laughed fiercely, stating that he had walked through the gates of the divine prison and returned to give all of them a brutal fight. Jin Hyuk swung his sword forward and asked why they wanted to beg now. Carmen also rushed in, responding that they shouldn't be so unreasonable. Two forces collided, orange flames and purple magic intertwined, creating a clash of light and darkness that shook the very space. Carmen's face went blank in shock. She still believed he was dead and was certain of it. Finally, she screamed, declaring that she would personally tear him apart. "Father Jin Hyuk, you shall die. He no longer deserved to exist in this world." She charged in, striking down hard as if she wanted to finish him off immediately. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Behind Carmen, a sharp, dark force like a blade surged up, catching her attention. Instantly, Carmen's arm was severed and flew off in another direction. She landed, riding on a massive golden flame hand that kept her from falling. Carmen quickly calculated she needed to create another arm using divine power, but remembering something, she paused. Wait a minute. Looking at the object in Jin Hyuk's hand, Carmen wondered what the mask he was holding was. He looked at her. Jin Hyuk smirked and slowly put the mask on. Behind the mask, the magical circle around his eyes glowed brightly as Jin Hyuk summoned his power, Battle Vision. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Jin Hyuk growled softly. "Thank you." Carmen gritted her teeth, staring directly into Jin Hyuk's eyes. He raised his sword and continued, saying that he would behead her. Jin Hyuk's pupils widened as he witnessed Carmen's unexpected action. He was stunned to see her bite straight into his sword. Carmen crushed the blade and read each word. "Father, Jin Hyuk." A blinding light erupted from the sea of molten rock like rainbow energy orbs coalescing. The red-orange firepower swirled fiercely like a tornado ready to explode. The massive flames shot straight up into the sky with compressed strength. Carmen and Jin Hyuk stood amidst the circle of power, still fiercely battling each other. The two contrasting forces continuously clashed, neither willing to back down. Carmen gritted her teeth and asked if he had come back to life, then he should quietly live on Earth. Why had he come here? Jin Hyuk replied succinctly, "I already said. To take revenge." He pushed Carmen away with force and shouted that he would destroy the 4 great royal families that had supported her. Thrown back violently, Carmen clawed her hands against the ground, trying to maintain her balance. She gritted her teeth, saying that he was truly insane. Seeing Carmen's deteriorating condition, Jin Hyuk understood she had reached the limit of her punishment. With her exhausted body, she could only throw one final strike. Jin Hyuk began calculating how to deliver the most precise blow. If he destroyed it, the battle would end on his terms. From Carmen, a column of golden-orange light erupted, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode into fragments. Her eyes gleamed as she shouted, "Cha Jin Hyuk, where you belong is in a dark grave, and I will take you back there." Carmen raised her hand, and above her appeared a pulsating ball of molten lava, ready to explode. In the distance, Elion looked up in shock, wondering what that was. She screamed that she had never seen such divine power, and that they had to run. It was too massive. Elion predicted that if that thing fell, the entire dark forest would be flattened. Hendrik asked if that meant they should flee, but another voice rang out. No. Haru stepped closer to the fireball, stating that Orabioni was still fighting. Her gaze was calm as she said, "I believe in him." She believed he would win in that realm of power. Jin Hyuk looked at Carmen, thinking that he could neither block nor dodge this attack, so there was only one choice left. He had to use stronger magic to counter it. He just needed a brief moment to create an opportunity. He needed to channel enough magical power to surpass Carmen's divine energy. Seeing him standing still, she laughed loudly, saying that he was done running around like an ant and would die. Cha Jin Hyuk. He sprang into the air. Jin Hyuk charged straight toward her with terrifying speed. Carmen widened her eyes, thinking it was impossible. He was charging right into it. He near shouted, "Unite, demonize." The system displayed that his physical strength and skills were merging into a unified power. That power gradually transformed into demonic energy, warning that maintaining this state was very dangerous. The system immediately responded to his command, demonic energy. A bright purple energy tore through space, creating a deadly black vortex signaling a destructive strike. The stream of demonic energy shot straight toward the blazing fireball on the opposite side. After the explosion, 2 streams of red light and green remnants blended together, creating a dazzling halo. Jin Hyuk stood still like a ghost amidst the settling smoke and flames. He coldly stated that there was nothing more she could do, and Carmen screamed in response. His frantic gaze and eerie smile were shrouded in purple darkness, as Jin Hyuk declared, "It's over, Carmen." The system reported that the celestial power and demonic energy were merging into a singular force. The singular force transformed into demonic energy, warning that this state could cause harm. Despite the warning sounding, the system still had to activate as commanded. Demonic energy. Jin Hyuk had finally transformed, and the amount of demonic energy reached 259. Carmen froze, her all-out attack completely useless against him, and, gazing at Jin Hyuk's body, brimming with magical power, she felt he was nothing short of a demon. The clash of the two extreme purple forces formed an X shape, tearing through space. Carmen's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't be. No way. Jin Hyuk glided forward with a cold smile, asking why she was standing there frozen, while Carmen raised her hand to block, wondering when he had arrived. Without hesitation, his powerful hand struck directly at her. Carmen's eyes turned white as if losing focus. A purple beam shot down from above, causing the entire area to explode in an instant. Amidst the shattered ground, a massive purple energy sphere blazed fiercely. From above, Jin Hyuk gathered his strength, preparing to deliver the final blow. Carmen shrank back, trembling inside, fear overwhelming her. She bowed her head in disbelief at her current feelings, wondering if this was fear. She clenched her fists and stared straight ahead. That bastard Cha Jin Hyuk, the one who hadn't climbed the tower for an entire year. The more she looked, the more confused Carmen became. It was impossible. It was completely absurd. His deep eyes pierced straight into her mind. Carmen recoiled as if trying to escape that terrifying gravity. Jin Hyuk coldly asked what this reaction was about. He hit the nail on the head with her thoughts. "Are you afraid?" As if touched by pain, Carmen gritted her teeth and replied, "Who?" She screamed that no one feared a pathetic soul like him. "I am the strongest human, a 9-star who has conquered the 600th floor. I will dominate this tower after I kill you." Her system continuously displayed warnings about the impending punishment. Carmen brushed everything aside. "I don't care." A series of golden magic circles spun around, a radiant 6-pointed star enveloping her. She roared as if to assert that even in death, "I will kill you again." Father Jin Hyuk. Seeing her go mad, Jin Hyuk asked, "Are you going to risk it one last time?" Dark purple energy enveloped his body, spreading like the wings of death opening up. He landed on the ground and said, "Fine, I will play this to the end with you." Carmen exploded with power, charging forward. "Die." Father Jin Hyuk. From the center of the magic circle, a beam of energy shot out violently as if to destroy everything. The golden flames, combined with the plus sign, exploded into a dazzling vortex. Jin Hyuk summoned an energy sphere and roared, "Carmen." Two opposing forces clashed. The purple thunder sphere and the golden flames erupted in intense light. The explosion did not stop. The sphere was still gnawing away at the opponent's power. Outside, Hendrik raised his hand to brace himself against the explosive force. He said, "Father Jin Hyuk." Tung anxiously shouted, "My lord," while Vulcan snapped, "You bastard." Haryu called out loudly. The chaotic sphere reached its limit and transformed into a black hole, swallowing everything. It expanded, sucking in all the surrounding light, leaving only the deadly purple magic burning bright. The surrounding rocks were demonized, filled with electric cracks and spreading purple energy. Jin Hyuk, hidden behind the mask, gasped for breath from exhaustion. "The system warns that you are suffering physical damage from demonization, so handle it soon." He smirked and said, "Not yet. It's still not over. This is just the beginning of my revenge." Carmen was knocked away, her back slamming against the rock. She lay limp, completely drained of strength. Carmen thought to herself, she couldn't channel all her power into her body. Jin Hyuk took steps closer to her. He coldly said, "It's time to end this cursed bond. Thank you." Suddenly, she burst into tears as if she were completely shattered. Carmen trembled as she looked at him pleadingly. "I'm sorry. Please spare me. I will do anything you want. Even make you a king. I will offer all my items and money. Please spare me. Remember the time we climbed the tower together? We were so happy then." Carmen clasped her hands and begged, "Jin Hyuk, please, forgive me." Jin Hyuk moved forward with his icy claws. The two pleading hands were severed, and she fell silent. Carmen was stunned, her eyes darting as if she had just discovered something. She clutched her glowing purple hand and screamed, "The demonic energy. In my hand." Jin Hyuk replied coldly, "Forgive you," he shouted as if releasing all his hatred. "The one who could forgive you died 10 years ago. I will never forgive you. Thank you." Carmen's severed hand flew backward. She trembled, clutching her arm, her eyes never leaving Jin Hyuk. Carmen turned to pick up her arm, gritting her teeth. "Damn it." Behind her, Jin Hyuk coldly pointed his hand directly at her. A burst of energy shot from his claws, hitting Carmen's leg. She suddenly fell forward, clutching her leg in agony. She panicked, looking down and screamed, "My leg! My leg!" Before she could recover, a kick landed squarely on her face, distorting it. Jin Hyuk kicked hard as if he wanted to crush her head underfoot. He continued relentlessly, pressing Carmen down into the ground. After a moment, he coldly said, "You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. This ends now. Consider it as if we both killed each other once. She screamed in panic. Wait, let me be a spirit soldier. Don't you want to command me forever? Jin Hyuk did not stop. After being killed, I only have one goal when I return to climb the tower. He remembered his vow. Jin Hyuk would not turn you into a summoned being, but would devour your souls so you would disappear forever. Breaking free from his thoughts, Jin Hyuk calmly said, I will devour your soul. Thank you. She screamed, Stop, Jin Hyuk, you bastard. Carmen thrashed and pleaded, Save me. Don't let me die. Carmen's face gradually sank into the hard ground. Her head felt like it was being crushed. Carmen let out her final moan. Damn it. In the end, there was nothing left at Jin Hyuk's feet. Only a faint green smoke rose up. Carmen had transformed into a soul soaring into the sky. Her face, filled with anger, shouted loudly, Do you think I will let you swallow me, Jin Hyuk? Immediately, sharp fangs appeared before her. She quickly dodged, growling, It's that monster again. Carmen flew back, angrily cursing, Damn it, my soul is being sucked in. Jin Hyuk stood below, looking up, raising his hand and saying, I will kill you again. He clenched his fist tightly, coldly stating, That's still not enough. His voice lowered as he commanded, Swallow it whole, Tam. Carmen couldn't escape. Her soul was drawn into Tam, just managing to scream, Jin Hyuk. Once the task was done, he retracted his power. The system announced, Unsealing. All stats returned to normal. As if completing a mission, his lips curled slightly. The mask and outer shell on Jin Hyuk gradually disappeared. Half of the mask lit up, falling down, as if closing everything off. He bowed his head, panting. Finally, Jin Hyuk threw his head back and shouted loudly, Finally, I have avenged, traitor. The space echoed with furious curses. Damn it, life. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Jin Hyuk thought, This is not good. Due to the effects of demonization, Jin Hyuk's body was paralyzed, unable to move. As he was about to fall, a shoulder caught him just in time. Haryu stepped forward, draping his arm over Jin Hyuk's shoulder. On the other side, Hendrik also came over to help. Everyone was gathered around Jin Hyuk. Vulcan laughed. You did it. You're really brave. Hendrik added. 1 down. 7 more to go. Haryu sincerely said, Congratulations. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk stood still for a few seconds. After that, Jin Hyuk squinted his eyes and smiled with satisfaction, then replied, Thank you, everyone. From a distance, Elyon approached, her voice sounding like a complaint. My realm is in complete chaos. Looking at the ruins before her, Elyon expressed her displeasure. Winning is great, but with the new realm in such shambles, he spoke up to reassure her. Don't worry, I will help restore this place because I made a pact with the World Tree to summon everyone. Jin Hyuk spoke seriously. And don't worry about the funding. I have very reliable support. Suddenly, a notification appeared above Elyon. The World Tree Goddess demands that you bow down immediately. She asked, confused. Why? The system explained that many other celestial beings could appear here at any moment. Among them is a celestial being who lost their family and will come to take revenge on you. The system continued. If you engage in battle with Ken Perlo right now, you will die. After hearing this, Jin Hyuk slightly lowered his eyes as if calculating. Then he said, That's right, we should hide now and focus on increasing our strength. Jin Hyuk smiled confidently. This time, I will not retreat in shame. I will sneak up on that bastard Peo and hit him hard. The scene shifted, revealing mysterious feet stepping on the dry stone ground. The sky above gradually filled with dark clouds. Behind the clouds, raindrops began to fall gently. The rain grew heavier, pouring down in the dense gray space. A figure stood beneath an ancient tree, thinking about Carmen, who had disappeared when pulled down to the 70th floor and never returned. In that rain, Ken Perlo appeared and stopped. Bielo walked around, inspecting the traces, and made a conclusion about the remaining ruins. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. He grimly concluded, This is all that remains. Suddenly, a beam of light sliced down from above. In the center, a massive stone skull glowed with a cold blue-white light. Biolong Yuengiang angrily said, Death Star, Father Jin Hyuk. He thought to himself, the Star of Death, the mark of Father Jin Hyuk. Only he and the celestial beings knew this mark. The frowning Dao Lao speculated, Carmen must have sent the core to the death mask. This place must be connected to him. But why is the mark here? He frantically searched. Carmen, where are you? A cold voice interrupted. Long time no see. Huh. Kid. The glowing death mask spoke with power, saying, It is I. He gasped and shouted, What? The Blade Master stuttered. The death mask. It stated plainly, I am the one who killed Carmen Perlman. Hearing this, his entire body froze. Bielo clenched his fists and roared, You bastard. A scum like you dares to kill Carmen. The death mask did not respond, its purple eyes glancing down at Biolo. He looked at it, as if Paolo had just realized something. Memories of Carmen, buried under layers of stone, suddenly resurfaced. The scene of her transforming into a spirit and ascending to the sky rushed back. Images flashed by in an instant. The last words Carmen cried out were still Jin Hyuk ringing in his head. He gritted his teeth and trembled slightly. Biolo growled, "I had thought about that. But if you are Jin Hyuk's father, how dare you do this? Killing my only relative. I will never forgive you, father of Jin Hyuk." The death mask coldly replied that one who has never acted for the sacrifice of comrades should not show weakness when his sister dies. It continued, "Listen carefully. The channel is your turn." Its voice seemed to determine Paolo's fate. "I will tear you apart piece by piece, very slowly." He screamed uncontrollably, "Shut your mouth." The Blade Master unleashed his power, striking directly at the death mask, shattering it into countless pieces. The death mask added mockingly, "Save it for later, channel." The scene changed. Carmen had fallen to the death mask. The people below cheered endlessly, hailing. This news spread throughout the capital. Everyone held the news article discussing, "The death mask truly killed the 9 stars. Is he too strong, or are the 9 stars too weak?" Transitioning scenes. A heavy shout echoed, "You bastards." The soldiers of the Holy Nation angrily pointed. "This hunting area belongs to the Holy Nation. Who gave you permission to enter here?" A blood-stained kite dragged along. Someone exclaimed, "My goodness, the Heavenly Nation." Kim Ngoy stood in the middle, challenging, "Do you think that name can scare us in this city?" President Inoa appeared. He interjected, "You disrespect the Heavenly Nation, huh?" He continued, "What you think is bravery will get you killed. I am the allied church of the Heavenly Nation Inoa." He shouted loudly as if giving an order, "Retreat before it's too late." Kim Kwoyo jumped up. "That's funny. The leader is dead. And you guys are still here bragging." President Inoa paused and asked what was going on. He said bluntly, "We don't have to listen to you." Kim growled, "We will uphold our own justice." He raised the axe high and shouted, "Attack." Kim's subordinates immediately moved forward at the command. The soldiers of the Holy Kingdom panicked. One shouted, "What the hell is this?" Another replied, "They refuse to submit." President No drew his sword and yelled, "Calm down. They are just a bunch of kids." Kim also charged forward, swinging the axe, addressing the weakling trying to interfere with the 9 stars. A deadly strike was blocked at the last moment by the shining blade. Sparks flew dramatically. The Heavenly Kingdom lost one of its leaders, a 9 star. They could no longer consolidate their strength as before. Nearby guilds began to apply pressure. Moreover, those challenging heaven gradually disappeared like shadows. The scene changed. A warning motor was forcefully affixed to the wall. A few months later, a wanted notice was announced. The people gathered in front of the bulletin board discussing, "Hasn't the death mask been caught yet? That person is his guild member. It's the last enchantress of the swordsmanship lineage. Hoyo, who's at the end? Maha, how can we catch them?" Garam crossed his arms in the crowd and asked, "Hasn't anyone figured out who caused the chaos in the capital yet?" Jangsun replied, "Who knows? Maybe only a 9 star can handle it." He continued, "But why is that death mask so strong?" He laughed and replied, "Haven't you heard the rumors?" Chansun lowered his voice to explain, "Actually, the identity of the death mask it's the star that was thought to be dead." In a modern room, a voice rang out before Paolo. "Are you making me believe this, Ken?" He replied calmly, "Yes, but I don't dare to believe it either." How long? Nguyen Zhang continued. After investigating the remnants he left behind, "I am sure it is Father Jin Hyuk." At this moment, Taylor laughed with a fan beside him. He pointed at Ken and said, "Ken, are you crazy? Just because your sister died, are you losing your mind?" Behind Taylor, a surge of power erupted violently. He warned seriously, "Be careful with your words. That's going too far." He continued, causing Paolo to hesitate. He feared he was the next target of Father Jin Hyuk. As if struck at his core, he frowned and thought, "These guys, do they know everything? Do they want Father Jin Hyuk to eliminate even the weak?" Taylor Hingang sat up straight and explained, "Ken, don't you understand? You and Carmen were chosen to lead, because you both possess 2 pieces of power." He excitedly said, "Now everyone is the same, and who would dare follow you when you can't even maintain your own strength?" Taylor gestured around the room. "The truth is, no one is here today." Bio Lu slammed the table, interrupting. "Everyone," he shouted. "Does everyone really think that?" Taylor laughed. "Want to try? Do you think someone who can heal like me can be defeated?" In the tense moment, Ja-un appeared on the screen, reminding, "It's time to stop. We will share your power, Ken." Bio Lu gritted his teeth in anger. It's all because of the death mask. His face was filled with hatred as he thought, "No, it's Father Jin Hyuk. I will destroy you, even if I have to step into danger." Scene change. A messenger bird circled in the city sky. A hand gently touched the bird's feathers and whispered, "Ken has made his move." Jin Hyuk replied, "It's our turn now." Someone gently stroked the bird's wing and murmured, "Ken will do whatever it takes to eliminate Father Jin Hyuk and us." Lich calmly said, Unlike Carmen, he is much more persistent. He looked coldly at his opponent, but he wouldn't dare act rashly, because he has lost support from the 9 stars. They will not help him. They want to wipe out both the Holy Kingdom and the rebellious. The only thing left they need is money, to capture us, the ones below. They will gather enough evidence to prepare for an ambush from there. Lich clenched his fist. We will collect the assets they leave behind and sell them at a high price. After hearing the plan, Elion asked, so aren't we giving them what they want? Lich spun the gold coin in Chenan's hand. Don't worry, money is the strongest drug. After the conversation, he pondered. This is the beginning of revenge. I will make them addicted to money. Finally, Lich stood up and reminded, get ready to go, you deceivers. Something big is about to happen. And you too, Dankelf. It's time for you to pay for the capital I invested. Elion bowed his head and replied, I feel like this is more of a trap for predatory lending. Puppet tightened his grip and insisted, please let me handle this, Golditch. The Lich concluded the plan. This is where it ends, the rest can wait. The scene shifted to when they relied on the strength gained from their hard training. After many months of being separated, some people once thought that simply hoping was enough. Miho, in her holy form, ventured deep into the quiet forest. In another corner, Byung asked, are you sure? Is that tall one really the devil's friend? Ryosuke nodded in confirmation. Yes. Even though it looks different from the poster, it still got caught by the hunters. The guy raised his gun and aimed, adding, for me, it's a terrible prey. Having reached level 500, the reward from the 9 stars surely belongs to me. Byung had locked onto the target, aiming straight at Miho's small frame. Miho suddenly sensed something, turning around to look. The massive snow-capped mountain loomed under the dark night sky. Then the gunshot rang out. A hand covered in dark energy appeared, with purple bullets swirling at the fingertips. VY Ung-hoon rushed in to shield them from the gun's muzzle, protecting Miho. Dungsu, in shock, pointed and shouted, is he really using his hands to block demon fire bullets? Byung, through the scope, was equally shocked. It can't be. Before he could react, he charged at the two in an instant. Kyung-hoon swung his arm, knocking Byung back. Jungsu shouted in panic, damn it. Looking at him, he thought, what is this monster? Jungsu's pupils dilated, as if realizing something. Wait a minute. The white tiger uniform along with the familiar jacket. Kyung-hoon's face was obscured, muscles rippling, throwing a powerful punch infused with emerald green energy. Jungsu's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered, it can't be. Before he could finish his thought, the punch landed squarely on his face. Debris flew off the ground, propelled upward by the force of the strike. Byung-hoon stood watching the remnants left after the attack. Before fading away, he could only think, Choi Jung-hoon, the fighting star. He carried Miho in his arms, his cold gaze fixed on the fallen Jungsu. The scene changed. A pair of feet stopped in front of the dry earth. At this moment, at level 100, Haryu looked down and said, I took longer than I thought. Jin Hyuk replied, climbing is really exhausting, and I have to avoid detection too. Today, we agreed to meet on the 100th floor, but everyone is late. She fell silent, deep in thought about a nearby Oni village. Seeing that she didn't respond, he didn't say anything more. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk asked, you want to go to the Oni village, right? She shook her head. No, it's not the right time. Noticing her expression, he continued, no, I know it's nearby. She lowered her head and spoke softly. I'm sorry. We're about to reach a significant milestone. I was thinking about something else. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers to reassure her. Well, looking from a distance is fine too. It was unclear when, but Vulcan had appeared behind them, saying, all right, we'll go with her. Toon nodded beside him. Please leave it to us. She turned around and nodded in thanks. I will be back soon. A flash of light appeared, and the three of them instantly vanished from Jin Hyuk's sight. Left alone, he stood still, thinking to himself, by now, I have successfully increased my strength. But Ken, Jin Hyuk's zombie summoning technique was ineffective against his divine power. I defeated Carmen because she was exhausted from enduring the punishment. But with Ken, repeating that method is impossible. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist tightly, telling himself, to eliminate that stubborn guy, I need to be stronger than him. The key to increasing strength lies with Choi Jung-hoon. Jin Hyuk needs to meet Jung-hoon and his master, Vo Hoang Tet, to learn. If the test has martial arts at the Grandmaster level, I will surpass them and be strong enough to face Ken. He sighed. Where are you now? Just as he escaped from his thoughts, a light flashed from deep within the forest behind him. He immediately turned around. That direction was where Haryu had gone. At this moment, Haryu's group was in a tense situation, ready to fight. A shadow emerged from the smoke, saying, I told you already. Hamiel stepped forward, continuing, I will wait for you on the 100th floor. Haryu glared, gritting his teeth in anger, then spoke sharply. Jin Hyuk felt the energy emanating, confirming that this was Hamiel's power. Behind him, someone was rushing in extremely fast. Jin Hyuk was unaware and still thought he needed to come to the rescue. When the figure got close, he turned around, his eyes coldly scanning behind him. Taylor launched an attack towards Jin Hyuk, He raised his hand to block and shouted loudly. He squinted. You can block my sword and return from the dead, huh? Cha Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk stared directly at Taylor, replying coldly. And what about you, the holy sword Donald Taylor? After a violent collision, a body was sent flying high into the air. The opposing forces of Jin-hyuk and Taylor clashed head-on. Taylor laughed provocatively. What's wrong, Cha Jin-hyuk? Is a renowned Death Star only good at defense? He asked sternly. Why are you here? Taylor raised his sword and replied, surprised that I came all the way down to the 100th floor. Jin-hyuk quickly parried the previous strike. Amidst the explosive light, the two faced off, the atmosphere suffocating. Taylor continued, Don't you understand why I personally came down here? He said dismissively. Taking you down wouldn't even cost me a drop of sweat, even if I get punished. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk paused for a moment. Taking advantage of his distraction, Taylor forcefully pushed him back. With the force of the push, Jin-hyuk was swept away, unable to react. The clock tower collapsed completely. The people below screamed in panic. What was that? Something just flew by. Who is causing chaos on the 100th floor? Taylor rushed in that direction, laughing harshly. I'm glad you're still alive, he shouted excitedly. That day, 10 years ago, a fragment of memory suddenly flashed through Taylor's mind. He silently stood behind Jin-hyuk, his expression darkening. Taylor gritted his teeth and said, You're still strong despite being betrayed. I poured all my strength into taking you down, yet you still mocked me at the last moment. Taylor swung his sword wide, declaring, Today I will humiliate you again. In front of him, the system activated a warning. The punishment has been applied. Taylor calmly severed the warning line. He charged straight ahead, frantically continuing to attack Jin-hyuk. Taylor snorted, I don't even care about the punishment anymore. A bright purple explosion erupted in front of Taylor, signaling a devastating attack. A concentrated wave of power surged forth, distorting space with dark streaks flying by. A vortex expanded. A swirling dark sphere violently spun in the strong white wind. He stood still for a few seconds, watching the object rush towards him. It was a massive black pillar, covered in a cold green energy net. Taylor lunged past it, charging straight towards Jin-hyuk. He asked coldly, So you intend to fight while being punished? You lost to me at the end of the match, teaming up with that trash, and now you want to humiliate me. This is truly absurd. The purple black hole spiraled deep into the center, wanting to swallow everything, with a black wing symbol at its core. Jin-hyuk gathered his strength and charged straight at him. From above, Taylor looked down and laughed. Wasn't that the power that Carmen had discarded? Looking at Jin-hyuk's face, he exclaimed, Huh. The shadow of Jin-hyuk was clearly reflected in Taylor's eyes. He closed in. His hand with sharp claws swung fiercely. Before Taylor could react, he took a punch that felt like a thunderbolt. He lost his balance, being thrown back by the momentum. Taylor's body hit the ground hard, causing debris to fly, shattering the ruined floor. His face was swollen and bruised, gasping as he thought, Damn it, what just happened? Damn Jin-hyuk, why are you stronger every time I face you? He scoffed. Oh, your face. It's even uglier than before, Donald. Taylor froze. What? Jin-hyuk replied with a light laugh. You thought I didn't know. You had surgery to look like me. Hearing this, he fell silent, not responding. He continued sarcastically. My old face was quite handsome. I was even famous. But you are not, Donald. Because of that face, you made a terrible impression on us. You think I don't know you've always been spying on me for my fame. Ignoring Taylor's trembling anger, Jin-hyuk continued. Have you noticed? You are looking more and more like me. Ah, and of course, you can't perfectly copy me with that ugly face. Hitting the right nerve, Taylor gritted his teeth and hissed, I will make you regret this. Because of everything you just spat out earlier, Jin-hyuk smiled and continued. Give it your all. He commanded, swallow him, and Tam immediately opened his mouth wide, rushing in as if to devour him whole. Taylor was not in a hurry, standing still as if everything was according to plan. His face resembled that of a demon, a wide grin stretching across his features, with eyes glowing yellow filled with murderous intent. A stream of black sword energy was unleashed by him. A streak of light tore through the air, slicing the clock tower in half. Jin-hyuk, standing below, was hit, his arms severed from his body. Taylor laughed triumphantly. I told you so. I will make you regret this. He roared, charging forward madly. This is the end for you and your companions. Perhaps your friends are already lying on the ground. The scene shifted. A golden light descended, wreaking havoc. Hamiel smirked. Oh no, are you all tired already? Your ghostly friends are quite tough, but they are still just zombies. Facing a celestial being means no chance. Now, it's just you left. The succubus Haryu was sweating, glaring at Atta with hatred. Hamiel continued. So it's best to put all your strength into this, because the one who burned down the demon village is standing right in front of you. Hearing this, Haryu was stunned, unable to believe the truth. A loud sound of a sword being plunged echoed. Thud. Haryu stood up with her sword, speaking, Thank you for coming. I have trained for years just waiting for this day. Yes, the last sword of the demon clan will avenge me. Hamiel covered his mouth, scoffing. You plan to use that sword, putting your faith in an unstable power. Training means nothing. It's truly laughable. A child who hasn't grown up is your clan's last hope. Those who lie deep underground must be ashamed. Haryu raised her sword, her body enveloped in energy. She gritted her teeth. I am no longer angry at the taunts, because now she has drawn her sword from its sheath. Her sharp eyes locked onto the enemy in an instant. A massive purple light burst forth, signaling that the attack had been launched. Hami-Eo laughed and said, "Oh, finally I can call you a demon." Without knowing when, Haryu stood behind Ada, her voice cold. From now on, I will fight only with my own strength. Hamiel was taken aback, glancing back, thinking to himself, Ada is still conscious and using a sword. Haryu swung her blade, the crimson arc descended, revealing its brutality. The force of the attack spread, shattering the surrounding buildings. A civilian looked up and shouted. Several buildings were being sliced in half. Others panicked. Who is attacking? Has the four monarchs appeared? Up high, Taylor flew closely behind Jin Hyuk in front. He spoke. Do you think you can run far, Cha Jin Hyuk? I never expected the Death Star to revive and now run away like this. After losing an arm, surely you can't use the Great Transformation anymore, right? Jin Hyuk thought to himself. How does he know about the demonic energy? Taylor raised his sword, his voice firm as a warning. The power of the four monarchs is not for you, Cha Jin Hyuk. Amidst the storm of purple sword energy sweeping through the city, he glided effortlessly in the air, as if dancing with death. The ground cracked and collapsed into a massive pit. The purple aftershocks continued to swirl violently. A streak of light flashed behind the building. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. His demonic energy, he must have stolen it from the demons. The one who once killed me with a finishing blow. It's no different from the cheap reward they throw to a loyal dog. I will never submit to that. As Jin Hyuk clutched his severed arm, he suddenly felt a movement behind him that startled him into turning around. The building was split in half by a surge of power. The aftershock hit him and sent him flying. Jin Hyuk growled low, expressing his rising anger. Something rushed straight toward his neck. Taylor grabbed Jin Hyuk by the throat, roaring. You can't fight me anymore. In my hand is the ultimate swordsmanship and demonic energy, even if I am unstable. He threw him from the height without hesitation. Taylor pointed the tip of his sword downward as if to pierce him. He said, It's over. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. Taylor descended with a punishing blow, pinning him to the shattered stone ground with the destructive purple blade. From Jin Hyuk's mouth, dark energy surged out, expressing pain and destruction. The collision unleashed a storm of purple energy, sending rocks and debris flying, creating a scene of terrifying devastation. Achieving his goal, Taylor laughed with trembling excitement. He shouted, I did it. I finally did it. I have surpassed you, Father Jin Hyuk, the one who defeated the Death Star, Lata, Kim St. Donald Taylor. Just as he was reveling in victory, a cold voice rang out. Is that all you can do? Taylor froze. One hand on the gate, Jin Hyuk said coldly. It's been 10 years, and this is all you've accomplished. A small reward from the Death Star for knowing how to wag your tail for favors. Truly pathetic. Taylor glared, thinking. I stabbed him with a sword infused with magical energy. Why isn't he dead? He shouted. What trick are you playing? Jin Hyuk leaped into the air, knocking the sword from his body, then declared, I am nothing like you. If I want something, I will take it myself. Water Lily Technique. The system appeared, as magical energy and divine power transformed into unified force. All of the unified force converted into physical strength. Taylor panicked and exclaimed, What? In the golden divine light, Jin Hyuk's form awakened, with black wings and a halo appearing as a supreme entity beyond all limits. The cold golden mask was authoritative, with eyes shining brightly, piercing through everything, marking the transformation to the ultimate level of power. Taylor looked up at Jin Hyuk standing tall in the sky, horrified, thinking, the arm of Father Jin Hyuk that I once severed with magical energy, has it grown back? Could it be that his magical energy was completely crushed by Father Jin Hyuk's divine power? Father Jin Hyuk always exceeded expectations, continuously ascending to higher realms. I hate that to the core, Father Jin Hyuk. He roared and charged straight at him. Jin Hyuk pointed and summoned his power, divine punishment. A blinding beam of light erupted, engulfing the space, leaving only his silhouette standing at the eye of the storm of power. Taylor's pupils contracted with wild ferocity, roaring like a beast awakened from a blood-soaked slumber. His unleashed power tore the ground apart, energy swirling up, wanting to crush everything. Dust obscured the view, leaving only cracks like spider webs spreading across the ground. At the bottom of the pit, Taylor's sword was deeply embedded in the earth. In the midst of the devastation, Taylor lay sprawled on the ground, his cold eyes staring straight up. Jin Hyuk slowly approached. He spoke. 10 years ago, in the 9 stars, you were the strongest. Even though others had their own unique skills, In my eyes, you were the strongest, Taylor struggled to say. Father Jin Hyuk. This time, I will definitely surpass you. He removed his mask, speaking coldly. Your sword has fallen far from its former glory. You are arrogant because you rely on demonic energy, something that does not belong to you. That's why you lost. If for the past 10 years you had trained your sword, the one defeated today would have been me. Taylor gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Jin Hyuk did not respond, merely standing there watching him lie motionless beside the large sword, his hand casually holding the mask, cold to the bone. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of red blood. Jin Hyuk clutched his chest and fell to his knees. He gasped, thinking, because I merged in 2 different ways, the after effects are too severe. To freely merge, I must become even stronger. But first, he struck to finish off Taylor, his soul soaring high into the sky. Jin Hyuk grabbed Taylor's head. His voice was cold and deep. Do you think you can die peacefully? End it quickly. My teammates are still waiting. Under the calm blue sky, the mountain stood majestically among the clouds. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart by a burst of pink-purple light exploding like a Death Star descending, sharp energy piercing through the clouds. Haryu and Hamiel were still engaged in a tense battle. A hit landed. Hamiel gritted her teeth in pain. Her recovery ability couldn't keep up with that speed of attack. Seizing that moment, Haryu charged in, her sword raised high. Her eyes shone brightly, summoning power, the mind battle of the heavenly eye. One hand, Haryu grabbed the woman's neck, tightening her grip. Hamiel struggled desperately, thinking, when did she get so close to me? Above, the pink-purple light erupted again, cold energy spreading across the sky. Haryu stood at the edge of the deep pit looking down, saying, do you know where you are falling? It is because of your greed that you have destroyed this place. This is my homeland. Finishing her sentence, she immediately charged angrily towards her. A brilliant purple light shattered the ground, its power overwhelming. Hamiel gave in, her body floating aimlessly amidst the chaos. Closed her eyes, mumbling that, if she wasn't punished, Haryu screamed, you should have died a long time ago. Hamiel squeezed her eyes shut, that gaze reappeared. If hit, she would definitely lose. No, wait. What song? The army. Will it be the army? Bing, from the Wise clan in magic. Having crushed countless weaker species, how could she lose to a lowly demon? Energy exploded, roaring like a declaration of war, absolutely not allowing that to happen. The alarm system blared, reacting to energy levels exceeding the threshold. A strong energy reaction, the warning continued. The glowing sphere exploded, engulfing Hamiel, debris flying everywhere as she screamed in the shockwave. Haryu was stunned, struggling to comprehend. This can't be. Maiden Tuanvu was torn apart by the intense light from above. A beam of light struck down. The Sandala Hun system was the first to respond to the summoning. A supreme being descended, using your body as a vessel. Spoke, I don't want to use this method, but pride won't allow me to lose to you. Haryu was taken aback. The pressure from the supreme being enveloped her. Absolutely cannot let them struggle against Hamiel, she roared decisively. Do you think I will just watch? Haryu rushed forward, but something made her hesitate. It can't be. Why at this moment is my power weakening? In the radiant golden halo, the mysterious dark face of Sandala Hun appeared, his eyes bright and cold like a deity. His eyes sparkled, power spreading violently. Sandala Hun spoke. O follower, why have you summoned me? Hamiel below explained. Someone is threatening this place. Please grant me the power to eliminate them. I am ready to do anything you desire. He did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Seeing the situation escalate, Haryu shouted loudly. No, a powerful beam of light descended straight from the heavens. She raised her hand to shield herself against the impact. Sandala Hun spoke sternly. I will grant you my power, but when the time is right, I will take over your body. He infused his soul into Hamiel, and divine light descended as Sandala Hun spread his wings to embrace the heavenly punishment. A twisting bolt of golden lightning struck down, tearing through the night and exploding in the valley. The ground cracked, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. The shockwave spread, crushing the solid structures and engulfing the scenery in a sea of golden light. From above, Sandala Hun looked down at the ruins left in the wake of the attack. Then, he slowly descended, landing on the ground. He briefly thought that this body seemed to have a low tolerance, perhaps due to the severe damage inflicted by the demon's strike. Suddenly, a strange movement caught Sandala Hun's attention. In his line of sight, a shadow gradually emerged amidst the light. Haryu slowly opened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. What just happened? In front of Haryu stood Gyung Hun, blocking all danger. Sandala Hun approached him and spoke. How could you block my divine punishment? Gyung Hun did not respond, placing his hand on his head. Sandala Hun had not finished speaking. You are a monster. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pressed down hard, causing Sandala Hun's body to slam against the hard stone floor, cracking the ground. A massive green beam of light descended from above, piercing straight into the earth, creating a violent tremor. Haryu was stunned by the sight, not believing that he dared to use his bare hands against a divine angel. Hamiel lay motionless on the ground, covered in injuries. Struggled to lift his head and asked, "Who are you?" Choi Jung-hun. Hearing that name, she immediately widened her eyes in shock. Choi Jung-hun was indeed someone he knew. Ha-mi-ao still tried to call out, "Sandala Soul," but received no response. The connection had been severed with just one blow. Growled angrily, "How dare you interfere with the manifestation of the lower god? Do you think you can escape? Do you know who is standing behind us supporting?" Kyung-hun pressed her head down again, cutting off the piercing scream. "You calmly said, 'That should have been my line.' Have you forgotten who is supporting me? Martial Emperor Tess. You have made my master angry." Ha-mi-ao shuddered upon hearing this. Martial Emperor Tess is on par with their deities. Kyung-hun gritted his teeth and said, "And you have also made me lose my composure." Hamiel panicked. He was a follower of Tess. Don't say he appeared because of Tess. If Tess joins the fight, I have no chance of winning. Finally, Hamiel flew away in a hurry, wanting to escape. Before leaving, she said, "I will remember this. Watch out for me." Haryu gritted his teeth and shouted, running away like a coward. Hamiel laughed. "Let's see who wins next time. I hope you live until then." Kyung-hun, who had been observing all this time, coldly said, "Who allowed you to leave here?" He immediately chased after her, not letting her escape. Hamiel grimaced, thinking, can he keep up with the speed of this world? A powerful hand grabbed A's wing, holding it tightly. Kyung-hun asked, "Where do you think you're going?" His eyes glowed with a green light, his jaw clenched, all his will focused on the strike. John Kyung-hun's first form, one strike direct. A screamed in pain, unable to withstand it. The compressed energy exploded into a fierce green blast, the shockwave clearing the vision. The scene shifted to a room filled with towering piles of gold coins. Taylor opened his eyes in pain. A voice rang out, "Hey, are you awake?" His body was suspended, and Taylor panicked, asking, "What is this? Why am I hanging?" Jin Hyuk approached, his voice icy. "You're back, huh? Speak up. What is that bastard Peo planning?" He struggled in resistance, having nothing more to say to you. "Now that I'm dead, you're finished. There's news that the angelic warrior is coming to kill you. They will burn your friends first, then come here." Suddenly, the chains on Taylor's hands tightened. He glanced over, his eyes wary. His expression changed, worry clearly visible. With a jerk, Moku yanked Taylor's arm, causing him to wince in pain. Jin Hyuk laughed mockingly. "Calm down, Donald. Do you think I'm so free that I stand here playing? That pigeon has already been dealt with by Choi Jung-hun while you were still asleep." He broke into a cold sweat, his voice panicked. "What, Choi Jung-hun?" Jin Hyuk lowered his gaze, calmly continuing. "Yes, my friend is coming. Unlike you all, they know what loyalty means. They will never turn their backs on me." A punch flew towards Jin Hyuk. He turned immediately, still speaking. "What about me? This damn crazy guy." Jung-hun unleashed his attack. The accumulated energy exploded, creating a jade-green blast, the shockwave sweeping away everything. He took the punch head-on and was sent flying backward by the force. Taylor watched from start to finish, frozen in shock. He chuckled with delight. This match showed that Choi Jung-hun was not on Jin Hyuk's side. A pair of hands reached up from the pile of coins. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Shut up." It was unclear when, but Tam appeared beside him, mouth agape. Taylor screamed in fear, "Wait, Father Jin Hyuk." He gathered his strength and said briefly, "Just wait quietly." And Tam. Jin Hyuk stared directly at Jung-hun, thinking, "Don't tell me you still haven't accepted that I'm Father Jin Hyuk." Kyung-hun spoke first. "I wonder what your relationship with Jin Hyuk is. If I ignore the one who killed Ku Tin, then the situation would be extremely awkward." Jin Hyuk was not surprised. He knew right away that the kid misunderstood. He immediately accelerated toward Jung-hun, causing him to freeze. Jin Hyuk growled, "I will clarify my identity." Choi Jung-hun unleashed his fourth technique, a complete turning kick. Two figures charged at each other amidst a whirlpool of purple energy. The collision shook the space. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps. Vulcan exclaimed, "Why so fast? Is he real?" Haryu whispered, "Orabioni." She was stunned by the scene before her. Jin Hyuk and Jung-hun were fiercely battling. Haryu shouted loudly, "Orabioni." Jung-hun chuckled lightly. "You can take a hit pretty well." Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly, "It's just that your moves are too predictable." He clenched his fist, power accumulating. Before striking, Jung-hun said, "Let's see if you can dodge this time." Time seemed to stand still as they faced each other, their gazes igniting with overwhelming energy. Jin Hyuk smiled and delivered a shocking line. "The little kid who used to wet the bed has grown up, and now you still think you can stop me?" Jung-hun froze, his hand trembling, asking, "What do you mean?" Jin Hyuk replied coldly, still pretending to be oblivious. "When you were 5, you wet the bed and were punished at the orphanage. Remember how you cried and ran into the bathroom, being called the bedwetter for a long time?" Vulcan's mouth dropped open. Haryu was also speechless. Jung-hun frowned and said, Stop it. Jin Hyuk remained unfazed, denying it would be useless. The past doesn't disappear, you always fail. Unable to take it anymore, Kyung-hun punched him hard in the face and yelled, "Stop, this is humiliating, Father Jin Hyuk." He held his head and groaned. "That hurt, you crazy." "Wait, you just called me Father Jin Hyuk." "Right. You know I'm Father Jin Hyuk, yet you're still pretending not to know." "This crazy bastard, what else are you pretending?" Jin Hyuk scolded. "You're right to be angry. If you're back, the first thing you should do is meet me. Don't worry about anything else. I will still help you." Jin Hyuk paused upon hearing those words. He pointed at himself. "Even if I betray humanity." Kyung-hun turned away. "I don't believe it. My friend isn't like that." Then he glanced at him once more. Kyung-hun rushed over and hugged Jin Hyuk tightly. He choked out, "I'm so glad to see you again, my friend." Jin Hyuk chuckled. "Let go. You smell terrible." Hearing this, Kyung-hun hugged tighter, leaving Jin Hyuk stunned. He struggled and shouted, "Let go, I'm suffocating." Kyung-hun still held on tight. "What? People don't die that easily." After a moment of struggling, Jin Hyuk had to give in. His neck was about to break. I'm glad to see you too." On the other side, Vulcan chuckled softly. "These two are really close," Haryu muttered, showing his displeasure. Jin Hyuk tensed up and tried to break free, continuously yelling, "I said let go." Suddenly, a small fox poked its head out from Kyung-hun's collar. Miho smiled and made a sound. He gently called out Miho's name. Against the gloomy sky, the White Mansion quietly appeared. Magnificent, yet chillingly eerie. Inside, Bao Lao coldly spoke. "Have you arrived? Those who abandoned the demons, possessing tremendous power, gathered in the tower. They are masters at choosing and exterminating. I have met the representatives of the factions. The angel is Hami Ao. It's a pity about what happened to her." Heezy asked, "Is Meg late again?" "He is the representative of the demon race and has reached the 600th floor." Keenan replied irritably. "Have you ever seen that giant show up? Huge but always late. After watching, he disappears." The dragon representative, Keenan, has also reached the 600th floor. Next to him, Maria calmly spoke. "This is my first time here, but I will do my best." The temporary representative of the angels has reached the 560th floor. After the greetings, Biolao got straight to the point. "Everyone present means the four kings have agreed to my plan. It is to choose and eliminate the one with the demon mask along with the rebel faction." Cannon grinned menacingly. He said, "Is there any other choice? Compared to last time, this plan is nothing." Heezy smirked. "It's been a while since something like this happened after leaving the demon village. Let's relax a bit." Maria chimed in. "I hope to witness the scene of those pathetic insects being led around." Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang out, and a sword suddenly flew in to attack her. "Me too." Maria angrily turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Hamiel stepped closer. Her voice dropped. "Hamiel," Atram coldly declared. "This spot is mine." After finishing off Maria, Ajun leaned on his sword, steadying himself, and said, "Oh man, why are these people so impatient? I was just gone for a bit, and they rushed to replace me. I feel a bit sad about that." Suddenly a scream rang out. "What? Did you really lose to that girl?" Jin Hyuk grabbed Jeong-hoon by the collar and shouted, "You're so stupid. How could you lose to her?" He hurried to explain, "Do you think I wanted to? She's an angel. Who would have thought she would dare to shed her wings just to escape?" Hami-eo trudged over, forcing a smile. Bao Lao glanced over, thinking to himself, "Hamiel, didn't Jin Hyuk's father kill her along with Donald?" Cannon exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, look who it is," Heezy chimed in. "You're still alive," Hamiel coldly replied. "I cannot die. Those who trample on the pride of angels. I will live until I eliminate all of them." Cannon continued, leaving her stunned. "A betrayed angel will have her wings cut and be exiled, to live with the feeling of no longer being an angel, nor anything at all. That's all I understand. Isn't that like losing all your self-esteem?" Heezy scoffed. "Hamiel, you're not worthy to stand with us." She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, "Do these bastards dare to look down on me?" Hamiel swung her sword, her voice icy. "I will take my revenge. If you don't take me with you, then I will kill all of you until someone accepts me." A large shadow suddenly appeared behind her, causing the air to grow tense. Ming rushed in and delivered a powerful punch to Hami-eo's face. His eyes shone brightly, gathering energy in his hands before unleashing a dazzling strike that tore through the air. Ha-mi-eo took the hit, being thrown against the wall in a battered state. Meek remarked, "That's pretty pathetic, Hamiel. Becoming pathetic is truly the worst." She gritted her teeth and called out, "You." Just then, a voice rang out. Meg, representing the giant, reached level 620. Keenan stepped forward and asked, "Hey Meg, why are you late today?" He touched his finger to his lips as if pondering. I just caught a bug." Jin Hyuk froze at the sight that appeared. Ming continued, "But it ran away." The scream echoed. Hendrik, he lay sprawled on the ground and murmured, "Oh no, could it be me?" This is as far as I can go. Haryu's group rushed over to call Henrik. A faint golden light illuminated the woven wooden beams, casting a dim shadow on the old paper floor, creating a somber, quiet atmosphere. Henrik slowly opened his eyes after a period of unconsciousness. Haryu asked anxiously, "Are you awake now?" Jin Hyuk added, "Your body is in such a disheveled state," he replied hoarsely. "If I didn't have divine power, it would be bad. I let everyone see this embarrassing state." Jin Hyuk asked, "Were you attacked by the fourth prince?" He nodded. "Yes, he was a giant and very strong. In the desert of the 120th floor, there was something unclear that made Henrik glance around. I was ambushed." He was stunned to see a giant hand rising from the ground. Then the hand opened and came crashing down. Just by looking at that move, it was clear who would win. Kyung-hun leaned against the wall and said, "Jin Hyuk's father revealed your identity, so the entire tower is on alert. That's how I quickly tracked everyone's location. Your enemy used the same method. Now they are watching everyone very openly. Why did you reveal your name like that, you idiot? Why put your teammates in such danger?" A voice interjected. "It's because of this," Hendrik replied. "I have gathered enough of them all." Miho held up the green stone and said, "Me too, I collected this one." Kyung-hun was surprised. "These things are rare crystals, and you almost have every type." Jin Hyuk nodded. "Yes, we split up to gather them. These items remind me of the system mission warning before the 100th floor to reveal your name or nickname for the entire tower. Failure will result in punishment, while completion will grant you the method to create items and the conditions to form a contract with the guild, all aimed at fulfilling the guild's requirements. The system reminded before the 100th floor to reveal your name or nickname for the entire tower." Jin Hyuk said honestly, "I didn't intend to hide Jin Hyuk's father's name, a name seen as a criminal against humanity. In fact, I have already completed that mission." The system continued. "The pinnacle of all wickedness," made him feel deceived. After reading it, he burst out laughing, as he had set those ridiculous conditions himself. The system repeated, "The pinnacle of all wickedness asked what kind of contract you wanted." Returning to the present, Jin Hyuk clenched his fist and made a request. "A weapon to use when climbing the tower. I will kill Paolo with it." Kyung-hun stood beside him, sighing and thinking. He was as greedy as before, demanding that ridiculous thing again. The pinnacle of all wickedness clutched his stomach and complained of pain. The foxtail laughed and said it was indeed a beautiful sight. He pondered, "If it were the power of the gods, it would still be feasible. I will have that weapon." Jin Hyuk told Haryu, "We have gathered enough crystals, and I have sent them to the craftsman here. The crafting process should be done by now." "All right, let's create the strongest weapon together," Jeno interrupted. "Sorry, I can't do it." Jin Hyuk and Haryu stood in shock, unable to believe it. "What?" Jin Hyuk stepped forward and shouted, "Why not? I have brought all the materials listed there." He remained calm. "I know. The issue is not the materials, but the person creating it." Haryu ran over and pleaded, "You are the best craftsman of the Yuma clan. Even you are giving up." Jeno sighed. "I'm afraid I have to give up. This is a material bestowed by the transcendent gods, so it is too complex, with many intricate steps that must be completed in a very short time. Only if there were other blacksmiths of my level could it be handled." Jin Hyuk rested his chin in thought. "I need to find a trustworthy and skilled blacksmith like him. Where can I find one? Everyone has put in their effort this time. I must create it by any means necessary." "Wait, create it." As an idea struck him, he asked, "How long does it take for someone to reach your level?" Jeno replied straightforwardly, "It depends on talent, but even if skilled, it would still take a decade." Jin Hyuk simply said, "No, I need just 1 day." After hearing this, he was stunned. "What?" He held the hammer, calculating. "His second trait is omnipotence, a skill that helps master everything." Jin Hyuk asserted, "I will make it with you. I will become a master blacksmith in 1 day." The golden flames crackled, engulfing the red-hot coal in the furnace with intense heat. A powerful strike came down on the glowing metal, creating sparks that flew amidst the swirling heat. Jin Hyuk tirelessly hammered each beat evenly and firmly. A voice scolded, "Don't just use brute strength, distribute the force evenly when striking. How many swords do you plan to ruin? If you can't forge a normal sword, then forget about that magnificent weapon." He carefully placed the blade into the furnace. Jin Hyuk smiled lightly, thinking he was already accustomed to the heating and cooling timing. Jeno stood with his arms crossed, observing him from start to finish. Jin Hyuk returned to the forge, picked up the hammer, and continued to strike, thinking he could do it. This time, he would create something perfect. Just as the blade was completed and placed in the furnace, it suddenly cracked. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Not again. I thought this time it would be fine, but I have a solid grasp on how to make it," he told Jeno. "I will try again." Jin Hyuk silently vowed that next time he would produce a complete sword. Jeno interrupted, "That's enough." Sweat dripping down Jin Hyuk's face, he turned back and asked, "Huh, I just figured it out, and you want me to stop already?" Jeno turned away, simply saying, making more is pointless. Don't waste precious materials anymore, and go take a shower right now. Brother Thuknui wanted another chance, but I disagreed. Jeno's words left Jin Hyuk stunned. After your shower, remember to bring the draft of the banjiao and the materials here. That synthetic iron is extremely difficult to forge. Even skilled blacksmiths struggle with it. And if a newbie doesn't mess it up, it would be a miracle. The practice session is over now. Your skills have reached perfection. Now, let's forge that great demonic weapon. Over here, Gyung-hun rushed in and threw a punch. I'm coming. Haryu, with a serious expression, swung his sword to block the attack. Gyung-hun reminded, speed is your strength. Dodge and counterattack. Don't block. Miho suddenly appeared from behind, rushing in like a flash, trying to close in. Gyung-hun managed to turn around and grabbed Miho tightly. He threw her hard towards Haryu, saying, that ambush was too clumsy. Miho crashed into Haryu with tremendous force, knocking both of them to the ground. Seeing them lying still under the tree, he spoke up. What are you two doing? Get up quickly. Don't tell me your training spirit is only this much. Haryu gritted his teeth and replied, no, I can still keep fighting. Miho pouted and pointed. Hey, let's play like that again. While everyone was still noisy, Hendrik appeared, interrupting. Can I join in? He turned back and asked, Hendrik, right. Is it okay to move like that? Hendrik replied nonchalantly, if I just lay in bed all the time, then what would be left of me? What's more important is, I can't miss the chance to fight a 9-star. Gyung-hun felt excited when he saw him draw his sword, twisting his joints as he said, I like that determination. Just after he finished speaking, an explosion erupted in front of Gyung-hun. Hendrik jumped and shouted, what was that? Haryu looked in that direction, his voice turning serious. That is, your workshop. The group hurriedly ran toward the explosion site. Haryu shouted loudly, are you okay over there? She helped him up, anxiously asking, are you all right? Zeno whispered, ah, I'm fine. Hendrik suddenly remembered, and quickly asked, what about Father Jin Hyuk? Did the two of them fail? Hearing that, he burst into laughter. Haha, fail. Do you think that arrogant guy would happily accept defeat? A column of purple light erupted from the ground, shattering the space, debris flying everywhere. Everyone stood frozen, watching the scene. Jeno said in a deep voice, completing it in just one day like this. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, his arms and legs glowing purple, energy radiating fiercely. He watched and nodded. That's a significant success. Scene change. A kobold was biting into something. Taylor was chained up. Next to him was the wide-open mouth biting into his body. Vulcan looked and commented, being bitten into the soul, and he didn't let out a single sound. Toon added, just as expected, this 9-star is really tight-lipped. Taylor Todd was sweating, trying to suppress the pain, still speaking defiantly. So, interrogating you all here is the end. My soul can no longer endure. It's about to shatter, and all of you will be killed by Bello. I will wait for you in hell. The Holy Soul Soldier interrupted. Wait, you can't go down there without my permission. Taylor began to lose control, shouting loudly. What's happening? The Holy Soul Soldier raised the shining golden staff high, forming a sacred cross. A wave of power enveloped the parts of Taylor's body that were being torn apart by Cobalt. He looked at his hands in panic and shouted, my soul is recovering. What's going on? Without hesitation, the Holy Soul Soldier swung his sword, severing Taylor's regenerating arms. He writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back, sweat pouring down his body. A deep voice rang out, you will not be freed unless you confess. Jin Hyuk stepped forward to threaten. This soul soldier can restore souls at will. Speak up. Don't keep that secret any longer. How many times will you be erased and remade? The kobold received orders to continue clinging to Taylor's body. He screamed in fear, ah, you. It didn't care, opening its mouth to bite straight into Taylor's soul. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted the name of that wicked demon. A moment later, Taylor's body lay limp before Jin Hyuk's group. He murmured, 15, no, 16, it's 17 times, my lord. Taylor's soul was surrounded by the kobold and the Holy Soul Soldier. Jin Hyuk reminded him, say everything. If you tell the truth, I will allow you to be properly purified. After being tortured multiple times, his saliva dripped down. Taylor swallowed quickly to avoid being exposed. The scene shifted. Biolo stood solemnly beneath the punishment eraser machine. His face tightened as he said, Bailong is gathering forces to break the tower. Meanwhile, after the interrogation, Jin Hyuk coldly asked, what about the weapon? What kind? Taylor rolled his eyes and replied, I'm not sure. I only know it contains divine and demonic power. Jin Hyuk growled. He must have turned back and seen the kobold and the Holy Soul Soldier, stammering, there is, trust me. Biolo had been isolated by the 9 stars. Besides that, what else could he do with the guild's base sale? Please believe me. All the blame is mine. Just kill me. Jin Hyuk stared intently without speaking, then spoke up, alright, let's take a break here. Thinking he was spared, Taylor sighed in relief and whispered, ah, finally. But before he could celebrate, Jin Hyuk interrupted. But I don't think I can free your soul. That soul will feel every pain as it dissolves in the void. Realizing he had been deceived, he gritted his teeth in anger. You. Still the same until the end, Jin Hyuk shouted loudly. Glutton. The void rushed forward as if wanting to swallow Taylor alive. He screamed. Father Jin Hyuk. Everyone was gathering in another area, Jin Hyuk said. Soon, Biolo will close in and start the extermination plan. We will have to face the most dangerous 9-star. Gi-young-hoon twisted his wrist angrily, cursing. Those bastards dared to deceive and betray my friend. I will not forgive. Hendrik remained calmer. He reminded Jin Hyuk. Don't forget the 4 monarchs. Lang Yuma and your homeland. Countless people have died at the hands of the 4 monarchs. No one knows when or where they will strike. Vulcan nodded and said, the weapon Donald mentioned will be the biggest variable. Jin Hyuk bowed his head in silence. We can't break their strategy. We only have to counterattack accordingly. But I still have the right to decide one thing. At the same time, Biolo thought similarly. He said, a battle. After hiding their tracks on the 100th floor, the rebels have yet to reveal themselves. Heezy asked again, so if they're ready, can they ambush us? Meg was ready. He growled. I want to eliminate them. Right now. Hamiel, who had been silent until now, spoke up. So where will they choose to prepare for battle? Jin Hyuk suggested. Hendrik added. Why not fight right here? We have strong support. And the 100th floor is heavily punishing them. Gi-young-hoon firmly opposed. No. I do not agree. After the previous confrontation, I understand clearly that everyone's strength is insufficient to face the 4 kings. Therefore, everyone must increase their power by continuing to climb the tower. Cannon understood the point. He raised his hand and continued. So, a place that is neither too high nor too low. These guys are really troublesome. Do Lao crossed his arms and pondered. No matter how many times he thought about it, he couldn't find a place that met all those conditions. A place like that does not exist. On the contrary, Jin Hyuk smirked. It does exist. A place just high enough, with allies to support, is the perfect spot. Hendrik suddenly asked, wait, allies? Who are they? He replied. I think you know them, Hendrik. He pointed at his face, a bit confused. I know. 2 weeks later, at the capital of the 190th floor, inside, voices urged. Hurry up, everyone. Move quickly. Do you know how much cargo needs to be delivered to the shop today? Hurry up. Jin Hyuk's group blended into the crowd, wearing cloaks, looking very professional. When the crowd dispersed, Miho stood silently in a corner. A hand grabbed the girl and shouted, What are you doing? Come here quickly. The group removed their disguises. Jin Hyuk spoke up. It's fine now. We have successfully entered the 190th floor. Gi-young-hoon raised his fist joyfully. The credit for this punch goes to me. Right. Don't waste time on meaningless things. He said seriously, don't talk nonsense anymore. I will only say this once. The target is the wingless ones. Find Miyu-mo. They are hiding well to avoid the angels. It's not easy. First, let's split up to find anyone who has seen Uriel. Just then, 2 hands hugged Jin Hyuk tightly from behind. Seeing the person's face clearly, Hendrik exclaimed, You! Miho was also stunned, the girl said. It's the person from that day. He frowned and impatiently asked, How did you get here? Uriel didn't answer but just said, Hold on tight, everyone. A ball of energy, blazing like the sun, exploded in the old town. Shockwaves radiating out and shaking the very fabric of space, cutting off Jin Hyuk, Kwon Da, and the others. A delivery person crossing the street suddenly stopped, noticing something. Turning around, he saw only a haze of smoke and muttered, That's strange. I just heard something. Someone else urged, Come on, why are you just staring into the alley? We have things to do. One person chimed in, No, wait. I think I heard something too. The energy ball, burning like a miniature sun, shot up into the sky and exploded in the old district. The violent shockwaves blew everything away, amidst which a scream rang out. Fast, too fast. A sharp beam of golden energy shot upward, piercing through the clouds. From within the thick mist, a ring of fire gradually dissipated into the air, and inside the sphere, Miho swayed and said, The world around me is spinning. Haryu lay flat beside her, breathing heavily. I think I'm about to throw up. While Hendrik calmly asked, What's happening? Uriel stepped next to Jin Hyuk and softly said, I'm sorry for bringing you here so suddenly, the Death Star. I can only be on the surface for a little while. He turned back, exhausted, and replied, The mortal realm. So this is it. Jin Hyuk's pupils froze when he saw the scene unfolding before him. She smiled and introduced, Welcome. This is where we live. And it is also the battlefield that appears in your dreams. Standing before the majestic scenery, Jin Hyuk couldn't help but say, I've heard rumors about the secret location of the tower. I never expected it to be so well hidden. Uriel stepped closer and explained, If it were revealed, the angels would attack us. Suddenly recalling something, Jin Hyuk asked irritably, But how did you find our location? She pointed at him and replied succinctly, It's simple, spirit. The light from Uriel pierced into his body, startling him. This is she continued. I followed it to find your location. Jin Hyuk slowly nodded. It was the feather you gave that day, so that led you to us. He silently understood why she warned him not to let anyone touch it. He worriedly asked again, is it safe? The hideout you worked so hard to create will become a battlefield. She reassured him with a smile. Don't worry. Your visit to this battle has been predicted. It is the prophecy of that person. Hearing the implication, Jin Hyuk asked back, that person? You mean your god? She nodded slightly. Yes, the angel abandoned by the celestial realm. Uriel softly uttered the powerful name. Lucifer. Then, she opened the door, leading him inside, calling out, Pontifex, I have brought the one from the prophecy. Pontifex turned around and greeted lightly. Ah, you two have arrived, right? Could you wait a moment? She gently reminded. The warriors are still praying. Seeing Pontifex's appearance, Jin Hyuk was momentarily surprised, thinking, an elderly angel, the first time I've seen one. He replied, sure. The door behind opened slightly, and Pontifex said, ah, they have finished praying. She further introduced, they are the key forces of the non-winged. The sword body. Uriel stepped forward to lead the way, pointing inside, inviting him in. Jin Hyuk glanced past Vanyan and continued walking. He suddenly stopped, smirking, and whispered, just a human. Jin Hyuk heard clearly but maintained a calm expression. Moments later, Uriel cheerfully said, we've arrived, so you can go in by yourself. Jin Hyuk asked back, huh, aren't you two coming in? She only said one sentence before slamming the door shut. He only allows you. He confidently looked straight ahead, so he called me here, which means he sees my victory ahead. Jin Hyuk called out in a deep voice, the angel, abandoned by the celestial realm. No, Lucifer. Lightning crackled, ringing in his ears. Glancing at the cold face of the being, Jin Hyuk continued. Say something. Before Lucifer appeared, the words formed. The angel, abandoned by the celestial realm, stated that the path here must have been very difficult. Jin Hyuk wondered why he didn't manifest himself, then called the nine-tailed fox. Two systems, purple and red, appeared in turn. The nine-tailed fox had responded. The pinnacle of all wickedness had answered. Jin Hyuk asked coldly, why are you helping me defeat the four monarchs? Why? He turned to Lucifer angrily. Why did you resurrect me? The system continued to announce. The angel abandoned by the celestial realm said it would explain. Before the tower appeared, an endless war had taken place. Jin Hyuk repeated. An endless battle. Huh. Lucifer continued. The immortal entities had plunged into an endless war to retain their power. That time was like hell. Everyone was exhausted. Just like what Evan had once said, you only reveal your strength when you're about to die. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Evan, you bastard. The system continued. Amidst the war, someone erected a tower, placed their creations inside, and created fair battles to seize control. But as you know, that fairness was shattered by selection and extermination. The four monarchs killed those who could become gods, then monopolized control of the tower. The nine-tailed fox spoke up, saying that's not right. The pinnacle of wickedness claims that your goals are similar to theirs. Jin Hyuk stated plainly, I want to eliminate the rules set by the four monarchs and their divine followers, which means going against the world. The system now continued. The angels abandoned by the celestial realm predicted that your destiny is to fulfill that in their stead. Jin Hyuk slightly pursed his lips as if he just understood something. Then he burst out laughing, shouting at Lucifer, do you think I will become your pawn? Nonsense, you sick pervert. The system responded. The pinnacle of all wickedness muttered. I knew this would happen. Lucifer asked further, so do you want revenge? Jin Hyuk answered without hesitation. He pointed and said firmly, I will not do it your way. I will take revenge in my own way. Lucifer's next words left Jin Hyuk speechless. The angel, abandoned by the celestial realm, smiled. Being alone is enough. He prophesied that the prophecy would come true. Jin Hyuk remained silent, grinding his teeth without responding. He lowered his eyes and said softly, do whatever you want. Just don't interfere with my future. The system reappeared. The pinnacle of wickedness just assessed you as uncontrollable. The nine-tailed fox asked back, isn't that why he's so appealing? The abandoned angel nodded in agreement. The angel asked further, would you like to sit down for a cup of tea? It's been a while. After the conversation, Uriel came to lead the way. Jin Hyuk followed, stomping his feet in frustration. The prophecy will come true. Huh. I don't like being a pawn. Uriel gently placed a hand on the door, speaking softly. Let's first have the tea we prepared. As the door opened, a scream rang out. What the hell is happening? In front of them was a group of VN surrounding Hendrik, Miho, Jeonghun, and Haryu. He spoke up. Want to fight? Seeing Jin Hyuk arrive, Miho called out, oh, brother. VN glanced at Miho and then sneered. You're back, you devil-faced brat. No, I should call you the cursed star Cha Jin Hyuk. Uriel stepped out to block the way, raising her voice. Vanyan, they are the main force leading the divine battle. Why are you treating them like this? Vanyan retorted. This is our revenge. How can an ordinary human represent the wingless? He hadn't finished speaking when Jin Hyuk threw a punch straight to his face. The other stammered, the divine sword is worthy of leading the divine battle. The thunderous punch sent Van Yen crashing into the cracked stone wall under the weight of the purple energy. Jin Hyuk growled, do you dare point your sword at me? I'm in a tough spot, and you're looking for trouble. Let me teach you a lesson. Van Yen struggled to get up, touching his bruised face, and shouted, you dare hit me, commander of the divine sword. Benny En yelled in anger, drawing his sword and charging forward. I will kill you, you disrespectful mortal. Jin Hyuk laughed loudly. What better time than now to test my new weapon? The halo flashed, and Vien dove down like an arrow. With his sword raised high, he prepared to strike down. Jin Hyuk leaned to the side, condensing the purple energy into a counterattack sphere. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air, stopping everyone in their tracks. Pontifex appeared in the courtyard, her light causing everything to fall silent. Jin Hyuk froze, trying to move, but his hands only trembled slightly. He panicked. What is happening? Pontifex raised her staff, speaking sternly. In the City of Dreams, you must never strike your allies. She glanced at Jin Hyuk and Van Yen, warning, whoever violates this will be treated as an enemy. Van Yen, unwilling to accept this, shouted. But, Pontifex replied sternly, do you intend to oppose Lucifer? Van Yen, everyone here was summoned by him. She emphasized, those who wish to oppose the world should best conserve their strength. Jin Hyuk spoke up. I will, if they don't touch me. Pontifex shouted loudly. Lower your swords. She tapped her staff once more, and everyone returned to their positions. The atmosphere gradually calmed down. She turned away, speaking to Uriel. Show the guests to their quarters. Uriel nodded. Yes. Jin Hyuk glanced over and whispered. Lucky for you, pigeon. Benny En said nothing, his eyes filled with hatred. He thought, I can't accept Father Jin Hyuk. I will drive him out of here. After the confrontation, Jin Hyuk and Vulcan observed from above. He commented, the angels here are stronger than before. Jin Hyuk leaned against the wall and replied, they once fought against the angelic guild, so everyone carries some influence. Even so, the fire within him still smoldered, thinking, but why? That guy is training right in front of where I live. Vien was unaware that Jin Hyuk was present, still seriously training. Come on, grip the sword tight. Vulcan pointed out, that Vanyan guy is a bit over the top. Jin Hyuk smirked, as if watching a child's play. He replied, unable to hit me, so he intended to apply mental pressure. After practice, Vanyan shouted loudly, great job, amazing swordsmanship. We are the sword of Lucifer, and we will take down every enemy. He cast a sarcastic glance. Whether those mortals are here or not, doesn't matter. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. Is he mocking us? Vulcan nodded. This cannot be overlooked. He turned around in frustration. If we don't get a break, the battle will be affected. Jin Hyuk nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists. He's making me furious. I can't hold back anymore. He jumped onto the window ledge and said softly, let me teach them a lesson. Seeing this, Vulcan panicked. Wait, we're not allowed to fight. But Jin Hyuk had already jumped down. He barely managed to shout, hey. Jin Hyuk appeared right behind Vanyan. Vanyan finally revealed himself, sarcastically saying, so you decided to show your face, human? Jin Hyuk coldly retorted, I can't rest because your pigeons are too stable. He turned back, stepped closer, and growled each word. You're really angry, aren't you? Want to fight again? Vnen raised his hand and pointed directly. Behind him was the entire army, shouting loudly, if you make a move, you will immediately become an enemy of the wingless. The divine sword will end you on the spot. Benny N clenched his fists and said resentfully, try to charge in. What can you do? If not, get out of Dream City. In the blazing purple light, Jin Hyuk casually put his hands in his pockets, exuding an overwhelming aura. He coldly said, truly foolish. There was a terrified scream. Is that a demonic technique? Benny N was stunned, his eyes wide open, unable to believe it, muttering, how can a human? Vanyan growled, do you contain both demonic energy and divine power? Jin Hyuk unleashed all his strength, almost hissing, yes, just as you see. Jin Hyuk smirked arrogantly, his left hand enveloped in darkness, his right hand glowing brightly, coldly asking, don't I remind you of someone familiar? An angel gasped, stunned, looking at the light emanating from Jin Hyuk. They all knelt down in unison, bowing their heads and shouting, Lucifer, the forsaken angel, he is the apostle of Lucifer. Vien Yen frantically tried to stop them. Wait, everyone. Jin Hyuk approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, confidently saying, that's right, kneel down. I represent the God you always serve. Below, they all shouted in unison, yes, apostle. Seeing everything go as planned, Jin Hyuk secretly smiled. He didn't like borrowing the name of a stalker, but this was the best way to drive that guy crazy. He looked up and complained, Talking too much has dried out my throat. Jin Hyuk looked at Vanyan and ordered, Vanyan, go get me some water, get it yourself, an angel exclaimed in admiration. As expected, and then smiled happily. The apostle personally chose the commander as his partner. Everyone was joyfully congratulating, making Vanyan turn pale with anger. We are proud of you, commander. Reluctantly, he nodded. I will be back. Over here, Haryu gasped, exhausted, and sat down. A bottle of water was placed in front of her. Uriel quietly asked, is the training going well? Haryu looked up, realizing it was Uriel. Both of them watched Jin Hyuk and Jung Hun training. Uriel continued, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, just let me know. Haryu replied immediately, no, thanks to you, we get to relax like this. She took a sip of water, smiled, and added, last week was really great. The group gradually became close to Uriel, No Wing, and Divine Sword. She happily replied, it's amazing how everyone managed to defeat Fan Yang. Haryu said, every time we finish training, I feel stronger. Remembering when I first climbed the tower with Orabioni, she winked at Jin Hyuk and asked, am I being too carefree with the upcoming battle? Suddenly, a violent shockwave caused the glass to shatter. The punishment eraser burst open, flying up violently. Uriel and Haryu were startled and turned towards the noise. A scream echoed throughout the space. There were enemies ambushing. A giant Lucifer manifested, half god and half demon, with a terrifying aura that overwhelmed them. His eyes glowed, a fierce blue light shining as he stared at the weak beings with rising killing intent. The ground cracked open, exploding violently, with rocks flying like a storm. Jin Hyuk looked up. Smoke billowed around the punishment eraser. He frowned and asked, what is that? Uriel replied anxiously, the temple is under attack. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and growled, is it starting already? The news hasn't leaked yet. Suddenly, something made him freeze in place. Behind Jin Hyuk, a column of red fire rose like a beast, devouring the forest, flattening everything. He choked out, it's here too. The shockwave hurled rocks into the sky, turning the space into a terrifying meteor shower. Every block with the punishment eraser was severely destroyed. The hexagonal shield shook violently and intertwined into a protective barrier, blocking the immense weight from the falling debris. Uriel struggled to stand firm and shouted, the ground. Miho trembled and said, it's tilting. Hendrik asked what was happening. Her face darkened as Uriel concluded, this is bad. The floating city relies on Pontifex's power. Jin Hyuk was startled and looked at her. Pontifex? Is it her? Where is she now? Uriel replied, she must be praying in the temple, with the divine sword soldiers. Jin Hyuk's face paled. What? He looked in that direction, where now only a pile of ashes remained. Countless injured people lay beneath the rubble. He was shocked. That's where the first pillar fell. On this side, the ground is littered with the wounded, sprawled out on the stone floor. In front of him, Pontifex collapsed, pierced through the body by a spear. Vanyan whispered, his cold gaze fixed on her as he asked, now tell me, where is Father Jin Hyuk? Pontifex struggled to open her eyes, yet she remained silent, not answering. The thick dust could not obscure the boulders continuously crashing down, suffocating the space like a tomb. The sky expanded, but it only poured down thick black hail, falling in torrents like meteors. Not receiving an answer, Peolong shifted to threats. Oh, still trying to protect the tower climber even at his own peril. Truly a strange will. If this city collapses, those climbing the 190 floors will be buried without anyone knowing. Pontifex gasped for breath and said, we value life, unlike. Like you and that one. The words made Peolong furious. He gritted his teeth. How dare you disrespect our god? He summoned a sharp spear intending to finish her off. Peolong snarled, die, you heretic. Benny N saw him preparing to strike and shouted loudly, Pontifex. A thunderous explosion tore through the sky, a blinding light cutting across the space, accompanied by a familiar voice, hey. Jin Hyuk was holding Pontifex in his arms. In front of them, Tam blocked Peolong's thrust, saying, you're still alive, Vanyan. Achieving what he wanted, Peolong laughed, then no need to look for you. Father Jin Hyuk, he smirked, long time no see, superstitious one. Jin Hyuk forcefully handed Pontifex over to Vanyan, commanding, hey Vanyan, take her and hide. We must protect her at all costs, understand? Vanyan supported her and replied succinctly, got it. As Vanyan left, Paolo looked down from above and said, you're really alive. I didn't expect to see you. I had some doubts, but seeing you in person is indeed surprising. Jin Hyuk smirked and asked, scared, you chatty one. Peolong raised his hand to summon power, a golden aura enveloping him, divine energy spreading out. He replied, there's no need for us to say anything more. Jin Hyuk faced him directly, speaking seriously. I have a question for you. Have you ever regretted killing me? Not hesitating even for a moment, he answered immediately, not at all. Peolong closed in on Jin Hyuk, continuing, you have been punished. What I regret is not killing you off completely. Jin Hyuk tightened his grip, ready to fight Paolo. He replied sharply, "Yeah, that's exactly what you should say, Paolo. That just makes me want to kill you even more." From the mysterious ring on his hand, a long, sharp sword appeared. Amidst the heavy morning rain, purple death energy wrapped around Jin Hyuk as he charged forward like a flash. His eyes shone brightly, purple flames enveloped his body, and he swung his sword, tearing through the space. Haryu also focused, her figure gliding as she dodged the attacks. In front of her, Meg roared, "Don't move." She held her ground, remembering Uriel's words in her mind. "We have 2 targets," she said to everyone. "First, we need to destroy the pillars in each area to keep the fortress from falling." Hendrik chimed in, "I sense great power from each pillar." Jin Hyuk glanced at him and said, "That's the second mission." Uriel nodded slightly. "Right. Each pillar has enemy soldiers inside. They will guard and protect those pillars." An angel fell amidst the blazing red sea of fire. He screamed in despair, "Help! Help me!" Cannon shattered everything, shrugging and saying, "Tisk, this is boring." The scene of destruction stretched out. Keenan shook his head. "Is that all you useless bunch can do? Make me more entertained." Just as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared before him and replied, "Then let me take care of it." Hendrik placed his hand on the sword's hilt, his thoughts converging. "Defeating the enemy will destroy the pillars," he said in a deep voice. "I am the one who will eradicate the Hendrik lineage." On the other side, Uriel faced Hamiel. Gok-Hak and Vulcan stood beside him with black staffs, and a shadow loomed silently behind Hiji. Haryu and Miho teamed up to fight Meg, the sound of their screams tearing through the wind, a long roar. Amidst the smoke, Jin Hyuk smiled eerily, gliding like a ghost, saying, "Let's end our unfortunate fate here." Piolong gathered holy light, creating a massive wall of light that charged forward. He challenged, "Fight me, Cha Jin Hyuk." Jin Hyuk's eyes blazed, purple death energy erupted, and the pressure spread as if it wanted to crush space. Perlo's face twisted into a mad grin, his eyes shining brightly as he reached out to crush Jin Hyuk in the blinding gold light. 2 forces collided. The enchanting purple and the brilliant gold merged into a pillar of light that tore through the sky. The explosive sound echoed, energy sweeping away rocks and dust, the air shaking violently. Uriel extended her hand and calmly said, "At least we can talk. I was your guide in the past." Hamiel burst out laughing. She spoke as if it were obvious, which was truly ridiculous. "Haven't I severed ties since that day?" Time seemed to slow down. 10 years ago, Hami Ao stood there with a victorious expression. On the ground lay a trembling, bloodied body. Hami Ao shouted, "This is what I did when I cut off your wings." Uriel remained calm as she continued to look at her. "You agree too, don't you, you loser?" She replied lightly, "I don't need to fight against each other, because we have both already become failures." Looking at that calm face, Hami Ao roared, "Don't treat me as if I'm like you." Hami Ao emphasized, "I am different." Hamiel summoned her power. A massive fireball ignited high above. She declared, "I will return to the embrace of the divine." On the ground, Uriel showed no signs of wavering. She also gripped the energy ball tightly in her hand. She held the ball and chuckled softly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Poor thing." She swung her hand, throwing her power toward Hami Ao, shouting, "Divine punishment." Over there, the punishment machine still stood tall above. Right below it was Hiji. He stood still, observing. Behind him, Vulcan asked Hiji, "Who is that standing still all this time?" Tun guessed. Randomly. "Maybe he's sunbathing." Vulcan didn't want to waste time, and replied tersely, "Forget it. We still need to take him down to break the pillar." Tun nodded, understood. The purple light tore through the night. The shadow concentrated power into 2 spheres. The dazzling white core stood out against the surrounding purple aura, creating a suffocating pressure. Vulcan and Tun brushed past each other, simultaneously swinging their weapons. The enchanting purple power gathered and then exploded, creating a beam of light that shot straight toward Hiji, as if it wanted to tear apart space. Both shouted in unison, "Soul light." Sensing danger, Hiji turned around, his eyes shining brightly, filled with energy. A figure suddenly appeared, leaping in to block the attack just as Hiji raised his hand. Tun was startled, thinking, "Is someone blocking my attack?" He shouted loudly, "Who is that?" A zombie. In front of them was a demon, tightly bound by black chains. Hiji calmly replied, "What zombie? I don't use such lowly skills." He tightened the chains in his hands and continued, "This is someone who willingly submits to me. She is a demon." She rushed to Hiji, bowing and pleading, "Lord Hiji, I did well. Where's my reward? Please give me more magic energy." Hiji smirked and replied, "Sure, if you kill them, I will give it to you." She happily accepted the order, exclaiming, "Really? You promised." A faint light appeared, and Hiji reminded her, "But remember this." In the black lake, countless bright eyes stared out as if waiting for the right moment. He continued, You must share the spoils with others too. Vulcan stood frozen, observing the situation before him. Before he could react, the demons charged forward to attack. They shouted loudly, "We are the enemies of Lord Hiji. Eliminate them all." Hiji remained still, and after a moment, spoke. "Fighting with your own body is hardly elegant." Vulcan pointed and called for Jacobo, who replied, "Yeah, I agree. Let's see which commander is better." Cannon crossed his arms and looked around, puzzled. What's going on? Why is everyone so happy? He glanced at Hendrik, who had collapsed in front of him, and sneered. "Only I encounter useless ones." Cannon stepped closer to him and continued, "Our dragonkind is more respected than the other 3 races." He raised his hand, admiringly, full of pride. "Above all, we have bodies that are both strong and beautiful. Don't you feel lucky to be born a dragon? Yet you throw it away for those wingless ones. They betrayed their god, had their wings cut off, and then were punished. It's truly incomprehensible. Maybe you can explain it to me." The exterminator of the Hendrix line, huh? After hearing that, Hendrix gritted his teeth, thinking, so frustrating, but I have to admit, he is stronger. The gap between the dragon ranks is just too vast. Cannon continued to mock, "I've never seen a dragon as redundant as you, wielding a sword yet possessing that kind of spirit. And on top of that, your hair is black." Hendrik gritted his teeth and growled, "What does my hair color have to do with you?" He smirked. "What? A dragon that doesn't know? Hair color and scales reflect magical power. Like me, red means fire dragon. You are truly peculiar. And this is the first time I've seen a dragon with black hair." His red eyes glowed with killing intent as he activated the gigantic magic circle. Light exploded, and energy surged as if wanting to incinerate everything. Cannon smirked. "Either way, I think you're just trash. I'll burn you like the useless garbage you are, Hendrik." After hearing that, he paused, recalling his own strength and roots. Amidst the frenzied red light, Hendrik's solid figure stood firm against the blinding explosion of energy pouring forth. He leaped up, delivering a deep slash into the towering tree trunk. Mystic Dragon Slash. Before that strike, the guy stood frozen as Duke Fawn's hand flew far away. Cannon trembled, his eyes darting as he thought, "He cut through my dragon scales. No way." He watched Hendrik land slowly, murmuring, "That's not magic or swordsmanship," but he turned back to the tree, answering the question the guy hadn't had time to ask. "You are the light that has brought me back to life." Hendrik Goy. Bon. The system appears, is the pinnacle of cruelty. "I've said too much already," he told me. "I've been exposed," he continued. "You are the reason I became a mystic dragon. My power comes from the peak of all wickedness, a great demon." Cannon's eyes widened, unable to believe in this power. Behind Hendrik, a massive demon dragon roared, black energy flooding the area. He shouted, "Demonic energy, you truly are a demon dragon." Hendrik charged straight at the tree, shouting loudly, "Don't run, where is your dragon pride?" In that moment of tension, the tree gritted its teeth, channeling all its strength into its hand, golden light flaring up to launch a decisive counterattack. In the red firestorm, the tree created a magic circle, shouting, "Get lost." A thunderous explosion rang out, blinding white light erupted at the epicenter, sweeping everything away with red flames. Amidst the blood-red swirling currents, Hendrik's gaze was sharp, his momentum surging as he faced the tree. He hovered, his red cloak billowing like flames, extending his hand to control the stream of dark energy. Below, Hendrik slashed out a massive arc that swept everything away. Ken Han gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." His face drenched in sweat, eyes wide with fury. He screamed madly, unleashing all his strength into a red streak that tore through space. "Damn it, damn it." Hendrik remained silent, watching the guy go wild. Cannon continued to summon, shooting fire at him, shouting, "Get out." The flames spiraled into a massive vortex by the punishment machine, wanting to swallow everything. Cannon, with a hoarse voice, muttered, "How can a pathetic kid be a demon dragon? This is the end of your little spying game. You cannot defeat a high-level dragon." A golden vertical eye blazed, its sharp gaze filled with rage as if it wanted to devour the enemy immediately. Under that strange gaze, the red dark energy swirled before the mouth of the demon dragon, signaling that a devastating blow was about to descend. Cannon gasped, assessing. That breath mixed with demonic energy. From above, Hendrik in dragon form spread his wings and unleashed a deep red beam from his mouth, raining down his wrath below. The beam tore through the night, charging straight at its target with destructive power. Truly the breath of a demon. Unable to dodge or counter, he could only scream one word. No. Biolo, in the midst of battle, noticed something strange and muttered, "Ganon's mana has vanished, there's no way he was defeated." Jin Hyuk seized the opportunity, leaping high and shouted, "You're caught off guard." His shadow dove down with a massive purple sword, but the golden light from Pilo surged up to block the blow, creating a shockwave that shook the ground. The dark purple energy tore through the stone layer, shockwaves blasting the ground into countless fragments. Jin Hyuk taunted, What's wrong with you? Fight properly. This is so boring. He threw an energy sphere at Paolo and said, "Didn't you come here to kill me?" Over here, Biolo was still confused. What is happening? Cannon has reached level 600, yet he is losing to a dragon. Jin Hyuk pointed and continued, "What's wrong?" "Can't focus because my teammate took down your teammate." He smirked and replied, "Ha, teammates. Cha Jin Hyuk, don't tell me you actually consider them teammates." Hearing this, Jin Hyuk frowned slightly. "Well," Biolo looked down mockingly, "your standards have really dropped since your resurrection. Death River, letting scum like you pretend to see them as allies. Ah, of course. I'm not talking about Choi Jung-hun. He's up there, clearly not wanting to get involved with you." Biolo's face darkened as he grasped the situation. "The others are just outsiders of the tower. They are like insects that don't even make a sound when slaughtered. If I were that person." A radiant light appeared around him. Biolo shot energy at Jin Hyuk, continuing, "I've killed them all and turned them into zombies." At the center was a swirling energy sphere. From there, a barrage of bright arrows shot down at the position he was standing. The surroundings exploded in a dazzling light, but Jin Hyuk remained standing still as if unaffected. His face shifted to a dark, inscrutable expression. Amidst the power shattering the space, he stood tall, cold as the only one controlling the chaos. As the arrows struck the ground and exploded brightly, Biolo's silhouette remained upright, savoring the destruction. He extended an invitation. "Forget them. Cooperating with the 9 stars is more beneficial." Jin Hyuk replied, causing Perlo to freeze. "You can't compare to me." He stepped out from the smoke, raising his shield, declaring, "My current teammates are much stronger." Biolo observed and thought to himself, "A shield? Where did he get something that big?" he asked, slightly panicked. "What are you planning to do?" Despite the aftershocks, Jin Hyuk rushed forward with a mad smile, his purple eyes flashing, hand outstretched, saying, "It's still a bit early for surprises." A purple energy orb gathered, a weapon with universal attributes. Its ethereal body of chaotic essence. Jin Hyuk swung his clawed hand, the primal chaotic essence transforming continuously. Biolo watched, thinking about its constantly changing shape. Jin Hyuk's speed exploded, leaving only a long streak of light behind with each step he took. He shouted, "Biolo, your other teammate is here. We advance far thanks to trust and protection of one another, even when teammates are in danger." Ming roared, eyes blazing as he looked at Haryu. "You can't run away either." He unleashed a destructive blow, continuing, "Die, you insect." Haryu gripped the sword tightly, her face calm, her body already in a counterattack stance. The blade stood upright, the steel gleaming obscured her face. Only her eyes reflected every movement of Meg. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, a glowing heart floating around his body. Miho and Haryu did not hesitate, both charging in at the decisive moment. Jin Hyuk's voice echoed, "Once your teammates, you absolutely do not abandon each other." Everything ended at that moment. The cold blade sliced through the air and cut across Meg's face. A wide streak of red spread, closing the battle. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist, charging forward, saying, "So now." Biolo could only brace for the unexpected counterattack. In a surge of rage, a punch released a brilliant purple beam straight at Biolong. The punch of the fallen god. Jin Hyuk smiled, his voice firm. "We will win." The strike made Biolo's eyes widen, blood spattering from his mouth. He was violently thrown back by the tremendous force. Biolo panicked, thinking, that weapon not only changed shape, a chain covered in black aura shot forward. He was still wondering if it could harness all of Cha Jin Hyuk's power. The chain tightened around Biolo's body. He gritted his teeth, wondering if it was enhanced by a savior. Jin Hyuk held the chain's end, soaring forward, laughing. "How dare you try to run?" He anchored himself, pulling hard, yanking Biolo's body toward the penalty eraser. His entire body slammed into the machine pillar. A massive explosion shook everything around. The red orb on the machine shattered. Smoke filled the sky. Jin Hyuk's voice echoed, "We have come this far because we trust and protect each other." Below, Bio Lao sat in a daze, remembering Jin Hyuk's words, "Even if our teammates are in danger, I won't let them die. So, we will win." His gaze wavered, murmuring, "Teammates, teammates." The scene shifted elsewhere. A roar thundered. "Where have you all gone?" The Lizard Lord bellowed. "Those little human rats. Level 120. Lizard Lord." He searched every nook and cranny, shouting as he looked. "Hiding only buys time. This dungeon belongs to me." Right at his feet was a small hole just big enough to crawl through. Inside were Bio Lao and Carmen hiding. As footsteps faded away, he peeked out and whispered, "Is he gone?" Behind him, Carmen trembled and called out, "Brother, I'm so cold." Bio Lao glanced at her, contemplating. "A Lord-level monster with intelligence has been chasing us for days." Both of them had exhausted their mana. His hands slowly dropped. "Is this the end for us?" Carmen looked up and asked, "Brother, our teammates will come to rescue us, right?" Bio Lao slumped down and replied, "No, we just met them. What do they gain by saving us? No one in this world helps orphans like us. It's the same here. He leaned against the wall, thinking, the strong prey on the weak. The world has always been this way. I just don't belong to the strong side. A pair of glowing red eyes peered through a small crack in the wall. Beolao glanced away. Next to him, Carmen stammered. Lord, she screamed as the wall shattered. The lizard lord lunged in. He roared, I have finally found my prey. In despair, Beolao told himself, yes, the strong have power, just like me. The image of the Lord charging in was clear in his red eyes. He understood that to be strong, one must hunt the weak. A dark staff appeared, enveloping the energy orb. From it shot a white beam aimed straight at the lizard lord. Beolao gasped and shouted, Monobomb, no way. He took the full brunt of the attack and roared, how dare you, who attacked me? Below, a figure cloaked in black stood in the vibrant purple light, saying, hey, fellow believers, are you still alive? That was Jin Hyuk. He reminded them, jump up if you want to live. Beolao hesitated, thinking he should have been devoured by the monster. Someone weak like him was only fit to be prey for the strong. In the darkness of the night, the flickering fire radiated warmth. Perlo's thoughts quieted, but Father Jin Hyuk broke that silence. All three sat by the fire. Carmen hugged him and cried, I thought I was dead. Beolao listened and continued to think. He risked his life to save us. Why did he do that? I don't understand. I don't like it. And when my dissatisfaction peaked, the deity granted me an opportunity. Zahe assigned the task, kill Father Jin Hyuk. Eliminate that despicable one who dares to climb this tower. Beolao knelt to accept the order, tears falling as if they were a blessing. He thought, yes, overwhelming dominance is the right way. So Father Jin Hyuk. Just as that thought ended, Jin Hyuk approached, saying, oh no, are you done? Beolao looked at him and assessed. You are not worthy of that person's tower. Jin Hyuk laughed and said, you look completely unwell. Aha. It must be, because you fought while still under punishment. You're not as reckless as Carmen, but it seems you have many internal injuries. The ring on his arm shone brightly, energy swirling up. Jin Hyuk wouldn't let Perlo react, stating it was a mistake to underestimate punishment. He tightened his grip on the weapon and casually remarked, it's over now, Beolao. He raised his weapon, his voice sounding like a proclamation, I will reunite you with your sister. Beolao stood still, not resisting. Then a pale golden light spread around him, his eyes widening. A reminder appearing. No, the Lord of the Skies says it's still too early to end. A deep indentation glowed brightly on the stone surface. In the radiant gold and swirling debris, Beolao stood upright as if bursting with power. Jin Hyuk was pushed back by the residual force. He regained his balance, thinking. Paolo's strength surged, and a dialogue window appeared. He shouted, hey Ban, what the heck is that pillar, do you know? But there was no response. He urged impatiently. Come on, say something. The system is present. It can't be. Beolao radiated a murderous aura from above, saying, so you claimed you wouldn't let anyone die, which means you'll win, right? How ridiculous, Father Jin Hyuk. He pointed with a cruel smile, continuing, then I just need to wipe all of you out, you pests. In a moment of silence, a red lock surrounded by bright chains appeared, symbolizing the limits of power. The system alerted. An anomaly in the system has been detected. The chains tightened until the lock shattered into pieces. The system responded, the penalty on Beolao has been removed. The soldiers of the National Army suddenly vanished. The demon soldiers also collapsed, weakened. Hiji flew in, shouting, all the soldiers are dead, only their souls remain. Hanta and Vulcan closed in, facing each other directly. Hiji spoke up. All right, let's begin the main battle. Vulcan raised his weapon to block and replied, you said fighting with your body is low class. Hiji gathered strength, pushing his weapon back and said, I never said I couldn't fight. He extended his sharp claws forward, his voice deep. I will end your soul. Seeing Hiji approach, Vulcan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Suddenly, Hiji's eyes glowed with strange energy, causing him to pause. His body felt like it was on fire from mysterious power, and Hiji panicked, shouting, what's happening to my body? Vulcan was also stunned. His body. He was being drained of energy by the pillar. While above, the penalty machine was siphoning life force from Hiji. He cried out in desperation. Why is the weapon absorbing me? Realizing something, Hiji's eyes froze. No way, he shouted. So it was Beolao from the start. Over here, Kanan was also gradually fading. Hiji's voice echoed back. We are just fuel for that weapon. Now, a hazy red aura spread from the top of the penalty machine. Hendrik looked up in confusion. Why is it absorbing my allies? A bright red spherical object rested on a mechanical stand, golden light bursting from its core. The penalty machine began to collapse. A bright red beam shot down, creating a dazzling and powerful flash. Hendrik saw the path of the light, and realized. He shouted loudly, That's Father Jin Hyuk's spot. The final red energy beam struck the ground, causing a blinding explosion that spread wide. In the swirling red mist, a white sword-shaped crystal appeared, radiating intense power. After the explosion, the red energy sphere bearing the weapon's symbol remained deep within the crack, glowing fiercely. Jin Hyuk propped himself up, steadying his body. Behind him, Bao Lao was frozen in place but wore a smile. The red chains wrapped around the lock as if to completely seal away the power. The system's alert sounded again, indicating an anomaly in the system had been detected. The chains tightened, causing the lock to explode into many pieces. The system announced that the penalty on Bao Lao, the tower climber, had been lifted. Bao Lao stood before the penalty eraser, looking down in silence. A deep voice echoed, "This is the weapon I have prepared for you, the one that removes penalties." Jin Hyuk paused, thinking to himself, "It removes the cruel penalties." Amidst the blazing golden-orange light, Bao Lao, with eyes shrouded in darkness, wore a self-satisfied smile. He held the radiant sphere with both hands, speaking confidently. "The high tower climber must understand what this means. Father Jin Hyuk, you cannot win." Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, glaring at him without responding. The penalty eraser twisted like a colossal spiral pillar, light enveloping it with a rainbow surrounding the red peak. From the machine's core, golden light erupted, the halo spreading wide, debris flying in all directions. All the angels in Vanyan were thrown far away. The sound of screams echoed. Mung Thon is about to collapse. Continuous orange-gold explosions erupted, bright streaks tearing the ground, creating a scene of intense chaos. An angel knelt down, asking urgently, "Is everyone all right?" The nearby angel replied, "No, we are fine." Vun Yen panicked and asked, "What about Tong Do? Where is he?" VNR glanced around at the scene before him. A golden-orange beam pierced through the massive rocks that were flying. He thought to himself, "It can't be. He is still fighting the enemy." Bao Lao looked down from above at Jin Hyuk, pinned under the rocks, mocking him. "You talked a lot just now, but why are you silent now? Haha." Jin Hyuk pushed against the ground to stand up, snapping, "Shut up," then continued to think. The penalty eraser. Could this be the weapon Donald mentioned? He said, "You are using that interesting item, Bao Lao. But going against the will of the tower will come at a heavy price." Bao Lao pointed at the penalty eraser, confidently stating, "I have sacrificed allies. I will use it after sacrificing the 4 kings who climbed over 600 floors." Behind him, a figure wielding a sword appeared, ready to strike. He still didn't know. Continuing to speak. After all, they were nearly dead. Only Jin Hyuk saw the situation and thought, a member of the Divine Sword. So there is still one person alive. Following Jin Hyuk's gaze, Bao Lao also noticed. He immediately swung his sword, slicing the ambusher in half. His eyes widened as blood poured from his throat. He smirked, "You can't fight, you wingless fools." The mask on Jin Hyuk's face gradually became clear. He charged forward at a terrifying speed, shouting a warning, "You bastard, stop right now." The angel watched the scene before him, starting to feel anxious. "A 9-star without punishment, we couldn't even win before." The guy next to him said, "We're done for." VNN interrupted, "No, we can't give up." Veni Ende shouted, "We are Lucifer's sword. We must defeat the intruders." But someone interrupted, "No." Haryu stood above, waving, "Get out of here now. Move to another area quickly. It's very dangerous." At the top of the punishment removal machine, a gigantic hand reached out to grasp the red orb. Haryu sensed something unusual, looking up cautiously. Below, VNN stood frozen, shouting, "It can't be." The alarm system activated, detecting a serious anomaly. Ming appeared behind the punishment removal machine, gripping the orb tightly. The system confirmed that Ming's tower climbing punishment had been erased. Ming roared, the sound filled with rage. With a roar, the punishment removal machine beside him collapsed. Everything around shook violently with that roar. Uriel was terrified, her eyes brimming with tears, turning towards the source of the scream. Hamiel collapsed, his body filled with arrows, mumbling, "Meg's punishment has disappeared." Uriel gasped and asked, "What?" She smirked confidently, continuing, "Now there's no way out. Ming will destroy this place." The foolish giant, not obsessed with power, yet still a 4 monarch. Why? Because their strength surpasses all other races. A terrifying angel spoke up, while a guy beside him trembled and added his voice. Uriel turned around and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid. Quickly assist over there." Hamiel abruptly interrupted. "No, you all stop." She had borrowed the power of Sandala Hun. Hami Ao yelled, "What more steps can we take?" "Over there." Ming paused, muttering, "What was that scream? Or did I just get louder?" Then he gritted his teeth, firmly clenched his fists. "Fine then." He swung his fist. "I will use even more power to destroy everything, so I will ignore it." Haryu shouted loudly, "He's coming, everyone get out of the way." Vanier gritted his teeth and yelled, "At that size, how can we avoid him?" Ming rushed in, with Hendrik and Vulcan charging forward to block him. Both had faces as cold as steel, not taking their eyes off for a second. The red and purple force surged towards him, causing Meg to lose her footing and stumble back. He roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared directly at Hendrik and Vulcan. Meg shouted loudly, her voice tearing through the space. "You pests!" Hendrik stepped in front, raising his hand, reminding everyone to stay back. In the moment of gathering strength, he unleashed a punch wrapped in dark green energy, tearing up the ground. A blue light shot out, burning fiercely. Hendrik and Vulcan were forced back by the crushing power. Above, stones hovered, ready to fall like the sky was collapsing. Two blades, one dazzling gold and the other icy blue, clashed violently. Fat Long, Jin Hyuk faced a strange community. The tension was as tight as a bowstring, both sides facing each other. He swung his hand. The explosive force rebounded, pushing Jin Hyuk back. His gaze shifted to another direction. Jin Hyuk was stunned, thinking, the punishment for the giant has also been lifted. Those people are in danger. I have to take action. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt struck from the top of the rocks. The others deliberately tried to obstruct him. Hamiel, with radiant golden wings, overwhelming brilliance, landed before Uriel. Jin Hyuk frowned. That light, a being transcending all limits, manifested. She looked down coldly and said, "So it's you, the one who opposes the selection and commits murder." He immediately shot up, heading straight for Uriel. Biolo closely followed behind, saying, "Don't let your guard down." Jin Hyuk squinted at the beam of light behind him, muttering, "Damn it," from behind. He landed on a nearby rock to dodge the streak of light that rushed past. Jin Hyuk planted his sword into the ground to steady himself. The layer of dark purple energy surrounding him gradually dissipated. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. Damn it, he pierced through my demon form. He quickly assessed his body, realizing he didn't have enough magic energy to merge, yet it still wasn't enough to fight Perlo without punishment. Biolo looked down from above with arrogance, saying, "What's wrong, Father Jin Hyuk?" he taunted. "You're distracted, worrying about other things, aren't you? You opened a gap because of your useless teammates. In the sky, we have Sandala Hun. On the ground, we have Meg. Your teammates will all die." He stared directly at Jin Hyuk. "And I will kill you." Biolo pointed down and laughed loudly. "All right, to punish those who defy divine will. Right here, I declare that all traitors to the heavens must be executed." Jin Hyuk smirked, replying, "I already told you, my teammates are different from yours." Ming silently glanced back to see Vulcan and Hendrik working together to hold the line. Jin Hyuk's voice rang out, "We will not abandon our teammates." Mei bowed his head and solemnly chanted the spell, "Magic evasion, become a knight. This time I will annihilate you." Before he finished speaking, a gold coin fell in front of him. From above, countless gold coins rained down. A deep voice echoed, "Golden rain." Mei panicked and shouted, "The money is floating." The Lich stood high above, continuously tossing handfuls of gold coins. He spoke, 5 million gold. A flash of light appeared right above Sandala Hun, startling him. Sandala Hun turned his head, puzzled. "Is that what I just saw?" Ingi Ung-hun dove down freely, leaving a trail of light behind him. He was stunned by that speed. Gyung-hun smiled wickedly, his eyes gleaming green. Choi Gyung-hun, first form, blade slash. He delivered a powerful strike, the green light hitting directly on Sandala Hun's head. A stream of emerald power shot down from above, bursting into fragments. The Lich clutched the gold coins, saying, "Our victory." Gyung-hun excitedly replied, "It's just beginning." A figure soared up from the abyss, shrouded in a dim blue light and ruin. Sandala Hun's body was flung far away. Gyung-hun landed powerfully, his eyes blazing with determination. He looked at his scratched hand, gritting his teeth. The pain was worse than he thought. He might need to stop using this hand for a while. His hand trembled continuously. Gyung-hun thought, trading this hand to expel a deity was indeed worth it. Sandala Hun had been pushed back significantly by that strike. A pair of long, slender legs stepped forward, speaking from the very beginning. Hamiel, with her battered body, spoke coldly. "Are you waiting to expel Sandala Hun? How dare you?" She lunged forward as if out of control, shouting, "How dare a mere human like you look down on the divine?" Gyung-hun stood still, clutching his painful arm, responding calmly, "Worry about the gods instead of lamenting them." Gyung-hun's next words made Hami Ao pause. "Why don't you try looking at yourself? If you don't train to become stronger, then don't dream of touching the power that belongs to the divine." As soon as he finished speaking, her body disintegrated piece by piece in astonishment. Jin Hyuk summoned an energy arrow, preparing to shoot, the divine weapon of transformation amidst chaos, a universal arrow. He hovered in the purple sky, drew his bow, and released a rain of purple arrows through space. Jin Hyuk's piercing shot. Paolo on the other side created an energy sphere, saying, "How many blows will it take for you to understand, huh, Jin Hyuk?" Biolao raised the sphere close to his face, confidently preparing to unleash his technique, even if it meant using all his skills. The sphere exploded with light, swirling energy surrounded it. The sound was thunderous. "To me, you are just a writhing insect." Watching the scene before him, Jin Hyuk frowned, thinking, "Damn it, A blinding explosion erupted. The energy wave spread out, blowing debris away from the point of impact. He landed on a floating rock, his black cloak billowing in the wind. His body lowered in full alert. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He calculated that Paolo's light strike had also harmed him. Jin Hyuk looked up at Paolo, realizing that it would be difficult to win without facing punishment. He wiped the blood away, deciding that what he needed to focus on was the machine that erased punishment. The punishment eraser still stood there, the focal point being the red sphere topped with a white crystal. In the reflective glass, Hendrik was raising his sword, waiting to strike. He swung his sword, a deep red energy swept across the sky, the mystic dragon slash. Ming raised his hand to block, assessing. Not worth mentioning. Hendrik bent low after the slash. Above, the giant body of Meg was covered in blood and red slashes. Hendrik gritted his teeth, thinking, I came here through hard training, but a shadow appeared beside him, startling Hendrik out of his thoughts. He couldn't even leave a scratch on his skin. He glanced at the sound and silently cursed. Oh no. Too late to react. Ming delivered a decisive punch, tearing through the ground. The guy roared. Got you now, little bug. He looked at Hendrik, who had collapsed, and continued. The bug I missed last time has finally been caught. Around them, Vanyan, Haryu, Vulcan, and many others had fallen. The guy's voice echoed. The others are down. I don't need to block anyone anymore. Suddenly, a strong force struck his face, and that voice mocked. Ming will come and help you out. After the blow, Lich flew high above, looking down at him and asking, Where are you going? I'm still here. Megalith Madaf. Strong indeed. Lich held a key-shaped symbol in his hand and continued. But you have a punishment. If you hit me, you'll injure yourself. Ming held the orb of the penalty eraser, confidently declaring, I have no penalties if Ming can protect this machine. His eyes shone brightly as he looked straight ahead, roaring, then Ming will win. Hearing this, Lich frowned, thinking, I thought giants were all dumb, but they really know how to fight. To get through this situation, Jin Hyuk shared the same thought. I have to take the risk. A stream of golden white light wrapped in greenish aura shone down. He shouted, Dominate. Dao Lao watched the surge of energy erupt, and then asked nonchalantly, So you still refuse to let go, huh? He glanced at Jin Hyuk, who was in the form of unified power, and said, You've used up all your divine power. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Hyuk transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Dao Lao looked up in astonishment, shouting, What? Paolo immediately chased after him, yelling, Are you running away, Jin Hyuk? Bao Lao followed closely behind, sneering, You know you're going to lose, so you run away and give up on revenge, huh? Jin Hyuk shot a cold glance back and replied, You're the one. He pointed his staff at him and said, Giving up something important. Bao Lao watched the object flash by and gritted his teeth. Impossible. Bao Lao watched the object rush by and gritted his teeth. Impossible. Seeing Jin Hyuk charging towards him, he immediately understood. He aimed for the penalty eraser. Biolo raised his hand, gathering bright energy into his fingers to prepare for a counterattack, saying, You think that stupid tactic will work? The orange-gold arrow shot towards Jin Hyuk. Biolo continued, It will work just as I planned. The energy arrow pierced through his hand, creating a flash of light at the point of impact. Despite the pain, Jin Hyuk stood firm, raising his staff to create a mysterious black orb outlined in light. The staff launched a massive red beam straight ahead. Jin Hyuk shouted, Divine power shot. Biolo realized the issue, thinking, He missed because he was hit by my attack. He gritted his teeth and muttered, So close. But that wasn't Jin Hyuk's thought. No, he didn't miss. He looked down at Mig, pondering, Is that my original target? The beam shot straight towards the spot where the giant was. The thought flashed through, the penalty eraser of that giant. Hit. Meg panicked, exclaiming, What happened to my penalty eraser? Seeing him distracted, Lich immediately created a golden energy orb, shouting, Needle strike. Lich maintained a cold expression and said, What a pity. Myung-woo collapsed, clutching his face in pain. His entire body was engulfed in a surging sea of energy flames. Biolo turned his head in horror, shouting, No way. He looked at the ruins and the shadow of Lich standing high above. Biolo gritted his teeth, thinking, From the very beginning, he aimed for Meg's penalty eraser. Hit. The giant staggered, his vision fading as if he was about to fall. The massive body had a hole pierced through it. Meg fell, roaring, You won't escape. Blood poured from Myung's mouth as he said, I don't care about the penalty and will enhance myself. We will die together. At that moment, Hendrik appeared behind him, raising his sword, saying, No, only you will die. Hendrik rasped, Demon Dragon Slash. In an instant, his shadow swung the deep red blade, tearing the ground apart. Seeing the situation tilt, Biolo trembled, gritting his teeth, and screamed, Father Jin Hyuk. He roared in chaos, If you don't turn back, everything will go according to my plan. Biolo created an energy orb and declared, This time, I will definitely kill you. At that moment, Gyung-hun leaped up, asking, Who are you planning to kill? His eyes shone brightly, a punch slicing through the wind. He roared, "How dare you betray my friend?" He unleashed a brilliant emerald energy wave, exploding into a powerful beam, then said, "Take this." In a moment of crisis, an energy shield made of bright hexagons sprang up to block the attack. Bio Lao stood behind the shield and said, "Attacks like that, you can't break my divine power, Choi Jung-hun." He smirked and asked, "You're really not getting punished at all." A powerful wave of attacks rushed forward and slammed directly into the shield. Bao Lao was startled, instinctively raising his hand, looking down and saying, "You," he shouted. "Goldrick, are you also on Jin Hyuk's side?" He tossed a gold coin and replied, "I have never been on your side, Bao Lao." Unable to find allies, he calculated, if both of them dared to bet their lives, then the power they unleashed would be equal to mine. How troublesome. I must hold the eraser and attack them at the same time. From above, a dragon appeared. Bao Lao was stunned and thought, "A dragon." Over here, Uriel and Vanyang along with the angels performed the ritual. She whispered, "We have poured all our divine power." Uriel looked up and pleaded, "Please." A beam of light swept across the body of the dark dragon. Miho dove down in freefall. A voice called out, "Hu Yenho." Miho beamed brightly, calling out for her mother. The red sphere of the eraser machine exploded, the force scattering debris everywhere. Bao Lao's shield shattered, energy fragments flying in all directions. The nine-tailed fox stepped forward, looking at Bao Lao, and said, "Hello, slave of the heavenly lord," he exclaimed in fear. "The nine-tailed fox has descended." Beilong extended his hand as a small sphere formed amidst the radiance. He growled angrily, "If that body is harmed, your lineage will also come to an end." The nine-tailed fox coldly replied, "Icebind." Bao Lao's body froze. He panicked, thinking he couldn't move. She stepped back towards Hyuk. "The moment has come." Jin Hyuk bent low, raising the great sword wrapped in dark energy. The nine-tailed fox yelled, "You beast!" Jin Hyuk hoarsely said, "It's over, Bao Lao." He panicked but was powerless, only crying out in despair, "No." An explosive strike came crashing down. Jin Hyuk swung the sword, creating a sphere of energy. The swirling force shattered everything around him. Bao Lao's body was hurled away. He raised his hand, trying to maintain his balance. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he had blocked 5 punches from Choi Jung-hun, but was pushed back by this one blow. Suddenly, a locking symbol appeared above his head. Bao Lao froze. His red eyes widened. "Oh, no. Punishment." Jin Hyuk rushed forward, grabbing his collar and said, "That's enough." Bao Lao trembled and called out, "Father Jin Hyuk." The nine-tailed fox smiled lightly from above. "Perhaps I have won." The system appeared beside her, the pinnacle of malice, stating that it had been a long time since any group attacked our world. It turned to ask further, "They want to know if the gift they sent has been received." "Heavenly Lord." The Zahe system remained silent. The nine-tailed fox asked back, "Why aren't you saying anything?" His system shot off. Ko Nat Mien watched his figure disappear and said, "Has he run off?" The system replied, "They are laughing and saying they are speechless now." Lucifer listened to the entire conversation, but remained silent. Bao Lao faced Jin Hyuk with stubbornness. "No. It cannot end like this. I must create a paradise where the strong dominate and eliminate all those who wish to conquer the tower." Yen Tuk replied, "If you do that, no one will climb the tower anymore. That's not paradise." He laughed. "That world is the right one, where everyone understands their place and submits to those above." Jin Hyuk coldly interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense." Behind him, Tam appeared. Jin Hyuk continued, "It's time for you to face your punishment, Bao Lao. Send my regards to Carmen, okay?" Bao Lao looked at the bared fangs and thought, "I can't die like this. No one understands my ideals. I still haven't seen the world that he created." He slid down, screaming in resistance, "I can't die like this." Heavenly Lord. A streak of light stretched across the sky. A giant black hand outlined in white squeezed the sky like shattered glass, trying to pull his entire body out of the crack. From the void, Zahe stepped out, a massive figure in white light, exuding a powerful presence as if descending upon the world. His face was covered in white beard and brilliant light. His eyes radiated a strong energy that expressed absolute authority. A blinding ray of light suddenly tore through the sky. Immediately, it caught the attention of Jin Hyuk and Perlo. He lowered his voice and asked, "What is that?" The nine-tailed fox also paused and said, "It can't be." Bao Lao confidently smiled. "He has responded to my request." Vulcan stood still. In front, Haryu also looked up and said, "The strongest angel?" "No, the strongest god of the tower." Uriel and the others also tilted their heads to watch. Kyung-hun and the Lich stood still, observing. Bao Lao continued, "Heavenly Master." A gigantic hand tore through the sky. The imposing figure of Zahe stepped out amidst the radiance. His eyes lit up, and he spoke, "Dihao." He looked down with overwhelming pressure, raising his hand as if preparing to unleash ultimate power. Seeing that movement, the nine-tailed fox was startled. She turned around and shouted, "Everyone run quickly." A glow emanated from the tips of his fingers. forming a radiant energy sphere shaped like an X, signaling the release of power. The scene shifted, revealing an ancient castle standing under the blue sky. That was the 193rd floor. The market below was bustling with voices. "Alright, this is too cheap. You all climb the tower. Go get your gear." The shopkeeper handed a red apple and said, "Try this. It's very sweet." The buyer asked, "Really?" He received the apple and whispered, "Thank you." Just as he touched it, his arm suddenly vanished into nothingness, leaving only a dark shadow stretching across the white ground, causing him to widen his eyes in confusion. From the upper left corner of the sky, a white light tore through space, and the castle and the city below completely disappeared as if they had never existed. Everything gradually faded away and dissolved into nothingness. The skyscrapers were entirely swallowed by the blinding light, leaving only scattered bright streaks and an irreversible disappearance. The entire city was engulfed in a stark white moonlight, fierce, sweeping away all architecture, leaving only piles of debris and glowing red remnants. A surge of energy crashed down, shattering the sky and sending architectural fragments soaring high. The explosion swept away the colossal structures, causing them to collapse in an absolute scene of devastation. The hand of the apple buyer fell and gradually vanished. Those who had not disappeared screamed in panic, "The city, it's gone." One person among them had a face full of confusion. From the center of the explosion, golden light like lava surged up, cracking the ground into burning veins. Thick black smoke enveloped everything, leaving only a deep pit ablaze, swirling with orange and gold energy rays. As Zahe's finger lowered, the pit of destruction continued to blaze fiercely. Below was the giant figure of him. Biolo lay back in victory, truly a beautiful sight. "Those bastards," he roared. "This is my divine power, the true ruler of the tower, the strength of Ji-Hao." Suddenly, a stream of fire pierced Biolo's chest, freezing his smile before he could finish his taunt. "That insect." A cold voice rang out from behind. "That's enough, Biolo. I need a large amount of divine power. The price cannot be cheaper than descending." In the brilliant golden light, Zahe raised his hand high, unleashing a colossal force aimed directly at Biolo before him. The old man made a decision. "So give me everything." He panicked and tried to stop. "Wait, But Zahe interrupted, saying, "This is what you wanted, to be ruled by the strong." Biolo's body gradually dissolved into nothingness. He screamed, "I am loyal to you." Zahe glowed bright gold, absorbing all of Biolo's life force and power into himself. He slowly disappeared. Biolo fearfully begged, "Spare me. I don't want to die." A massive force was sucked straight into Zahe's mouth. After absorbing the source of divine power, Zahe lowered himself, speaking, finally able to move properly. "Zahe. Rank. The supreme divine power." Jin Hyuk suddenly charged forward, shouting, "You." He tightened his grip on the sword in an attack stance, growling, "You are the one behind all this, aren't you?" Zahe replied directly, "Yes. I will eliminate people like you and create my own paradise." Jin Hyuk coldly responded, "Really?" Then, Jin Hyuk smirked, stating firmly, "Everything will end. If I kill you, I will take your life in exchange for the betrayal of that traitor Biolo." Zahe laughed. "You are interesting. Now I understand why the gods pay attention to you." The system announced, "Ji-Hao, the supreme being, must not cause trouble in the tower," Jin Hyuk called. "System." The system continued. "Do you think the other gods will let this go?" Zahe looked at the wide screen, growling, "Which god dares to oppose me?" He pointed strongly. "After I burn down the 190th floor and execute Jin Hyuk's father, everyone will understand." Zahe raised his hand. A sphere of white light formed in the palm, dazzling like jade. He declared, "I am the master of the tower." From the sphere emanated a powerful orange-red stream, shattering everything in front of him. An unexpected attack surged forward. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, thinking, "It's faster than last time." VNN appeared just in time. His thoughts continued, "I can't dodge this anymore." In a moment of life and death, that person embraced Jin Hyuk, shielding him from the incoming red flame. Veni gritted her teeth, tears flowing backward. A streak of light shot up into the sky like a blazing arrow, then faded and dissolved into the air. Zahe scolded, "Are you Lucifer's minion? Resisting is pointless." Immediately, a brilliant purple force shot straight at the old man's face with terrifying speed. Zahe turned to Gyung-hun and the nine-tailed fox, speaking angrily. "Are you going to intervene, nine-tailed fox and Tessa's disciple?" She replied without hesitation, "Of course." Gyung-hun cracked his knuckles and said, "I didn't learn all this just to stand by." The old man lowered his voice ominously, raising his hand to summon more energy. "Fine, bring it on." A firestorm rained down from above, creating an explosion that shook the floating rock. Amidst the dust, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in anger. He turned to Vanyan and said, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Jin Hyuk's eyes widened. He called out in panic, "You!" He knelt down and shouted, "Your leg," Veni whispered. "Disciple, I can't let you die." Jin Hyuk startled and explained, "Why are you risking it? I'm not Lucifer's disciple." On the other side, he replied, "I know." Jin Hyuk froze. Vanyan continued to reveal what was in his heart. "If Lucifer chooses someone to free us from that evil god, then you are the one I must protect according to the prophecy." He clenched his jaw. So does everyone else. He looked at the glowing angelic souls around him and said, "They have agreed." Jin Hyuk stared silently and thought, "The souls of wingless angels." Vanyan earnestly said, "Fight alongside us, Jin Hyuk, by absorbing our souls." Jin Hyuk shouted, "Absorb everyone's souls. Do you all know what that means? It means you can no longer transcend or be reborn, nor can you become undead. So, it's truly over." Veni replied resolutely, "I have prepared for this." An angel nearby said, "But," Vanyan interrupted, "only you can defeat Jihao." He urged, "I don't have time left, Jin Hyuk, do it now." Jin Hyuk clenched his trembling hand and growled, "All right." His eyes blazing, Jin Hyuk opened his mouth to swallow the souls of the angels, saying, "I won't let everyone's efforts go to waste." He tilted his head back, drawing in their souls, summoning power and roaring. Glutton. Vanyan lay below, observing intently. In the end, he closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. "Thank you." A bright sphere exploded, its epicenter a black dot splitting into 4 parts. Gyung-hoon and the nine-tailed fox teamed up to charge at Zahe. He clenched his fist and threw a punch, thinking, "The enemy is a god. Attacking like this is pointless." The nine-tailed fox created another sphere of power, silently calculating, "I must give it my all to win." She stood amidst the swirling pink-purple light and energy, the mystic spirit fox. On the other side, amidst the emerald-green glow, Gyung-hoon tightened his fist and charged forward, his eyes ablaze, ready to unleash a devastating punch, a direct strike, enhanced, to crush. 2 streams of energy, one emerald green and one pink purple, erupted, reflecting on Zahe's imposing face. The collision caused the old man's body to explode with energy, the space cracking as if torn apart. Zahe's head was shrouded in thick black smoke, obscuring his face. The nine-tailed fox quickly turned to ask, "Gyung-hun, are you all right, disciple of Tess?" He hugged his arm and replied, "This arm is unusable. I've been punished." A gigantic hand lunged toward Gyung-hun, who still hadn't realized, continuing to speak, "Even a supreme being can't withstand this power." Just as he finished speaking, Gyung-hun suddenly jolted, turned his head, and shouted, "Die." Zahe's giant hand had completely grasped Gyung-hun's body. The other arm also reached for the nine-tailed fox, not allowing her to escape. Zahe gritted his teeth and asked, "How dare you resist the king of the gods? I will not forgive you." He roared in anger, "I will not." Zahe stood tall, his body radiating golden light, tightening his fist, cursing, "You weak insects." Then he slowly continued, "I will wipe you all out and collapse the entire lower level of the tower, so that the weak cannot escape anymore." Below, everyone panicked, looking up at the shattering sky. Zahe's voice echoed down, "I will sever all connections between the towers. I will build my own paradise, where no one dares to challenge me again." Gyung-hun writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back. The nine-tailed fox gritted her teeth, enduring, unable to escape. Suddenly, a black slash severed both of Zahe's arms in an instant. Zahe stumbled back, caught off guard by the surprise attack. A familiar voice echoed, "It was truly ridiculous," Gyung-hun muttered. Together, the scream pierced the sky. "Father Jin Hyuk." He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, his voice cold, "Who said they would let you do as you please?" The nine-tailed fox glanced at Jin Hyuk, assessing. The divine power just now surely came from the strength of the wingless. But if that's the case, Zahe suddenly let out a deep laugh. The old man roared in anger, "Foolish. Just a weak human yet so ambitious. Daring to swallow Lucifer's minions? You are close to touching the threshold of divine power." Even without injury, Zahe's severed arms unleashed fierce energy. He shouted, "You don't have the strength to hold divine power." Jin Hyuk swiftly dodged a barrage of attacking light, the old man's voice still resonating throughout the air. "If you absorb divine power beyond your level, your body will be burned, then you will fall." Jin Hyuk clenched his jaw tightly, staring directly at Zahe. Nevertheless, the old man still stretched out his gigantic hand, wanting to catch Jin Hyuk flying with his white wings. Zahe growled, "I will crush you." Jin Hyuk's eyes widened, purple flames igniting. A swirl of black and pink energy surrounded him. The gigantic hand lunged forward, striking the source of purple energy emanating from Jin Hyuk. The collision erupted in a brilliant flash. Lightning surged violently. Zahe Headland, that is. Below, Gyung-hoon was also astonished. He exclaimed, "Demonic energy, but Jin Hyuk is using divine power." The nine-tailed fox beside him fell silent, saying, "Impossible." Rewinding, Jin Hyuk absorbed all the angelic souls into himself. He shouted, "Glutton." His teeth clenched. He absorbed all the energy in his body. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, unleashing a brilliant golden sphere that exploded violently. Jin Hyuk braced himself, thinking, divine power surged in. If this continues, the system activated, reminding him, stay calm. Jin Hyuk suppressed the pain as he looked at the system, calling out Lucifer's name. It appeared next. Surely you have guessed the solution by now. He remembers standing in front of the statue of Lucifer, that image etched deeply in his mind. A gigantic black-purple wing with prominent veins suddenly unfurled, tearing through the atmosphere. The other wing was pure white like snow. A thought flashed. Transform the excess divine power into magical energy and balance it to control the strength. Jin Hyuk appeared in midair in a state of opposing fusion. One side was dark purple demonic energy, the other bright golden white. With a radiant diamond energy core at the center, he shouted, Zenith. From above, he soared with his opposing wings. William observed Zahe standing below. He realized something, gritting his teeth. That shape. Zahe roared in anger. Lucifer. Jin Hyuk coldly replied, fine, let's end this. Dihao. In Zahe's hand, a pitch-black orb of powerful energy formed. He growled, how dare you? Zahe unleashed a spiraling stream of golden energy like a fire drill, sweeping everything away, continuing to roar, dare to mimic my form. The surge of power rushed forward. An overwhelming pressure exploded. Jin Hyuk's eyes blazed. One side dark purple, the other bright gold, gathering all his strength. He did not hesitate to dive into the light, responding, dream on. Zahe silently assessed his strength, unable to believe he could block my divine power so easily. This means his divine power is now on par with mine. Jin Hyuk raised his hand, covered in purple magical claws, smirking as he said, don't be surprised if you only get hit like this once. Jin Hyuk activated the summoning sword, the divine artifact of transformation swirling into chaos. The blade glowed with fierce purple magical energy, radiating a deadly intent. He charged straight at Zahe, declaring that this time, his throat would be severed. The old man furiously clenched his fist and roared. He referred to him with the derogatory term for a lowly insect, like a mere overseer. The moment the purple slash struck Zahe, a burst of white light exploded, energy sweeping out violently. The collision created an absolute white light, with a rainbow sphere shaking the very fabric of space. Below, people were buzzing with excitement. He's fighting Ji Hao. Can he win? Haryu softly called out to Orabioni. A shout from Vu An rang out. Don't lose, Haryu yelled loudly. Blood spilled from the corner of Jin Hyuk's mouth. In his demon form, he roared, pouring all his strength into the strike. The blade began to break through Zahe's divine body, the old man's hand cracking. A slicing sound echoed as the demon blade pierced through his hand and severed his arm. The old man stood stunned, frowning with unease. I am a god with power surpassing the tower. Zahe looked at Jin Hyuk, wondering if he was truly using divine power equal to his own. He briefly thought to himself, and demonic energy too. Zahe refused to back down, roaring, I am a god, the master of this tower. Zahe's severed finger hovered before vanishing into nothingness, and he screamed without waiting. A blazing orange soul rushed straight toward him. Many other souls also appeared around him. Zahe's voice echoed, lamenting that a mere human could surpass him. Jin Hyuk coldly interrupted. No, you are not a god, he stated bluntly. You are just a coward, afraid. Zahe gritted his teeth, listening to Jin Hyuk's next words about someone surpassing him. Two bright souls charged toward him, and the old man shouted to be quiet. Let's see if you can still talk tough after this blow. Jin Hyuk stood firm, staring directly at the two streams of light approaching him. The explosive power creates a white-orange fireball that engulfs the entire scene. Zahe Mayamai, the one who draws strength from Lucifer's flies, looks truly formidable. A fierce beam of light covers the space, reflecting the silhouette of a person bursting with energy, leaving Zahe speechless. Amidst the ruins and the remaining light after the explosion, the old man gasps in astonishment as Jin Hyuk soars through the air with contrasting wings, swinging a blazing sword in a powerful arc. He wears a mask, responding in a deep voice. Unlike you. The image of an angelic soul flashes through Jin Hyuk's mind. He continues, saying that those you consider to be mere insects. A fleeting smile appears on Van Yen's face. Jin Hyuk asserts that they are much braver. The more Zahe listens to him, the angrier he becomes, cursing loudly. That damn stupid fool. Wearing a demon mask, with purple horns and fiery eyes, Jin Hyuk slashes, sending a blazing purple flame into the deep pit, burning like lava. The slash pierces through Zahe's body, causing him to tremble violently. His entire being is engulfed in light and flashing purple lightning. The band system and Zahe face each other. The system screen displays, "You came here to mock me, didn't you?" The words remind him of Ban. On the other side, Ban's system responds, as he said, "You really are a pathetic guy. Despite having great power, you crush those with potential, and you once tried to crush him too." Ban concludes, "The old man, in fear, always seeks to destroy the talented. That very thing is what leads to your downfall." Jin Hyuk on the other side stands still, completely silent. Then the words appear. Die. Perfect. The screen shatters immediately after. Outside, Zahe's body begins to fade into nothingness. Even as he is about to vanish, he still screams, "Impossible. I am the master of the tower." Jin Hyuk does not hesitate, delivering a devastating blow that ends everything. The old man takes the full brunt of the fatal strike. Zahe's body cracks, pieces flying up and then dissolving into the blinding light of the finishing blow. In the blue sky, the last fragment shattered, floating like aimless debris. A tragic end. The villain turned to dust and vanished forever. Jin Hyuk calmed himself, realizing that the strength his body couldn't withstand was also fading away. He held the mask, glanced to one side, and said, "That's enough." Right. The soul of Fanyan and the angels appeared. He smiled gently. "I've avenged myself." Vanny smiled as a gesture of thanks, then gradually disappeared. He quietly watched that body dissolve into nothingness. Finally, Jin Hyuk lowered his eyes and thought, "Now, I've reached my limit." He relaxed, letting his body fall through the endless sky. An arm reached out to catch him. Haryu tightly embraced Jin Hyuk. His eyes slowly opened. The first thing he saw was Haryu's shadow. The call echoed, "Orabioni, Orabioni." "Oh Rabiuni." Everyone had gathered, anxiously asking, "You're awake now?" Jin Hyuk looked around and replied, "Everyone, it's all okay." He gently closed his eyes and whispered, "What a relief." Haryu called out in panic. Everyone rushed over, shouting, "What's happening? Wake up, Father Jin Hyuk." She frantically urged, "Open your eyes. Come on." A month later, the dungeons sold by Paolo fell into the hands of the anti-divine faction, controlled by Godric. Without a leader, the four kings began to fight. The upper levels were chaotic. No one cared about the lower levels. Level 190, the way to the next level. Hendrik glanced over and asked, "Are you rested well?" Jin Hyuk replied while massaging his shoulders, "I've rested too long. My body is stiff now." Haryu chimed in, "You're strong enough to take down a god. It's only right to rest a lot." Miho below nodded in agreement. "That's right." He nodded and said, "Jihao's plan to select people and teleport has failed. Now no one can stop us." Jin Hyuk looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's clear the tower." The whole team responded, "Understood. It's not over yet. Let's hit the road." After their glorious victory, the entire group of Jin Hyuk stepped through the portal of blue light, closing the chapter on their great journey and opening a new one.